Okay, let's get back on track. This is the 6th video in an ongoing project that I have been doing for over 2 years about a series of Nickelodeon shows all set in the same continuity. Things started off relatively normal with iCarly, a show about an internet celebrity and her friends. Then things got kind of weird with Victorious, a program about a future pop star and the people who happen to stand around her. And now we are covering Sam and Cat, the weakest link and the television equivalent of growing nostalgic for a Tuesday on a Thursday. Today is all about reviewing the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat, along with a few odd tangents, before we finally get serious about things. But before we start this grand Hobbit adventure, there's a couple things I want to talk about real quick. First of all, I just checked my metrics, and did you guys know that only 41% of my viewers are currently subscribed to my channel? If you're not subscribed, then you're never gonna know when my content is coming out, and that just won't do. Alright, I'm no longer asking. Hit subscribe right now, or I swear to God! I do need to clear some things up real quick because I did make a bit of a mess here. So last year, 2022, I told you guys that if we got to the milestone of 1 million subscribers by the end of the year, that next year, this year, 2023, I would make videos about Zoe 101 and Drake and Josh. And directly after I promised that, I managed to only release 2 videos in the entire year. So yeah, I bungled it like I bungle most things in my life, but I think I've decided that we're just gonna keep it going and move everything up a year. So, to renew our vows very quickly, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, 2023, then next year, 2024, I will make videos about Drake and Josh and Zoe 101. But we're only gonna do that if we reach that milestone, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year. So go down, make sure you're subscribed. If you don't have an account on YouTube, make yourself an account, hit subscribe, talk to your friends, talk to your loved ones, call your mom for the first time in a couple months, and just try to get this momentum rolling to see if we can reach this very big achievement. So now that we've got our 2024 vision sorted, let's see if we can do something about your 2020 vision. Ever struggled to read road signs in public? Constantly trip over your feet while walking down the street? Fail to appreciate the beauty of nature itself? Well, if that's the case, I think I know just how to help you. With today's sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. GlassesUSA.com is an online retailer that specializes in delivering high-quality eyewear without breaking the bank. The company is one of the largest eyewear retailers in the United States, offering thousands of eyeglasses and sunglasses from companies like Ray-Ban, Gucci, Oakley, and many more. Through such things as cutting out the middleman, the website is able to save you a massive amount of money. Select frames start for as low as $39, with prices being up to 70% less than the retail competition. And if you don't like eyeglasses, the website also offers 25% off on all contact lens brands. No matter how you spin it, GlassesUSA.com is a risk-free shopping experience with free shipping and returns and a 100% money-back guarantee within 14 days. With that, I have now returned for the first time in a full year to the classic pinboard set. Last time we were here, we were discussing character dynamics in Sam and Cat. Remember that? But this time, we're here to talk about the crazy exclusive discounts that GlassesUSA.com is offering to you, my fans, in the description down below, and the amazing frames you can get through this service. Before I recorded this segment, I went to GlassesUSA.com and I tried out their brand new AR virtual try-on tool. The process is amazingly simple. You just turn your phone's camera on, let it trace your face for a second, and then it digitally tracks the frames you've selected onto your head. This makes it as if you were actually in a physical shop trying these frames on for the very first time. I used this tool to select 4 frames that I liked the look of, and now they've arrived at my home, and I would like to really quickly talk about why I picked these glasses and what I love about this selection. So when you buy glasses from this website, this is the box it all arrives in. It says happy to see you, and whenever I see this box, it makes me smile. I don't know why. It comes with a bunch of accessories, a little card that has your prescription on it. Don't show this to anyone, it's private information. Now this first pair of frames we're going to be looking at is the Revel Sidestep, because I had to get that close to read that. I always try and get frames of like different color variants, and this one, I don't know if you can see this, these frames are actually like white, like a milky white. They're cute, right? They're little cute ghost glasses. Next up, we have the Muse RoBBiE Shiny Black. I think like 2 or 3 years ago, I actually wore, a pair of glasses that looked a lot like this, because I think they were also like Muse style glasses. Continuing on our theme of frames of variant colors, this is, I believe, the Toto Prospect Park in blue. Yeah, I'm actually very fond of this. It's interesting to see just like this bright color in my peripheral. But it's a cute little look. I quite like it, and like I said, the build quality is very good on these. And the final thing we have to look at today is the Toto Presto Gray Silver sunglasses. Yeah, it is so cool having sunglasses that are my prescription. Yeah, I always forget to bring these. I was just in Florida. I would have killed to have sunglasses in Florida, but it's such a surreal feeling. You put them on, they're blocking out harsh lights, but it's your prescription, you know? This is still absolutely one of those brands I feel very strongly about. If you need anything like this stuff, if you need reading glasses, if you need contact lenses, if you need sunglasses, if you just need regular frames, go to that link in the description down below for a special discount code for the next 24 hours, because GlassesUSA.com will be devoted to you like they've been devoted to me. With that, let's get back to where we were before. This is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode...
Hey Quinton, you hear that the Queen of England died?
Yeah. People are still pretty upset about that. We should try to be sensitive about that topic.
Fuck her.
Hey, by the way, did you know that there's like another guy out there that does like this exact same bit?
Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to do this.
Okay, this is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode 21, #MagicATM. As the episode starts, we see Cat riding around the apartment hallway on some sort of motorized mini go-kart. Sam approaches, eating a massive watermelon, and rushes towards the offer to drive Cat's zingy thingy. She throws her watermelon into the arms of an elderly woman who collapses from the added weight. In just a few short moments, we have been reminded of so many character traits. Sam's gluttonous disposition, disregard for the safety of strangers and the elderly, and Cat's inability to be trusted as a babysitter due to her basically already acting like a child. Sam discovers the living room is filled with toys and demands Cat explain where they came from. Cat explains they came from an ATM. A magic ATM. Sam begins to question the logic of this, as Cat has no bank account, before she discovers another zingy thing and the pair head off to race each other. Sam, Cat, and the two kids play in the street where they're approached by Herb, who you'll remember as their neighbor who looks homeless but actually isn't. Herb tells the kids that he just got a gym membership, and it's in Beverly Hills, that is. He says that it cost a lot of money, but luckily, he can afford such expenses.
My life's going great.
Cat suggests they go off and buy more stuff, and Sam reminds her that they have no money. But Cat says not to worry about it, as they can go to the magic ATM. Dice rolls by, and the two girls task him with watching the kids they're supposed to be babysitting. He takes off his helmet, revealing his own sheared hair is glued to the top, and he offers the kids the chance to fondle his his dismembered follicles. After this, the opening titles play, and it's actually a brand new title sequence. This is another reminder of what I was constantly hammering home in the first Sam Cat video, that all the episodes from here on out are a little more than the end of season 1, but a little less than the second season. After this, we cut to the inside of a small gas station, where a foreign man behind the counter is taking selfies with a front-facing Flash. Interestingly, I think front-facing Flash didn't come out in phones until 2015, a year after this. Anyway, Sam and Cat come in, and Cat reveals her secret. She knows a special song which goes along to the music of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, but is bastardized with different lyrics. A few days ago, she decided to try and press the buttons on the ATM like they were keyboard notes, and when the first 2 lines of the chorus were over, a bunch of money came out. Sam pulls Cat to the side and tells her that she can't tell anyone about this because this is probably not legal. But she says that they shouldn't necessarily give the money back. While they try and think of what is the morally right thing to do, they both run off to the mall to spend a bunch of cash. Later, Dice comes into the apartment and finds the girls unloading groceries. Sam has bought fresh, non-expired meat, an uncommon treat for the household apparently, and meanwhile, Ariana Grande is a furry. No, but she's bought like a tail so she can roleplay that she, has a tail. So Dice has a convoluted story that's baked in the show's lore that I've detected you don't care about, but I'm gonna tell you anyways. Dice's aunt, who's brought up like every other episode, is flying to Japan later that week, and she's taking her monkey with her. So Dice needs Sam and Cat to go to an animal hospital to pick up some monkey pills to help him sleep on the plane. Dice can't go himself, and initially won't say why, although he eventually admits he's in a spelling bee. I'm just grateful he isn't stripping again. It turns out that animal hospital is right by the gas station where the magic ATM is, and Cat wants to go steal more money, borrow more money. Sam is against this, as she's worried if they keep pushing their luck, they'll get in trouble, and she doesn't want to end up back in juvie. In quite a twist on their respective characters, Cat puts on a smooth voice and attempts to convince Sam that stealing money is actually cool and an awesome thing to do, reminding her that money can be used to buy tickets to the Lakers, violent video games, and fried chicken. Sam eventually cracks. So the next day, they go into the gas station, they drop the monkey pills, the pills get stepped on, and they try and collect him back up, and then Cat does the trick one last time. Once this happens, the shop owner rushes over as he's finally caught the person taking money from the ATM. Cops suddenly appear and arrest Cat on the spot. A police officer, played by Scott Baio, says Cat is going to juvie, and Sam, worried she'll never survive on the inside alone, spills slushy down Scott Baio's pants so she'll go with her. During a transition, we see a quick Nozu cameo from Victorious, and then Scott Baio ends up tailing down a speeding car, which turns out to be stolen. Scott Baio asks the girls what's in their bag, and they say it's medicine for a monkey so he'll sleep on his way to Japan. He says they should never lie to an officer, and he eats the crushed sleeping pills, believing that they're candy. He soon passes out mid-car chase. Sam crawls into the front seat because there's no divider, #plot hole, and she takes control of the cruiser, but refuses to give up the chase of the stolen car, #snitch. The suspect ditches the stolen car and runs, and Sam goes after him, catches him, and beats the shit out of him off screen. Later, the police gather everything in the apartment bought with the shady cash, and the officers say that the girls stole over $4,000 and they'll have to pay all of it back. Just then, the officers get some news. The culprit Sam apprehended and beat to non-consciousness is wanted in 3 states, and the reward for bringing him in is $5,000. The girls celebrate.
We learned nothing!
Yeah! Cat begins singing her bastardized version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game with different lyrics, and everyone in the room but Sam knows it. Even Dice and Herb run in to join with the chorus. Dice seems to have won the spelling bee.
And we won't pay for this song 'cause it's public domain.
The end. Season 1, episode 22 is titled Lumpacious, and that's actually a subtle in-joke. You see, they named this episode after the lump in my neck I found after watching these shows for 2 years straight. Okay, so at the start of this one, Sam and Cat are at Bot's, the robot restaurant, babysitting some kid and trying to teach him vocabulary. The kid's brother Jepsen is coming to pick him up, and this is a problem because everyone hates him because he is a douchebag. Jepsen shows up and yells boo in Cat's ear, and she passes out because she has a disorder that causes her to faint when surprised, which comes up often but is rarely relevant to the plot. So Jepsen is a total douche like we've said, and he acts like a total douche, and trying to insult and one-up him, his little brother calls him Lumpacious. Jepsen mocks him because Lumpacious isn't even a real word. Sam decides to stand up for the boy and makes it a bet. Lumpacious is a word, and if the girls can prove it in 1 week, then Jepsen has to stand outside in a bikini for an hour. I remember this episode of Zoe 101. Jepsen counters this and says if they lose, then prepare yourselves. If Sam and Cat lose the bet, then they have to go to Jepsen's gym after his morning workout routine, where he will squeeze the sweat out of all of his gym clothes into a bowl, and Sam and Cat will have to drink his sweat. The only good part about late-stage Sam and Cat is by the time they've spent a billion years setting up the plot in the pre-title sequence, the episode is like a quarter of the way done. So after the title sequence, the girls frantically search everywhere to find Lumpacious somewhere in the human culture, and established mega pop star Ariana Grande says out loud,
Sam, I can't drink a boy's sweat from a bowl.
Dice comes in with a big dictionary and gets hit in the head by a small dictionary thrown by Sam. The girls run off with the big dictionary and close the door behind them, and when Dice comes in and says his nose is bleeding, Cat says not to get it on the carpet. So Sam can't find Lumpacious in the Oxnard English dictionary, and Dice says this is the biggest, most important dictionary in the world. If it's not in there, it doesn't exist. Fun fact, Lumpacious does make one appearance in popular culture before this episode aired, and that is in the victorious finale, where it is listed as Beck's mood in one of his final on-screen tweets. Sam says there's only one option left. They must go to Oxnard.
Me too? No.
So they stock footage their way to Oxnard, where they meet a woman at the front desk. You'll notice they use pencils at the Oxnard Dictionary headquarters. I can only imagine this is due to the Frindle fiasco of 1996. Cat says she's scheduled a meeting there for Cat Valentine and Sam Pouquet. Sam insists that it's Puckett, but the woman at the front desk says it's written down as Pouquet. So you may have noticed that Sam and Cat is built pretty heavily on easy-to-miss references to legacy sitcoms of decades past. There was an episode that's an extended Laverne and Shirley homage. There was a story with Scott Baio from Happy Days. Then there's the next episode, which is a very direct Happy Days parody. Even the character Goomer, the only saving grace of this series, who has yet to show up in this run of episodes, is an extended reference to Gomer Pyle from The Andy Griffith Show and Gomer Pyle USMC. Anyways, so in that last scene, they did a joke that was a subtle, underhanded reference to a British sitcom I loved as a kid called Keeping Up Appearances. Keeping Up Appearances is about a stuffy, middle-aged woman named Hyacinth, who at some point married a very simple man named Richard Bucket. So her married name is Hyacinth Bucket. This isn't fitting of a noble woman who thinks so highly of herself, so sometime before the events of the series, she's apparently decided that it's actually pronounced bouquet.
It's very kind of you to invite us, Mrs. Bucket.
It's bouquet, Vicar.
It's bouquet is the character's catchphrase, and it comes up quite a lot by the show's design. The best part is that on very rare occasions, Hyacinth will slip up and accidentally say bucket herself.
You'll pay for this, Richard Bucket. Okay.
So you see, in this Sam and Cat scene, it's that same joke, but backwards.
What was the name again, please?
Bouquet.
Oh, yes, we have a bucket.
Pronounced bouquet, dear.
Cat Valentine and Samantha Bouquet?
It's Puckett.
My screen says bouquet.
Anyways, it was fun talking about a good sitcom for 60 seconds. Now back to the drink sweat out of a bowl episode. So the girls witness a man being thrown out of the Oxnard Word Council and sentenced to the basement for submitting a word that the council did not approve of. They soon enter, with the British sitcom reference being reiterated.
She's Sam Bouquet.
Bucket.
The girls pitch the word and the council seems impressed, asking them to present evidence. The girls try to whittle down what good evidence would be, and eventually everyone agrees that if the girls can get a famous person to say the word, lumbaceous will be good enough for the Nards of Ox. Later, at Bots, Cat vents that their mission is impossible, but Sam reminds her that they live in Los Angeles. They're surrounded by famous people. According to her, they even saw David Schwimmer once at a gas station. Although, Sam must be confused about this, because as we all know, David Schwimmer died in May 2010. Jebsen jogs into the restaurant rather proud and squeezes some early access sweat into Cat's drink. In response to this, Sam breaks Jebsen's pinky, and he leaves, still confident that lumbaceous will never be a word. Cat suddenly remembers that one of the elderly people Nona lives with actually is very famous, and they rush off to meet him. The famous person is a pilot named Stank, who stopped a plane from crashing in the 1980s and was rewarded with merchandise and even his own Stank-themed cereal. But there's a problem. The plane's landing was so rough that it caused him to bite through his tongue. So Stank has been functionally mute for 3 decades. Stank reveals he still carries that tongue with him in a jar. The girls run off and Nona gives him a lollipop before he realizes what just happened. Give this man an Oscar, he is the highlight of the episode. Light on morale, and probably money too, Sam and Cat go somewhere we haven't seen since the pilot. Inside Out Burger. Sam is drinking her 10th smoothie, fearing nothing will taste good after she is forced to drink boy sweat, until she looks over and sees who is in the drive-thru line. Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. Cat begins screaming for Chris while attempting to jump at his car, and his 2 bodyguards block the way. This distracts everyone long enough that Sam is able to sneak into the restaurant, jump through the driver's side window, and crawl into the back seat, desperate for the Christie crunch.
Let me be clear on this. I do not like anyone who is lumbaceous.
This is enough for the Word Council, who declare lumbaceous is a word. The girls celebrate that they don't have to drink boy sweat, and the council debates on if drinking sweat is gross. The oldest white man there says that he likes it. So the douchebag has to wear a bikini, and his brother entices a biker gang to beat the shit out of him. End of episode. So, as you likely know by now, Sam and Cat was on TV after I stopped watching Nickelodeon, and thus a lot of context from the time is kind of lost on me as I work on this project. Because of this, I'm recording a little amendum to that episode, just filling you in on something which is actually kind of interesting. So the day that this episode premiered, Nickelodeon ran a special cross-franchise event called Gotta Spot It? With the main gimmick being that for each of the 3 teen sitcoms airing that night, there would be some recurring Easter egg for the audience to watch out for. For instance, in The Thundermans, props and characters would sporadically appear upside down. In The Haunted Hathaways, random costume accessories would sometimes appear on characters. And in Sam and Cat, a jester character played by Alan Weiserman would randomly show up throughout the episode. As far as I can tell, his cameos are as follows. 11 seconds in during the stock footage of Venice Beach. 1 minute in dancing on a table at Bots while shrunken down. 2 minutes in as a physical extra in the background of the same scene. 4 minutes and 14 seconds in on a pear pad in the background. During the opening sequence at 6 minutes and 34 seconds. 7 minutes and 44 seconds in as Cat slams the door on an injured Dice. 10 minutes in on a TV screen at Oxnard Oxnard HQ. 12 minutes in the exact same place. Shrunken down on the desk at Oxnard at 13 minutes 5 seconds. During the transition at 13 minutes 19 seconds. Inside the blue robot's visor at 13 minutes 22 seconds. 17 minutes in as a framed photo at Elderly Acres. 18 minutes in at Inside Out Burger as an extra. 20 minutes in dancing in the background of the Chris Christie lookalike. And finally, peeking outside of a bush 22 minutes in. This character has the behind the scenes name of Weirdo, and his existence kind of begs a lot of questions. The most important one being, what is he? Is he God? Is he the devil? Is he a guardian angel like in iCarly? Is he a metahuman like in Henry Danger? Or is he a really lazy Waldo knockoff made by people fulfilling a corporate prompt in the least creative way possible? Either way, he's going on the list, I guess. More generally, I think the biggest thing this character illustrates is my constantly waning attention span with this show. If it wasn't for a comment left by Nick Declieu on Patreon, none of this would have been included, because I literally did not notice a single one of these cameos watching that episode without context. When I watch Sam Cat, I'm not happy, I'm not angry, I'm in a catatonic state where I just stare at the screen and try not to think about the endless stream of nonsense that the show is dedicated to throwing into my face. Well, except for maybe this next one. This next one gives you a lot of things to react to. Season 1, episode 23 is called full title #The Killer Tuna Jump : #Freddie, #Jade, #RoBBiE, and you'll never guess who shows up in this one. Also, it turns out that this is Sam and Cat's only double-length episode, and throughout this miniseries so far, we've been consistently counting double episodes as one long episode, not two separate episodes. So in my last video, when I said we have 15 episodes to review today, I was wrong. We only have 14. Sorry about that. So at the start of the episode, Sam is loudly mixing sauces into a stock pot as Cat tries to study over the noise. Sam explains she's mixing sauces of all kinds and varieties to make the perfect sauce that will go well on any food. Cat tries the perfect sauce and blurps it up all over Sam's shirt. At this moment, Dice runs in and apologizes for not knocking, but he has a situation that only the girls can fix. We flash back to earlier and see a poker game being played by a variety of Sam and Cat lore characters. Tandy, the red robot, one of the spear fishermen, the egg kid from the texting episode, and Randy. I don't remember who he is, and there's an extra kid. I've got nothing. So the spear fisherman says he's betting all his tuna on his cards, and through a stroke of luck, Dice ends up winning the game. We cut back to the present, where it's revealed that the spear fisherman was not being metaphorical. Dice has literally won 1,200 pounds of live tuna, but not regular tuna. Kansas Razorback tuna, a toxic variant that isn't edible and can eat anything, even people. Sam says once she changes her shirt, she'll help Dice figure this all out, but Cat says she can't come because she's meeting a friend to work on a project for school. Just as she starts to explain further, there's a ring at the door, and as Dice opens it, we see Jade from Victorious. Cat freaks out and runs out the front door, trying to body block Jade from coming inside. Jade asks Cat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins, and Cat tells Jade not to move as she goes back inside. Jade ignores these instructions. Cat explains to Dice that Jade West is the second scariest woman she's ever met. Sam is the first, and she's gone through considerable effort to make sure they never meet each other. If they ever do, Cat fears they would kill each other. Sam prepares to go out the front door, and to stop her, Cat wipes Sam's special sauce over her shirt a second time. Sam asks Cat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins again. As Cat tries to explain, Jade comes in through the back entrance, and Cat screams from shock and passes out. Hours later, and after the title sequence, Cat wakes up to the sound of Jade and Sam screaming at each other from the bedroom, and she thinks they must be killing each other, which I imagine was also the presumption that you made at that description. Instead, we find out the two are playing a Wii Motion style game where they hit the ground with baseball bats. Cat admits her anxieties that because they're both antisocial misfits filled with rage, she was worried that they would murder each other, which Sam and Jade find hilarious as they get along fine. Jade and Sam do a little mildly flirty banter, decide that Cat should just do Psychowitz's assignment on her own, and they rush off to the wharf to see Dice's tuna. At the wharf, Dice has just discovered that it's costing him over $100 a day just to keep the tuna in the 25 feet tank, and he begrudgingly pays the money out to the callous workers. Sam and Jade arrive on the motorcycle, and Cat arrives moments later, having run on foot behind the girls. The mean team study the fish, which are very piranha-like, and Sam throws in a sandwich to show how fast they eat everything in their path. Dice says he's going to lose a lot of money, but Sam has an idea. They will set up ramps on either end of the tank, sell tickets to see a live stunt for the ages, and then Sam will jump the tuna. So this is another reference to sitcoms of days of old. You see, back in the day, there was this old sitcom called Happy Days, which originated the character of the Fonz. The Fonz was known for getting up to a lot of antics and being good at a lot of things. So one day, while the character was water skiing on vacation, he was dared by a group of SoCal hooligans to jump shark-infested waters. He did, and today, jump the shark remains a common term for when a TV show does something so ridiculous or extra that it signifies the golden era coming to an end. Someone told me about this once, I can't remember who. So the entire joke of this episode is that Sam is going to jump the tuna while the show is going to jump the shark. To the extent that most associate Sam and Cat with being a weird legacy crossover show, and this episode is going to prove itself to be the weirdest and the most legacy crossover-y. The episode is also heavily a parody of the audience's expectations, and this episode is going to get way more dramatic and character-driven than normal, and I certainly think that the rest of the show is going to feel a little less intense following this adventure, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So there's a running joke in this scene that Sam and Jade are such a natural pairing that Cat is trying desperately to overcompensate for the fact that she has nothing to say or do, with even the workers at the dock making fun of her for embarrassing herself constantly. Cat says that Sam jumping the tuna is way too dangerous, so they decide to get a local daredevil named the Dirty Skipper to do it in her place. Sam and Jade ride off on the motorcycle, leaving Cat breathing in their toxic fumes. Later, at Bots, Jade tells Sam about how she loves popping pimples, and Sam plays a trick on the Red Robot where she confuses him by requesting gibberish. This causes the Red Robot to short out, killing him.
Thank you for killing my friend.
Cat enters Bots with Dice and Nona and confronts them for constantly hanging out without inviting her, specifically calling them out for going to the movies the night before. The girls say it was a horror movie and Cat wouldn't have had fun, but she's still upset. After sitting with Dice and Nona, Cat vents about her frustration.
Sam stole Jade from me.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't say she stole Jade.
Well, I would.
In the greater context of Cat's cross-franchise story arc, her motivations make some sense here. You'll remember that in Victorious Season 1, Cat and Jade weren't really friends. They were just peers in the same friend group. It wasn't until Jade and Beck broke up in Season 3 that Cat made the outward attempt to hang out with Jade outside of school, with it clearly being something she had to invest patience and effort into. So you could imagine that it's frustrating to see Jade and Sam become instant besties after knowing each other for just a few days, especially as this also can be compounded with her equally complex relationship with Sam. Here's my favorite fart noises I can make with my mouth. Nona says where she's from, when someone steals your friend, you steal one of theirs, and Cat likes this idea. So later, as Sam showers before a date with Jade, Cat steals Sam's phone and finds the contact information for one Freddie Benson. We cut to the iCarly hallway set, perfectly preserved, where Freddie gets a call from Sam's cell phone. He picks up, not knowing if it's butt dial or booty call, before he finds out it's Cat. Freddie's mom comes out into the hallway and asks if he's been staring at Carly's door again.
She is in Italy, and she will never love you!
Cat tells Freddie that Sam has been run over by a sports utility van, that she's in dire condition, and he needs to come to LA right away. The next day, Freddie comes in asking where Sam is and what her condition is. Cat blows these questions off and attempts to flirt with Freddie.
Buttocks don't offend me.
Oh.
You wanna hang out with me today?
There's this really weird moment where Freddie starts speaking Spanish out of the blue. Now, this was a running joke on iCarly, starting with season 2, I believe. Freddie would just start randomly saying phrases in Spanish. I never brought it up because it was never funny or relevant. But in this scene, when he does it, Cat speaks Spanish back to him, and for a very quick moment, Freddie acts like this is the most erotic thing a woman has ever done to him, and he briefly forgets about Sam and agrees to go do whatever Cat wants. So later, Jade and Sam go to Bots, but find all the tables are taken. Jade can't put up with this, so she sits at a table of boys and gives them all the eyes, until they run away in fear. Sam eventually looks at her regular booth and sees Cat laughing loudly as Freddie sits confused as he hasn't said anything. Freddie is ecstatic to finally see Sam, but she is extremely hurt seeing him out with Cat, and Cat cuts him short of explaining the misunderstanding. Cat announces they have to go as she's taking Freddie on a tour of Los Angeles freeways. Jade says that when she has friends visit LA, she likes to take them on a tour of places where famous people have died, or will die someday. Cat and Freddie rush out the door, and Sam says she can't believe Cat.
For some reason she's always loved freeways.
Sam wishes she could get even, and Jade knows just the way. She pulls out a photo of RoBBiE Shapiro and says that Cat has had a crush on him for a long time.
Him? He's sort of a him.
Okay, so this is a very good time for a brief tangent. Since I did my videos about Victorious, I have become pretty well versed about the various fan theories and speculation in the fandom. And what I have since learned is that in the past few years, a very common fan theory has become that RoBBiE Shapiro is actually a trans man. This is based mostly on a few specific clues. In the UBCon episode, RoBBiE is placed in the women's prison instead of the men's. In the episode where the boys and girls compete, RoBBiE has to go out of his way to remind everyone that he should be on the men's team. And of course, in an out-of-continuity exclusive to iCarly.com, Rex mentions RoBBiE having a bat mitzvah. I think this theory is really funny when you study it closely, because not only do you have to believe that RoBBiE is transgender, but you also have to believe that all of his friends are bigots.
He's sort of a him.
This next scene is unreasonably intense, by the way. So Cat brings Freddie home to the apartment, where he attempts to explain why he doesn't say one in the iCarly web intro. But before he can go further, she is distracted by a great injustice. The sound of RoBBiE Shapiro singing the song You're Swell to Sam. In case you forgot, You're Swell is the love song RoBBiE wrote to Cat in the season 3 finale. So him singing it to another person is extremely upsetting to Cat. It's a song that not only represents their relationship, but also a world of missed opportunity for both of them. So here's the new situation. Sam's mad at Cat for inviting Freddie over. Cat is mad at Sam for inviting RoBBiE over. RoBBiE is mad at Cat for going around dating another boy when their story arc never got a resolution. Freddie has no idea what the fuck is going on.
RoBBiE is in love with me.
So, Freddie's in love with me.
Now, wait a second.
If you're so in love with Sam, then why have you been running around Los Angeles fadoodling with Cat?
I haven't fadoodled with Cat.
You could have if you wanted. wanted to.
RoBBiE is enraged by this and punches Freddie in the gut. But Freddie is more yoked than an egg at Venice Beach, and it has no effect. Cat says Sam is a terrible friend for stealing Jade. Sam says Cat is a worse friend for going on a date with the only man Sam has ever loved.
What now?
Sam sheepishly claims she only said that to win the argument. Freddie explains to RoBBiE that they're just being used. Sam and Cat don't care about either of them, and this is just a chess match in their personal lives. RoBBiE is ecstatic, for he is so used to being ignored that he is grateful to even be included as a pawn in the story of love. RoBBiE actually says this. He says the phrase pawn in the story of love, which seems to imply that Sam and Cat are also a potential couple in this scene. Suddenly Dice comes in and Cat starts yelling at him because he's always running in with a new problem for them to solve. Dice says that he does have a problem because he sold 200 tickets for a stunt show where the dirty skipper jumps over a big pot of fish he can't get rid of, and now the dirty skipper says it's too dangerous and he won't do it. But Dice doesn't have to worry because Sam says the thing.
I'm gonna jump the tuna.
Cat reminds Sam that she promised not to jump the tuna, and Sam says Cat doesn't care about her, as she flirted with her ex right in front of her face. Cat says Sam did the same, and Sam responds by kissing RoBBiE full on the mouth.
That was some tasty RoBBiE.
Then RoBBiE makes this face. Dice is here and is like 12. This is weird. Cat runs off to her room and Sam formally agrees to jump the tuna. RoBBiE pulls out his phone and asks if Sam will please say that was some tasty RoBBiE a second time. Jade suddenly comes in and asks what she missed, as Freddie's mom calls him to ask about something he said earlier, as it's implied that she wiretapped him at some point. Later on, Sam and Cat are still fighting when Dice brings over a waiver so he can't be sued if Sam is injured or dies. Cat has had enough and says Sam will not be jumping the tuna, as it's too dangerous. Sam says it's too late because someone has to jump the tuna, and so Cat shoves Sam into a closet, saying she will be the one to do it. She nails the closet shut and begins her righteous switcheroo. Okay, so I actually really like this next running joke. At the event, RoBBiE and Freddie run up to Jade, and RoBBiE announces that they've been hanging out all day. RoBBiE says they've been having a great time and points out if you combine their names, it's RoBBiE, implying the audience should ship them after this episode. RoBBiE goes to buy tickets, and Freddie says to Jade,
Help me!
At the apartment, Cat has stolen Sam's clothing and helmet so she can be the one to jump the tuna. Sam says they have different body types, so Cat grabs 2 oranges and stuffs them down the front of her shirt and into her bra. Do you think if I apply for witness protection, I'll be able to stop watching these shows? So RoBBiE and Freddie can't get tickets because the show is sold out, but they're told they can watch if they stand in the camera lift. Freddie says he doesn't even want to watch because he still has feelings for Sam and he's worried about her. Sam gets tired of being stuck in the closet and punches a hole through it. Nona ends up sitting next to Jade and tries to make conversation about a jazz musician she once dated, but Jade walks away. Nona says a meme phrase to a child.
You like jazz?
Cat shows up and drives really badly. While RoBBiE keeps flirting with Freddie, Sam meticulously breaks the rest of the door down before leaving for a reason I can't figure out. Someone dressed like Billy Shears gives a drum roll and it's time for Cat to jump the tuna. But Sam shows up and the motorcycle slips and hits the camera lift, and RoBBiE and Freddie both fall into the death pit. The credits roll. That's the end of the episode and both of their romance arcs. But no, for real. Sam and Cat make up and Jade yells that someone needs to rescue RoBBiE.
Please don't call us that!
Sam jumps in to rescue her boo, and after that it's questioned who is going to save RoBBiE. No one is interested in doing this except Cat, who knocks herself out trying. So no one is going to jump the tuna, but the audience is still satisfied because at least someone got hurt. People begin to leave, still ignoring RoBBiE being eaten alive, and the spear fisherman and Jade exchange brief banter before she declines to reciprocate a fist bump. Later, at the hospital, Cat says Freddie isn't her type because he's too tech nerdy, and Sam says RoBBiE isn't her cut of beef either. We cut to 2 hospital beds, where we see both men are not in great condition, with Freddie being unable to talk. Sam says when Freddie is healed up and can talk and chew again, she'd like it if they went out and got some dinner and had some fun. And RoBBiE tells Cat that when he's out of there, he'd like to take her out. Just the 2 of them. As the girls leave, RoBBiE says he knows just what will cheer Freddie up, as he takes out his guitar and begins playing Freddie the same love ballad he has previously sung to Cat and Sam, all while Freddie screams barely tangible yells of disgust. The moral of the story is, in LA, everyone is bi and swinging. Okay, so I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but this episode was actually the only one that I saw back in 2014. And even then, I don't even really think I finished it. As you'll recall, I was big into the Sam and Freddie ship on iCarly, and because Sam and Freddie were left on an open note, seeing a revival of sorts tackle that felt like something worth checking out. Now, I didn't see all of the episode. I'd say I probably saw about a quarter of it, but I do remember just being mystified by the direction in this one. So what they did in this episode is take 2 ships from 2 different shows that both had mishandled conclusions and a lack of resolution, and they were like, let's make an episode that makes no one happy, which is very typical with the standard of these shows actively mocking people who were invested in the show. But it feels even more insulting here, where practically everyone who is really into these romantic pairings weren't watching this show and probably only came back by word of mouth for this one episode, only to find out that it was like the same shit. As an adult, I do think it's funny that the joke of this episode is that almost every possible pairing in this polycule is seriously posed in episode as a romantic possibility. It is a little bit funny that so much of this episode is about how RoBBiE very clearly has a crush on Freddie. It's actually probably the most funny joke in the series so far that hasn't come out of Goomer's mouth. Overall, I was actually shocked by this episode, rewatching it properly. Not only because so many scenes were outright weird and inappropriate for the target demographic, but also because if you delete those moments, this is the best episode of Sam and Cat. In fact, and I want this to be something you're thinking about going forwards, given that Sam and Cat's production fell apart at a very awkward point in the season, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't hold this episode and make it the show's finale. I'm sure there will be continuity in future episodes that makes this idea impractical, but this episode does carry a lot of ideas that you would want a Sam and Cat finale to have. It has the origin show legacy characters, it has the drama, the humor, but more importantly, it actually does supply resolution that the original source material didn't. In the episode, RoBBiE and Cat flat out say that they're in love with each other to each other's faces, and Sam and Freddie come very close to doing the same. About as close as they're emotionally capable of, honestly. And at the end of the episode, all 4 seem to recognize that their jealousy is probably indicative that they need to give their respective pairings a second shot. I honestly think Sam and Cat should have leaned into this crossover element more often than it did. This episode is like eating some really unhealthy junk food that's not good for you. It's tacky and cheap and has some real questionable ingredients, but it's fun. Any other episode of Sam and Cat is like eating marmalade mixed with uncooked rice. And much like the Psychowitz episode didn't find a use for him, this episode forgets to find anything to do with Jade. She's funny, she's charismatic, she steals every scene, and then she sits in the back of the room. And at the end of the day, this episode does jump the shark and does mark the show's peak because it rushes through too many cameo concepts that otherwise could have been at least 2 or 3 better standalone episodes. After that episode, we only have one more significant Ted Danson episode to get through, but we won't have to deal with that one for a while. For now, it's time for Season 1, Episode 24, #YayDay. And as you can see, this is another Christmas episode. Except it's actually not. You see, it's a really controversial topic in the Sam and Cat fandom because the episode aired in January, but in some international markets, it was marketed as a Christmas episode. So it really depends on just how you look at it here. But at the end of the day, it's more of a Christmas parody than a Christmas episode, kind of like Sam and Cat's version of the Festivus episode of Seinfeld. But I already put all this shit up, so who cares? So at the start of the episode, Cat comes home to the apartment to see Sam throwing glass cups into the air as they shatter on the floor. Sam explains she's trying to teach herself how to juggle, and knives haven't worked out so well. Cat says she was just shopping at the mall, and apologizes for leaving Sam to babysit alone. Sam apparently isn't aware that she is babysitting, until she remembers that she left the children alone to have a battle. Giant scissors versus hedge clippers. The kids have ruined their haircuts, but luckily the rest of them seem intact. Cat says that she was out shopping for a special gift for Sam, but that she can't see it until Yay Day. She goes on to explain that this is a special holiday that she made up. By her logic, the best part of Christmas is gifts, and the best part of birthdays are gifts. But both holidays are bogged down by added sentimental meaning. Yay Day is the most logical, condensed model of the archetype. The holiday celebrates getting cool gifts and isn't about anything else in the slightest. Okay, here's the thing about fake holidays. I think if you're going to make one up, you should be forced to pick a specific date. Festivus is December 23rd, First Contact Day is April the 5th, Halloween is May the 1st, Possum Day is October 18th, Life Day is the third Thursday in November. Yay Day is Saturday. That's all they say in the episode. It's Saturday. This episode aired on January the 20th, which was a Monday, so do I celebrate this on January the 17th or January the 24th? Once I have to put this much thought into celebrating a gag holiday, it stops being fun. After the title sequence, we see Cat on Yay Day Eve decking out the apartment in various Yay decorations. As this happens, we get our first sighting of Goomer in this batch of episodes, as he and Dice enter with the intention to stay the night and celebrate the holiday the next morning. Dice asks for a drink of coffee, and Cat says no. Sam wakes up to find that Cat has covered her in balloons, and says that she doesn't want to celebrate Yay Day. Goomer and Dice convince her to go through with it, and Sam eventually says she'll go along and get presents for everyone except for Cat, because Cat is a snooper. The last time Sam got Cat a present, Cat opened it early, and so Sam has sworn off giving her gifts. Cat says she's moved past having that issue ever since her doctor prescribed her special vitamins. And as she frantically explains this, she begins to unwrap Goomer's Yay Day gift. But Cat resists and Sam relents, and says she'll buy everyone presents, but only if Cat promises not to snoop. Later, Dice, Nona, and Goomer play karaoke, singing a PZB song in spite of his recent appearance on Alex Jones. Dice asks Nona where she learned to rap like that, and she says that in the 80s, she spent a crazy weekend in Vegas with the Sugar Hill Gang. This is a continuation of a kinda weird running joke from a few episodes ago, where Nona will occasionally list off the name of a guy she's dated or hooked up with, and then she gets cut off. But if you Google the names, they're all actual famous black guys from the 70s and 80s.
You know, the first throbbing moon I ever saw was back in 1962 when I was dating Nipsey Russell. I was dating a professional basketball player named Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, where'd you learn to rap like that?
Well, back in the 80s, I spent a crazy weekend in Reno with the Sugar Hill Gang.
So take that information as you will. Cat joins the group and Dice asks for a drink again, and Cat again says no. She then presents the trio a book she's written titled A Hard Yays Night. This is the story she's invented to give the holiday lore, independent from reality that she's basically just made up. Sam comes in with gifts for everyone but Nona, and Cat breaks from this thought, begging to know what she got. Everyone talks Cat down, and Goomer begins crying, explaining,
I can't read!
You can't read?
Nah, I can. I was just messing with all y'all.
That night, while Sam sleeps in bed with her food, Cat sneaks out to the living room and takes the gift Sam had left for her, discovering Sam has given her the gift of mouthwash, specifically for those with horrible breath. And as a bonus, foot wash, for much the same, except with feet. The next morning, Dice asks Sam if there's any orange juice, and Sam says no. Dice begs for a drink of any kind, and Sam insists they have nothing, while everyone else mocks him for being so thirsty. Nona says that when she was young, thirsty kids on a hot day would just find a damp rock and lick the underside of it. Eventually, Cat walks out, being very passive-aggressive, and asks for some orange juice, to which Sam says there is some in the fridge. Cat says she'll let the others open their gifts alone, as she is now a Yay Day Scrooge. But everyone begs for her to join in. Still feeling very angry, Cat takes the gift that she had intended for Sam and runs to the bedroom, as Sam quickly stops Dice from getting a sip of orange juice. Cat decides not to give Sam the expensive jacket she bought and suddenly sees Herb at the window. Herb says that he just bought a new boat and that he'd like to park it in the girl's garage. Cat says they don't have a garage, and Herb says that he just found a dirty, stained pillow in the street. Cat offers to trade the expensive jacket for the pillow, but Herb says he has a lot of expensive jackets and a lot of expensive things, so this would be meaningless. But Cat talks him into it and he heads back to his condo.
My life's going great.
Good for you. So Cat does the switch and watches Sam open the pillow. Cat then passive-aggressively opens Sam's gift, but Sam realizes she made a mistake labeling them, and that it is actually the gift for Goomer. Sam explains that she called Goomer's mom, and this was the gift that she recommended. It turns out that this mouthwash is Goomer's favorite, but is only available in Australia, reminding us of Goomer's origin as the adopted son of a well-traveled Frenchman. I guess. Probably not. They probably didn't put that much thought into it. I actually just realized as I'm recording this, I don't know how Sam imported that from Australia if she decided she was doing this 24 hours ago. Goomer is ecstatic to see that she even got him the foot one as well. It turns out that Sam's gift to Cat is actually Mr. Roper, a new jump rope that lights up and plays music. Along with this gift, there is a note. I hate most people, but it's you I like. Sam is visibly distant about the tonal difference between their two Yay Day gifts, and quietly leaves the apartment, while Goomer gargles the red wash until it's pointed out that that is the foot wash, and he spits it all over his bare foot. Cat and Sam meet up, where Sam shares an honest dissertation on her trauma. She says that she's never had a great gift given to her before, which is bullshit because there's no way that Carly gave bad gifts. But anyways, yeah, so she says she's never had a great gift given to her before, and she was hoping if someone got her a great gift, it would show her the meaning of gift giving. And she shares a story about what living with her mom was like back in Seattle. When Sam turned 9, Sam's mother gave her a shovel and a bowl of meatballs for her birthday. Sam, in a youthful out-of-character moment, did not eat the meatballs, instead planting them in the ground with the shovel, thinking that a meatball tree would grow. She notes that it never did and begins crying. This is the closest that Sam Puckett has come to self-actualization in 7 years. Cat comes clean about snooping and apologizes for giving Sam a bad gift. Sam apologizes for pushing Cat off the bench and pushes Cat off the bench. In the credits sequence, Dice spots a damp rock outside the apartment and decides to give in to Nona's advice and licks it. To his surprise, it is indeed refreshing. I'm glad we spent the whole episode building up to that. Season 1, episode 25 is titled #Brain Crush, and we start off with Nona, Dice, Sam, and Cat arriving at Bots, which has been rented out for a birthday party for a kid named Otis. The red robot comes over to kick them out as it is an exclusive event, but the girls explain that they babysit Otis sometimes, and they were invited to the party. Sam casually insults the machine, as she often does, but this time it responds by predicting the apocalypse for the second time in the series run.
I may be a machine, but I will live forever, unlike you humans who will one day all be dead. Enjoy the party!
This is actually a thematically relevant start to the story. You remember in the Victorious video game when pair pads being released caused all of the characters in the game to become mindless zombies? Well, this episode is a direct adaptation of that extremely not played out idea. We find out that no one at the party is being very attentive, and this is because they're all glued to their phones. And more specifically, a new and exhilarating app, Brain Crush. A juggler hired by the party enters, and everyone notices that he is the most famous juggler in the world or something. And he begins juggling 3 wigs which are lit on fire. But no one cares because they're on their phones. When the cake comes out, all the kids are still not interested. They're on their phones. So, because no one else wants the cake, Sam comes over and takes 2 fistfuls and walks off screen to husk into a poorly lit corner and lick her hands clean in darkness and shame, I presume. After the title sequence, we see Sam putting the door back together after kicking it down the night before because she couldn't find her keys. Kat comes out and reminds Sam that she's currently preparing for a one-woman theater show that she's doing the following night, titled Abraham Lincoln, an alternate universe monologue about Abraham Lincoln, except he's a babe. Sam doesn't want to go, but Kat says that if she does, Kat will pop the pimple on Sam's back. Sam agrees, as it has been a problem. So you can go ahead and put this in, I guess. I wrote this in the script, and it made me so sick to my stomach that I deleted it, but I think I should say it because I'm tired of not talking about the weird stuff in this show. Sam and Cat is such a weird show to sit through and watch because it exists perfectly in between 2 of the worst moments in both the NSU and the Grande extended celebrity fandom. And those 2 moments are Ariana Grande sticking her foot in her mouth on the slap.com and Frankie Grande getting puss from a giant pimple just splattered all over his face like something that would get me demonetized. And because this show is in between those 2 moments perfectly, the show is just filled with all the feet shit, but it's also got all this like pimple stuff that you don't even think about that is mainly like the Henry Danger era. So you get the worst of both worlds, and it gives me nightmares. Kat says that she's heading to Elderly Acres as Nona can help her finish her costume and wash her laundry. Sam says,
"Won't take much soap to wash this."
Which isn't appropriate, and Sam suddenly realizes Nona is apparently offering to do their laundry for free. Moments later, she emerges with several trash bags filled with clothing, as we learn that she hasn't done any laundry since the iCarly finale. This brings into question many things. For instance, does Sam just buy new clothes every week? Is that where their babysitting income is going? Did Sam bring any of her clothes from Seattle? Is she just spending a fortune on her wardrobe every single fiscal year? However, Sam and Kat's conversation is interrupted by Dice, who has now become a brain crush zombie. He hasn't slept, fails to respond to anything around him, and is soaking wet because he accidentally walked through a car wash a la Fred. Now, an odd thing worth pointing out, in this episode, Brain Crush is described as a parody of Candy Crush, with the only difference being that you match pictures of brains instead of candy. But the tie-in video game released on Nick.com, and by association, the visuals of the game which appear in this episode depict imagery relating to the show itself, with shapes including the logo ampersand, the pineapple the girls hide their money in, Sam's chicken leg, and of course, a sock. You know, because like feet and shit. So Kat openly contemplates getting into Brain Crush since it looks so fun, but Sam warns it would destroy her life, as Dice is already so far gone he doesn't even notice when Sam starts hitting him with a pillow. Kat points out that Dice's Pearphone is about to die, and because Kat has a slightly older Pearphone, she doesn't have a cord compatible with his, a scheme which she says the Pear Company does to make you buy more cords. And so as Sam goes back to fixing the door, Dice runs out and slams it, getting Sam's fingers crushed in the process. Later, Kat rolls Sam into Elderly Acres in a shopping cart, as Sam's hands are bandaged up, so she can't walk. Kat tries to help Sam out of the cart, doing so by sticking her head between Sam's legs and lifting that way. However, they suddenly see a terrifying sight. Nona is now also addicted to Brain Crush, as she's been playing it on her pear pad. As the girls try to reach Nona, everyone in the home starts moaning like zombies, saying they have to find brains to crush. The girls lock the zombies inside the home and find a police officer and beg for his help. We see that he's also affected by the virus, and he becomes distracted long enough that Sam and Kat steal his utility belt. You know, like Batman has. He has one of those.
I've got a tool belt like Tim the Toolman Taylor.
And they steal it, and just because it's cool, they don't use it later. So the girls manage to get Dice and Nona back into the apartment, where they play the game quietly in the corner. Sam can't change the the channel because her hands are all bandaged up, so instead she takes off her shoes and socks to begin controlling it with her feet because what else would you do? However, in this process, she accidentally switches the TV to composite video. So later, Cat is backstage prepping for her one-woman show, wearing a fake red beard and, confusingly, speaking with a British accent. Sam enters and begins a long bit about how hard it is to use the bathroom, as loud banging noises suddenly emit from the walls. Cat explains that there is a kid's dojo next door. A theater employee says the audience is ready, and Cat can begin. So Cat starts her show, and you could have guessed this, but no one is watching because they're all playing Brain Crush. The play is really embarrassing and just sad, to the point that even Nona and Dice occasionally break from their zombie mind virus to question Cat's creative choices. Meanwhile, the biggest creative choice I want to bring up is that of the actual showrunners. It's interesting that this episode was filmed pretty substantially far into Ariana's career blowing up, but despite this, it seems that the show is pivoting in no way to take advantage of this. And I'm not angry or in disagreement with that creative decision, I just think it's pretty interesting. In some ways, you have to wonder if Ariana liked it this way. Maybe to her, taking a break from her serious and hectic celebrity life to go back to doing absolutely absurdist stuff like this on the weekends was somehow therapeutic. Or maybe she hated it as much as I do. It's just hard to tell some days. The audience tells Cat to shut up so they can concentrate on the game, and Cat runs away crying. Sam nearly assaults a random child, with her bandages being the only thing stopping her. Back in her dressing room, Cat apologizes to Abraham Lincoln, whom she now feels a spiritual connection with, as they both have incredibly bad luck at theaters. That's the actual line in the episode. It's not me making a witty joke. That's what they say. Sam tries to comfort Cat, but Cat won't be happy until the audience pays her attention. Sam, listening to the noises next door, comes up with an idea, and soon enough, all of the young dojo members are running in and begin breaking the audience's phones and pair pads. Several minutes later, and all of the technology is broken, and the audience is thoroughly terrified into watching Cat's awful play. Later, at the apartment, Cat says that she can't get her fake beard off because she used Grizzly glue. Yes, the same Grizzly glue that Cat used in Victoria Season 1 to put the monster makeup on Tori. Cat literally never learns anything. However, Nona rips the beard off and Cat seems to be okay. Dice and Nona reflect on how easily they got addicted to the game, and the quartet agree that it's sad how so much of humanity is now addicted to screens, always gaming or tweeting, never being able to experience the world around them. A quietness fills the room, and they all decide to watch TV. This episode is just supposed to be cartoony and stupid, but it comes across like an aggressive metaphor for the iPhone culture takeover from the perspective of cable television, which really only speaks to the sadness of cable television. Because for a long time, cable TV was the thing, right? It had everyone's attention because there was nothing else to do. If there was a cultural phenomenon that took the nation by storm, it either came from movie theaters, the radio, or cable. That was pretty much it. But then phones came out, social media algorithms came out, new media and Silicon Valley started a bidding war for your attention span. And suddenly, cable TV couldn't get anyone to look twice at their content, and they were left babysitting children with a constantly decreasing attention span, just begging for anyone to give them even the slightest amount of praise and attention that they so easily had before. Fart noises, part 2. Okay, so at this point in the video, I'd like to stop for a moment and take a little break. I'll explain why momentarily, but first, let's go ahead and get caught up on our hashtag crimes of these 5 hashtag episodes. Hashtag crime number 104 is Sam and Cat stealing $4,000 from a buggy ATM. Hashtag crime number 105 is Sam pouring a slushie down Scott Bio's pants. Hashtag crime number 106 is police brutality, but Sam is a citizen and she was just acting out police duty, so I guess hashtag crime number 106 is snitch brutality. Hashtag crime number 107 is Dice and the Continuity Cameo Gang playing poker at Bots. Hashtag crime number 108 is Sam and Jade killing the red robot. Hashtag crime number 109 is Sam and Cat stealing a police officer's Batman utility belt. And hashtag crime number 110 is Sam recruiting an army of dojo children to break all of the technology in the audience of Cat's terrible one-woman show. So at some point, it's become kind of hard to remember why I started this crime count back in 2021. But what I am sure about is why I'm still doing it today. One of the things that I really miss about iCarly that you don't often see in some of these later era shows is that sense of stakes. Because back on iCarly, they were constantly worried about getting detention or getting thrown out of school or getting into trouble with the law. And that made the stories more engaging, more interesting. So I don't want you to think that the problem is that I want Sam and Cat to get in trouble, and I want to see them face consequences, you know? It's not like my dream finale for this show would be like Cat getting arrested or something. But I think the bigger issue is that when you depict a universe with no repercussions, where nothing bad can possibly happen to the protagonists, it makes for a boring show that is a lot harder to sit through. Anyways, so I have decided to structure this video a little bit differently than some of my earlier videos in this miniseries. Instead of doing an intermission every season, or every 10 episodes, I would actually like to do an intermission every 5 episodes. So my basic idea is we just reviewed 5 episodes of Sam and Cat, now we're going to do an intermission. Then we're going to review 5 more episodes of Sam and Cat, then we're going to do another intermission, and then we are going to review the final 4 episodes of Sam and Cat. Now that's a little unbalanced, but what I figure is...
Hey Quinton, did you hear that Betty White died?
Yeah. Like over a year ago?
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I love that scene in the Star Wars Holiday Special.
I think that's the wrong Golden Girl.
There was more than one Golden Girl?
Anyway, so yeah, we're going to be doing an intermission right here, and based on what I have done on the script so far, it's going to be kind of a long one. So before we start this, I think it's a good idea for us to take a quick commercial break.
Miranda, I'm your #1 fan. iCarly rules. We'll be right back.
What makes French toast crunch?
French toast does not crunch.
Crunch? Impossible. What makes French toast crunch?
French toast don't crunch.
It does now. French toast crunch cereal with a new syrup taste. Sweet syrup flavor over squares that crunch. Outrageous part of this good breakfast. What makes French toast crunch?
You mean crunch, like this?
French toast crunch. Taste you can see.
Cheryl acts like she doesn't even know that Alan likes her, but Veronica said Cheryl was flirting with him, and I completely understand and know where Veronica's coming from.
Well, her night minutes don't start until 9, so she talks to us for another...
Kissing and hugging and stuff? Guess what? A few weeks ago, rumor was going around that Tim and everybody was
Here.
like, you right?
The Sprint Unlimited Night Minutes start at 7 instead of 9. And they're the ones who built their network from the ground up, and they build it right.
2 more hours? How'd you guys do it?
Yeah.
We just turned back time.
Now get unlimited night minutes starting at 7 p.m. with any new service plan, and 2 free Sprint PCS phones. Sprint PCS.
That's Todd, the lifeguard. He sees everything around the pool.
Hey, go down there!
But can he see why we love peanut butter toast crunch?
It's got a wicked tan.
Dude, there's creamy peanut butter on every crunchy bite. Peanut butter toast crunch cereal, part of this good breakfast with 12 vitamins and minerals.
I see that.
Right, Todd. Peanut butter toast crunch, the taste you can see.
Mom, Dad, I know you don't want to talk to me about sex.
You think I'm too young. You're afraid if we talk about sex,
I'll no longer be your little muffin head.
you're Cuddlebug.
You're Butterbean.
Talk to me about sex. Tell me you want me to wait.
Sure, it'll change our relationship. It'll make us closer.
Tell me to wait to have sex. And don't worry.
I'll always be your muffin head.
Your pumpkin face.
You're Pookie Bear.
Go ahead. Tell your schnookums how you feel.
Pikachu.
Hello, people. And now for iCarly. Here's Fashion Switch figures. So, all these fashions, it's total mega mix and match. Madness! Here's Carly. Here's Sam. You can style and restyle all their funky fashions. It's Sam's remote, people. Like on the show, you can make sounds just like the audience. Interview time with the iCarly Megabyte mic. Or rock it out to the iCarly theme song. iCarly Fashion Switch figures, Megabyte mic, and Sam's remote, each sold separately. Peace!
Ciao.
I'm on the road all summer, but I never get lonely. I can update my friends back home, even check in on work. You know, I love my phone. It's little, like my dog. My dad sends videos every day. Isn't she cute? Yes, you are.
The nation's smallest 4G smartphone, the HP Veer with WebOS, works like nothing else.
This November, go inside Hollywood Arts High. You are the next Hollywood Arts superstar. Become friends with Tori, Beck, and all the stars from Victorious. Explore Hollywood Arts and find new clothes and accessories. Be the star and customize your own character. Play a variety of mini-games, such as singing and dancing. Victorious Video Games.
Okay, you guys, smile.
Jeanette. Game on, Ariana.
What? Really? But how did she...
Well played, Grande. Well played. Wow.
Go to nick.com/Nesquik and break out the bunny.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat. Yeah!
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
All right. This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
What'd you say?
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
Got it. Let's blow this up.
Sam, wait, I get it. It never gets old.
Well, now I like it.
this plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
this plus that equals
Sam and Cat. Ding dong.
You don't get it, do you?
Nope, just laughing along.
Sam and Cat. Catch a brand new episode this Saturday at 8.
It's gonna be a good weekend.
On Nick.
Now back to the show.
Well, that was a lot of fun until that last one. So we've established that we're about to do another intermission, but what's the topic? Well, those of you who have watched my completed videos about iCarly and Victorious will know of a long-standing tradition which I have managed to keep alive during this mini-series. That being, listicle intermissions discussing topics that I neglected to bring up earlier. Or in other words, things I forgot. But this Things I Forgot will actually be a little bit special. Sam and Cat quite openly considers itself to be the end to an era which started with the legacy shows before it. A continuation of both iCarly and Victorious. And to parallel this is not going to be a Things I Forgot segment about Sam and Cat. Instead, this is going to be open to any topics from the mini-series so far. So let's go ahead and count down the top 28 things I forgot in this mini-series. Why top 28? I don't know. Starting off, here is Thing I Forgot number 28, the official Quinton Reviews merch store. Okay, so some of you might have noticed throughout this series my general appreciation of unique t-shirt designs, but what you might not have known is that most of these t-shirt designs have actually been designed by me. Okay, so several years ago I actually got set up with a completely different official merch store, and I had a bunch of very vanilla Quinton Reviews shirts and mugs and that kind of thing on there. And then in 2020 I designed the famous Aliens Didn't Like White People t-shirt, and I decided to send it to them so I could put it on my official merch store, and they refused to sell it. I literally said, here's the design, it's gonna sell a lot, you're gonna make a lot of money, and they said, sadly, due to the political climate, we have to decline selling this design. And because of that, I have never spoken to them again. Like, technically my shirts are still on that website, but I keep designing merchandise and I keep not uploading it there because what's the fucking point? If they're not gonna sell the best-selling piece of merchandise I've ever designed, then I'm just not gonna fucking talk to them, and I just have not reached out to them at all. So for the last few years, anytime I've designed something, you know, for a video that I want people to buy, I've just been like sticking it on Redbubble, you know, just on the fly, and not really in a professional way. It's just there. But as of the recording of this video, things have changed. You know, the tide of the sea is moving in a different direction because I now have an official dedicated merch store. And you can find that store at pixelempire.com. I've been like a Pixel Empire fan for years. I've been buying merch from them for, you know, for a while. And so when they shot me an email and they were like, hey, would you be interested in us being like your official like merch landing page? I said, hell yeah, and I had to make that happen. And I went through a lot of effort to make sure that this was a real thing that actually ended up happening. So if you go to Pixel Empire right now, you will very quickly be able to find most of the significant t-shirts that I have designed while working on this YouTube channel, including such classics as Careful Icarus, she's broken because she victorious on Nickelodeon. iCarly, but it's Frasier. The Force is they, them. I think we all sing. John's comic from the first Garfield newspaper strip. Neon Genesis Evangelion. The Time Lord victorious. And of course, aliens didn't like white people. On top of this, there's actually a couple designs on here which I did design for the channel, but I haven't found an official excuse to wear yet, such as Dune Your Mom, NFTs, more like NFD's nuts, O'Reilly, Auto Parts, and DJ Khaled. But there's one shirt on this site which I have designed just for you guys, which I will never wear in a video, and I wanted to go out of my way to plug it here, and that is the brand new I watched 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Now, I said I'll never wear this in a video. Technically, I'm right. I have worn a variant of this that says I made 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews and all I got was this lousy shirt. But you can't, you shouldn't buy that shirt because it's not true. Cause you didn't do this. I did it. You didn't do shit, but you did cross the monumental threshold of watching 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews. So I think this shirt is a good thing for you. I'm gonna give this to Goodwill because I can't wear this. I had to get one just to show it, but that was the shirt that I kind of planned out for you guys. Also, Pixel Empire sometimes does have minor technical errors. They have, you know, they have oversights, and occasionally I've been told they've accidentally sent out the I made design, you know, that's supposed to be for me. They've sometimes accidentally sent that out to people who bought the I watched design. If that happens to you, you know, just contact them, send in a complaint. They will get you the correct shirt for free. And yeah, that'll get sorted out. Just make sure you contact them about that. But if you're gonna go and buy anything on that merch store, there are two other things on Pixel Empire that I think you guys need to be aware of. First of all, Pixel Empire actually has merchandise for a couple other cool creators online, like Ryan George, Up Is Not Jump, and Scott the Woz. So the first thing I want you guys to know about is that as I am recording this, Scott the Woz is actually selling a poster which features every YouTuber who was in Borderline Forever. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I was in Borderline Forever, and if you look in the corner here, right about there, it's like a little skinny me from a parallel dimension where I don't eat as much. And I have a better hairline. But there I am. And yeah, so they're selling this on the Scott the Waz store. And I also am selling this shirt now, just because I had designed this. I designed this as a cover for this, as an idea. I thought if I ever did Knockoff November again, I want a cover for this. That's like the famous bootleg face. And then I just sent it to Scott because I was like, I don't know what I have that's like won't get you in trouble. That's a shirt I would wear. So I just sent him that. So he put me in that shirt, and then everyone wanted to buy that shirt. So I made a version of it, and so that's also on my store. But the thing you also should know is that Scott's this poster benefits charity. So if you buy this poster, it will actually benefit charity. You'll be doing a good deed. Now, none of my stuff benefits charity yet, but I do want to do stuff like that later down the line. But yeah, so this is a really cool thing that hopefully they're still selling by the time I get this 17-hour video done. Boy, the egg would be on my face if I spent all that time plugging this and they're not even selling it anymore. And the second thing I want to tell you guys about is actually right here. So in 2020, I was approached by a company that makes plushies of internet influencers, and they were like, we would really like to make a plushie campaign, you know, of a plushie that looks like you. And I was like, I don't know. Like, it just seems like I'm not the kind of guy people would buy a plushie of. But at the same time, I had never been approached to do something this cool before, so I was like, hey, you know, I'm gonna trust you guys. And they said to me, do you have any ideas? And I said, well, the only idea I have is, what if he has an orange cat on his shirt? So we won't get sued, but people will know what that means. So yeah, this is one of the only things I contributed to this design, is this, my character's wearing an orange cat. He's wearing, and you cannot tell that's what it's supposed to be, but that was my contribution to this design. And so they sent me a pitch, and I sent back some notes. I said, hey, what about we change these things? And they said, that's not in the budget. So this was the design we went with. That's, my eyes are green. The plushie's eyes are brown. But this was the plushie they made and the plushie they designed. And they were like, okay, just put out some videos plugging this. You have like a month, right? You have a month to sell 400 of these or else the campaign doesn't go through. So I made some videos just to promote this, and they just happened to be the worst performing videos that I have ever made in my entire life. Like literally, I don't think those videos have hit 100,000 views yet. So I made all these videos plugging this plushie, and nobody saw those videos, and so the plushies did not. I think we sold 200 out of 400 plushies. And I was really depressed because I was so proud that I had at least gotten that far, that the community had, like, you know, that you guys had bought 200 of these damn things. And so, you know, I was like, what's, you know, I failed. What happens now? And the company said, well, here's the deal. If you agree not to be paid, we will send you the rest of the 400. So they said, we'll send out the first 200 to everybody that bought one, and then I don't get paid, and I get sent the rest of these. And I was like, that sounds great, as long as everybody gets the plushies that bought them. So yeah, long story short, I ended up with just under 200 of these things, and they just sat around for a while, and I didn't know how to get rid of them. But now that I have an official merch store, those of you who have spent years asking when I'm going to do another plushie campaign, can potentially, if you're quick, go out and buy the remaining stock of these. As I'm recording this right now, I'm going to guess that by the time this video is live, there's probably going to be about 40 plushies left. So those are on Pixel Empire. At the time I'm recording this, it seems like there's only going to be about 40 left. So if you want one, you need to stop the video right now and go and get it right now. A couple years ago, I tried to sell these on Patreon, and I did my best to send out, you know, plushies to everybody that paid for one. But Patreon is not a good place to do this, and they didn't keep like records for me. So I'm pretty sure there's like 5 people that bought plushies that never got them, you know what I mean? So if you're watching this video and you bought a plushie through Patreon and you never got it, basically what I want you to do is message me and I'll have one sent to you for free. You know, I actually do have like a box of plushies that I didn't give to Pixel Empire exclusively because I figured this would happen. So if I owe you a plushie, please reach out to me and I'll get one sent to you for free. Don't worry about stock, we'll have enough. But if you're not in like that specific group of people, then yeah, there's probably about 40 left. So if you want one of these ugly things, they're not good plushies. But if you want one, there's about 40 left and they're on Pixel Empire. So yeah, that was Thing I Forgot number 28. I have a kick-ass merch store now. You can buy t-shirts. You can get a poster that I'm on that benefits charity. And you can get a plushie of me if you're one in like 40 specific people. And speaking of posters, let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 27. You remember in part 1 when I mentioned that poster? Do you remember that? The first thing I got was a Sam Cat poster that I found on Mercari. I lost it. Yeah, I found it. I found the poster. So here's the poster. Okay, so here's the poster. And the main poster is Sam Cat, Jeanette and Ariana, and it says Sam Cat collectible poster. And then the rest of the poster is like little promotional images from the making of various episodes. Ha 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 ha. They're friends. They're having a good time. Production on the show is going well. So there's Cat with her diapers. And yeah, this is the big cool photo. This is the photo from the big event episode. And I'm recording these segments out of order, but I'm pretty sure we've reviewed this already. And there they are with the two little girls. They're I think one of them is a mother now. Like one of the girls is a mother because time is terrifying. And yeah, there's that. This kid got Mike Wazowski'd. But so that's the Sam Cat poster. I wanted to show that in the last video, but I lost it and then I found it. That's it. Okay, so next it is time for Thing I Forgot number 26. Okay, so this is the first actual thing I forgot. Like the first thing that I didn't mention that is in this list where it's an actual screw up. This is something that I missed in a previous video, and it is so massive. It is such a big detail, and I just didn't notice it, and it was pointed out to me later. And this is like one of the most important things in this list. Like if I deleted this entire intermission, I would still have to talk about this somewhere because it is so incredibly important. Okay, so do you guys remember the very first Ted Danson episode of Sam Cat? You know, the one where Goomer needs to pretend to be a teacher, so they borrow Mr. Sikowitz's classroom. That one? Okay, so there's a moment in that episode where the Shruggers are coming in and they pan over to the back exit of the theater classroom. And on the door is this poster. Missing. Have you seen me? St. Van Cleef. Please call 873-555-1083. So this is an absolutely crazy Easter egg. Because as we established very early, the ongoing narrative of Sam Cat is that somewhere in the background of the sitcom, Victorious Season 5 is currently happening. And all of those characters are still together in high school. Except that we now know canonically that St. Van Cleef is a missing person. And this is apparently why, despite Mikey Reed being physically in an episode that we'll review later, St. himself makes no appearances in Sam and Cat. So there are so many different potential fan theories that we could come up with about this Easter egg. Immediately, I think we can all pick up on the vibe that the showrunners want us to think that St. has been murdered. But I think that St. is too weird to get murdered. I don't know, it'd be like if Bugs Bunny actually got cooked into that stew, you know what I mean? Like Like, oh yeah, he put him in a big crock pot and then he died. It just feel kind of off to me. So putting that to the side, I have now narrowed it down in my mind to 2 specific theories. Sinjin theory number 1. Sinjin is up to some diabolical shit. And whatever shit he's up to, it's so meticulous that he's willing to drop out of school and go off the radar in order to make it happen. Next is Sinjin fan theory number 2. So this episode pretty much depends on us all agreeing that the final episode of Victorious, which was produced, is also the final chronological episode. My basic theory about this one is that because the final episode revolves around Sinjin becoming self-aware and standing up to those main characters and rising above them, because he did all of those things, the universe rejected him. So there's these pockets, right? There's these like pockets of reality, and each pocket kind of represents a specific like NSU show. Picture like, I don't know, like a sphere on a population graph. Like that's the Victorious area, you know, that specific part of LA where the show is mainly set. And all these pockets kind of exist across the world, and they usually don't overlap. And the theory is that because Sinjin was rejected, he was kind of pushed outside of these bounds into kind of the void between shows. Which, depending on how you look at it, it's either like a literal void, or it's just all the places in America that are so sparsely populated that they don't currently have a Nickelodeon sitcom which is set there. Like, Sinjin is allowed to exist, he just has to live in, like, the Dakotas. Or maybe birth just snapped one day, who's to say? Alright, so next up we have Thing I Forgot number 25. The Fenson Bensons. Okay, so I did this post on Twitter where I was like, hey guys, I'm doing this segment called Things I Forgot, and it's going to cover the entire miniseries. What topics do you guys want me to throw in? And this one person said, oh, can you go more into detail about the Fenson Bensons? And I was like, oh, well, that's oddly specific because I do remember mentioning that briefly. I know in those early videos I didn't linger on these things, but yeah, I could go into more detail about that. And so I was like, okay, before I do this segment, I'll pull up the original video and I'll watch what I originally said about this episode. So then I went through that first video and I kind of flipped through it, and I couldn't find the part of the season 1 analysis where I talked about this episode. And this kind of drove me insane, and I pulled up the script, I pulled up my notes, I looked everywhere I could, and as far as I can tell, I forgot to talk about a season 1 episode of iCarly, and only one person has ever called me out on it. And what's even weirder is that there's a point in the second iCarly video where I call back to this episode, where I'm like, of course, this episode makes sense because it's a throwback to the Fenson Bensons. And nobody was like, what the fuck is that? And yeah, until this week, this wasn't on my radar. It wasn't on my radar that there's like an entire like load-bearing episode of this show that despite being the iCarly guy, I didn't talk about. And the reason that I skipped it, if you didn't know, is that in the first iCarly video, I didn't review these episodes in chronological order. I tried to group them thematically, like, oh, I'm going to review all the Spencer episodes in a row. I'm going to review all the Freddie episodes in a row. And in my opinion, that made for like a better, more coherent video. I don't think the first iCarly video is bad. It just is very short and doesn't go super in depth. But I mean, very clearly, I just accidentally forgot to group this episode in somewhere, and because of that, I didn't talk about it, and I never noticed that I didn't do that. So yeah, what we're going to do right here is we are going to stop, and we are going to review an episode of iCarly that I should have reviewed 2 years ago. And as we do this, you know, I actually think it's going to be a really fun exercise, because what this is going to do is it's going to remind us of some needed context, because we are about to see a good sitcom in its golden years, as opposed to a bad sitcom in its blunder years. So this is iCarly Season 1, Episode 22, I Fence. So at the start of the episode, Spencer is in the living space of the Shea apartment, practicing fencing with the bottle robot. Sam soon comes in and asks what Spencer is doing.
What are you doing?
Fencing with my robot.
You beating him?
Not yet! But he's scared. Want to see me take him down?
Nah, I'm gonna go swallow some of your food.
It's kind of crazy how iCarly Season 1 and iCarly Season 6 just kind of feel like different universes sometimes, and it all comes down to the effort. Here, the bottle robot is presented like his own character, someone who blinks and even expresses himself. But by the end of the show, he just sinks into the background like everything else, and they just forget about him. So Carly says Freddie wants them upstairs to do a lighting test, but Sam is too preoccupied with some mysterious green schlop she found in the fridge. Carly explains that that is veggie pudding, and you can add that to the ongoing list of foods I would have put in the cancelled iCarly food intermission. Carly explains that her weird cousins are coming over for the weekend, and since they have every allergy in the book, she has to prepare special food for them. Spencer comments that he forgot that the Dorfmans were coming over, and Carly says she told him 3 times already. Carly and Spencer explain that their cousins are weird and dorky, and that they visit every time they take their annual road trip to the Fresno Raisin Parade. Which is ridiculous because everyone knows that the Fresno Raisin Day Parade hasn't been held since 1931. Of course, there's also the ongoing Raisin Day Parade in Danuba, California, which also started around the same time and is still going on today. But no self-respecting raisin enthusiast would say that they were going to Fresno for the Raisin Parade, as it hasn't been held there since the Great Depression. So in this episode's C-plot, Sam admits that she's never read a real book before, and Freddie makes a bet with her that she can't read a real book by the end of the week. The two agree to the bet, with the reward being the huge. After the show, Sam and Carly decide to go to Build-A-Bra for some light shopping, but Freddie refuses to go. Instead, he agrees to spend time with Spencer at a local fencing ring. There, it turns out Freddie is a complete natural at fencing, and when a teenage bully named Toger tries to push him around, Spencer volunteers Freddie for a battle between them. Anyways, the number one thing you need to know about the golden era of iCarly is that Carly is coded as having an anxiety disorder and Spencer is coded as having an attention disorder. This causes the big conflict of the episode, as Carly runs around preparing gruely food for the Dorfmans, and Spencer and Freddie spend all their time training for the big fight.
How come you can't read at your house?
Because my mom keeps screaming at the cat to get a job. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Carly! Freddie and I are gonna head over to the fencing studio.
No, you have to stay and help me get ready for the Dorfmans.
Sorry, can't hear you. You're breaking up.
We're not talking on cell phones.
Bye!
Later, get out!
The pair spend the rest of their night training, and Spencer indeed doesn't get back in time to meet the family kin, meaning Carly has to deal with them on her own.
You said you'd have dinner with us.
Yes. And then I met them.
Come on, Spencer's not back yet, and I don't think I can make it through an evening alone with the Dorfmans.
Oh, how bad can it be?
Spencer finally makes it back just in time to see the Dorfmans off, and Carly is furious and begins a confrontation with her brother.
I'm sorry, but the time just got away from me.
Well, I wish the time had gotten away from me, but no.
Carly effectively grounds Spencer, telling him that he's banned from fencing with Freddie anymore, and that he has to clean up all of the dishes on his own. He samples the vegan pudding, then rushes to erase the taste from his mouth. The next day, Freddie comes over expecting to fence more and provokes Spencer into battling by slicing his banana. When Carly finds them in the middle of a match, Freddie says that she can't stop them from fencing, and she challenges that she can. Moments later, Mrs. Benson rushes into the room and chastises Spencer for teaching her son something as dangerous as fencing.
You're coming home with me right now and having a tick bath.
I don't have ticks.
The tick baths are working, aren't they?
Tick bath.
I should give you one.
The next day at school, Carly has cooled down and developed hindsight, and apologizes to Freddie for ratting him out to his mother. To try and make up for things, Carly has Miss Benson over and attempts to convince her to let Freddie do the battle. Mrs. Benson says that there's a family secret that she's kept from Freddie that she now feels she must admit. His great-grandfather had formerly practiced in a circus troupe called the Fenson Bensons. This was their secret family legacy. Freddie's grandfather and his own mother both trained and battled in this troupe. This introduces a continuity oddity, as this implies that Freddie gets his last name from his mother. This is, however, less of an issue when you remember that all of the main characters on iCarly are test tube babies created by the military. Mrs. Benson says she never wanted Freddie to become so obsessed with the innate instinct of fencing, as she once did years before.
Mom, not letting me fence is bad enough. I can't believe you'd make up such an insane lie.
I will not stand here and be called a liar by my own son. Or you, sassy pants.
So Freddie decides to go to the fencing competition anyways. Mrs. Benson argues to come to be supportive until Toger does a foul and pushes Freddie to the ground. Mrs. Benson leaps into action, picking up the dropped sword and battling Toger into submission. Later, the group look at an obviously Photoshop painting/drawing of Freddie's great-grandfather, illuminated by a mysterious white edge feather. Also, Sam says she read the book, so Freddie agrees to do the huge, putting the sink hose down his pants so it looks like he pissed himself. Can you believe I skipped this one? But anyways, now you know the important context of why, in iCarly Season 5 Episode 7, I Still Psycho, Freddie's mom is a pro at sword fighting, and this is not a plot hole. Alright, with that, let's go ahead and move on to Thing I Forgot number 24. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to need you guys to watch a really old commercial from Nickelodeon, which I know is weird because I just did a long segment where I showed you guys a bunch of commercials from this era, and I very easily could have thrown this commercial into that gag, but I didn't because it was very important to me that the moment we see this weird thing, we immediately stop and start talking about it. Now, I want you to think about that for a second, because there was a ton of stuff in that commercial break that I just haven't commented on. There was a commercial where Zendaya was advertising iCarly toys. We haven't talked about that. That's not in the Things I Forgot. But this commercial has something so weird that we're not even going to finish the commercial. You know, this is some weird stuff. So here it is.
From the creator of iCarly, Drake and Josh, and Zoe 101 comes a brand new series starring Victoria Justice.
These kids are all artsy and creative and talented, and I'm just normal.
On March 27th, she's stepping into a whole new world.
Can you tell me where Mr. Psychowitz's classroom is?
Second door on your right.
Thank you.
Whatever it takes, Cupcake.
And the only way to fit in.
Okay, that's enough. What the fuck was that? Yeah, so it turns out when they pitched the very first Victorious episode to Nickelodeon, Rex had a completely different voice. And the only real concrete proof we have of this lost dub is this one Nickelodeon promo that presumably used the original edit. And I'm just imagining the executives are watching the Victorious pilot, right? They're watching it. And then in front of them, they have 3 buttons. And one button is like veto the show, cancel this pitch, we're not doing this. And then another button is like green light the show, let's get this ball rolling. And then there's a third button that just says make it more offensive. And that's the one they hit. Next, let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 23. The Plain White Tees. Okay, so like I said, while I was working on this segment, I rewatched a bunch of segments from the first iCarly video, and I just kept getting pissed off about all the stuff that I either mentioned one time or I just didn't bring up. And that was the structure of the video. Some episodes I only discussed, in the crime segment. Other episodes I only brought up because of minor thematic elements. And like I said, it probably makes for a better video that's easier to watch, but just all the weird stuff in that first season of iCarly that arguably make it so iconic, I was just like, whatever, we don't need to talk about that. And this is a thing I did mention in the second iCarly video, but I think I need to talk about this whole plot line, basically, because there's an entire B plot in iCarly season 1 that I just didn't analyze. And it's one of the most surreal B plots in the entire show. So for this segment of Things I Forgot, I'm literally just going to review this B plot and how funny it is to me. So iCarly Season 1 Episode 11 is titled I Rue the Day, and you'll be able to guess what happens in this one. So in the start of this story's B-plot, Spencer runs in excited and changes the channel to the local news, where a Seattle reporter states that earlier that day, the Plain White T's were signing autographs at the local mall, when the lead singer, Tom Hiddleston, snuck away to buy a latte. He was then nearly struck by a falling billboard from the upper floor, before he was luckily pushed away by a good Samaritan, Spencer himself.
You're like a hero.
Like?
Freddie asks if he got Tom's autograph, and Spencer says that he got something better, by having the artist sign his back.
Thanks so much for pushing me out of the way. If it wasn't for you, I could have been killed by that menu board. By the way, nice mold.
Carly thinks of the brilliant idea of asking the Plain White T's to appear on iCarly, and so Spencer goes off to make the request. But there's a problem. In the A-plot, the iCarly systems have been hacked, and they soon learn the culprit is none other than Neville. As Spencer confirms the gig, the group relent that they'll have to cancel iCarly. That is, until Carly says, hey, we know Neville's address, we can just swat him.
With a boring here.
So Neville pisses his pants, they get the web show back, and the Plain White T's are able to perform.
Hey, I'm Tom Higginson.
That's Tom Hiddleston. The wild thing about the song they perform here is that it seems like it's actually a live vocal performance. So if there was an album of the Plain White T's version of Anthology, I guess this has to be on it. And there you go, the Plain White T's on iCarly. Just think, the writers featured a famous band on the show and managed to do it without presenting the lead singer as a creepy weirdo who pretends to be on his deathbed so he can have a teenage internet star pamper him like a baby. Okay, now let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 22. Judy Garland.
I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all.
So when it comes to iCarly, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about, pretty much just because at that point in time, my videos were a lot less focused on being kind of overly detailed on purpose. But when you go over to the Victorious side of things, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about because I found all of these topics really boring and without any charm whatsoever. And one of these things is Jade's impersonation of Tori.
So what special skills should I add?
Gymnastics, martial arts, skydiving.
Flirtatious hair flipping. Okay, I do not flip my hair flirtatiously.
Oh, really? This doesn't look familiar? Well, hello, boys. My name is Tori Vega. Buy me some licorice and I'll give you a kiss.
I talk nothing like that. Seriously, do I talk anything like that?
No. So that clip is the start to a long-running joke in the series where Jade will constantly impersonate Tori in various situations, and every single time it's very, very distinctly a Judy Garland impersonation.
Oh, come on. Nobody here would do that to Trina. Except you. What, me? Oh, me? Well, I would never hurt my dear sister Trina. Not me, sweet Sally Peaches. I don't talk like that.
This is definitely one of those things where if in my original recap of that episode, the original script I had written, if I had recapped this joke, I would have brought it up every time they revisited this gag. I would have pointed out the continuity every single time. But because I didn't point it out the first time that Jade did this, I never really felt like going back and reestablishing that this joke was a thing, just to kind of like explain to you that the show had this continuity. And honestly, the reason that I did not want to go through all that extra effort is because I don't think this joke is funny. I think it's fine in the original scene, but I think every time they bring it back, I find it a little bit less funny. And it's definitely one of those jokes where the humor you're supposed to find in it is just the fact that the joke keeps coming back over and over and over again.
I don't remember saying come in.
Well, I don't remember saying you could hog Moose.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, Moose, my goodness. I certainly do enjoy a fine game of hockey.
Towards the end of the show, I was kind of hoping that they would do something subversive and kind of flip it on its head. Like maybe Khouri does the voice to Jade at some point or something like that. Because without some sort of twist like that, you know, it's a running joke without a punchline. And I was never into it. But it's always one of the first things that people tell me that I missed. You know, the first things that people point out, like, hey, why didn't you talk about this? I didn't talk about it because I thought it was stupid. Next, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 21. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Okay, so this Thing I Forgot was actually recommended by my friend, Hippie Rat, who you'll be seeing a lot of in this intermission. Hippie is also a YouTuber, and specifically, he has a lot of interests in horror, and specifically horror content on the historical internet. And a few weeks ago, he asked me to add something to this segment, which he had recently rediscovered. You may remember that in my first iCarly video, I tried to talk about iCarly.com, but I couldn't get nearly as in-depth as I wanted to because, well, iCarly.com was not well archived when it was suddenly taken off the internet. So most of the videos that were on the website are considered lost media today, or at least unarchived to a capacity which is, you know, necessary. The web exclusive material which was produced to tie into these shows is always rather interesting to me, because what we essentially have in these cases is low cost and often low effort material which was still produced on those expensive sets with all the fancy lighting. You know, a typical episode of one of these shows could cost millions of dollars to make, and then they would also film these little skits that were typically made in almost no time with no money. And you can really feel the creativity of perhaps the actors themselves feeding into the type of content that they made in those early days. And one very obvious example of this was I Gotcha. Now, what was I Gotcha? Well, let's look at an example.
Hey people, here's a little puzzle for you. Okay, I put a banana, yes, a banana, somewhere in this room. Now, if you're really smart and you have good eyes, you should be able to find it in less than 60 seconds. Think you can do it? Okay. Look really close and see if you can find the banana. Go!
Holy shit, it's Andy Dick!
There was no banana. Except for this one. Now, you need to click on the Send to a Friend button and send this video to all your friends, or your enemies, anybody you want to freak out and make scream. See ya.
Another one of these features Spencer telling you that if you stare at the iCarly bottle robot long enough, an optical illusion will happen, where it looks as if the robot is crying.
Okay, sorry if that scared you, but that was the point. Now it's time for you to frighten other people, so click on the Send to a Friend button and send this video to all your friends.
Now, I'm sure at the time people were probably pretty mad about these, and even right now there are probably people mad that I even dared to play these two videos. But I think these really represent why iCarly.com was magical, because these skits really made it feel like that these characters from iCarly were actually on the internet and they were actually producing material. These felt like things that the characters from iCarly would actually record and upload. And that's a level of audience interaction that I feel like you really don't see as much these days. Something about those early twinkling years of the internet, before the streaming wars, before 90% of internet content became for social media sites, something about that specific era really inspired people, in the industry to get creative with how they wanted to interact with their audience. And I wish we saw more of that these days. Anyways, let's go ahead and get back to Thing I Forgot, number 20. Sorry, I'm back. So, Thing I Forgot number 20 is another example of something from Victorious that I never brought up because I never thought it was interesting. But when I kind of poked around for things that people wanted to hear me talk about that I hadn't gone into, shockingly, at least one person specifically asked for this extremely dull topic. And that topic, which has inspired so much discourse, is Tori's glasses that she only ever wears at home and nowhere else. So Tori has these glasses that she only ever wears at home and nowhere else. This was a thing in the series. It kind of established Tori as having an off mode, kind of like a lounge vibe that was different from how she dressed at school and how she even acted at school. So I always kind of appreciated it, but I never understood exactly how much other Victorious fans really appreciate this detail. Take, for instance, the Tumblr account, Why We Love Victorious, which lists Tori's glasses as one of the many reasons that they love Victorious. Meanwhile, the Tumblr account, Nickelodeon Confessions, states Tori needs to wear her glasses a lot more. That's one of their Nickelodeon Confessions. Hey, do you remember that movie, Encanto? Did you ever notice that in one of the scenes, there's a plate of corn? I never noticed that. Okay, next up is Thing I Forgot number 19. 7 Secrets with Miranda Cosgrove. Okay, so full disclosure, this isn't a thing I forgot. It's a thing I couldn't sit through. 7 Secrets with Miranda Cosgrove was a TV special which aired on March the 15th, 2010. It is very often lumped in as part of iCarly Season 3, sort of a half episode, and that originally was exactly how I wanted to review it. The entire documentary is like a listicle of crazy, insane, wacky facts that you didn't know about Miranda Cosgrove.
My favorite subject is probably art. I got to take art as an elective this year, so that's been pretty fun. And then, what other subjects? I don't like math. You didn't ask me what my least favorite subject was. But, I love reality TV shows. I can't help it.
My cat is scratching her head against the tripod, so if the tripod is shaking around, that's why. Pretend it's endearing. So as I was saying earlier, when I first did the iCarly reviews, I did originally intend to review this as, kind of like an iCarly mini episode, but I just couldn't get through it at the time. But when I went ahead and posted everywhere that I was doing a final thing I forgot, this got brought up a few times as something people remembered and they wanted to hear my hot takes on. So I went ahead and watched this entire special, and here's what I think. Children are boring. Did you know that? Did you know that fun fact? That children are boring people? No, but seriously, I actually think this special represents kind of a very interesting moment, not only in the history of Nickelodeon itself, but in the history of iCarly. Because suddenly, iCarly is a huge hit, it's a massive brand, and now Nickelodeon is saying to themselves, ooh, what if we made Miranda Cosgrove a massive brand as well? This was around the time that the animated film Despicable Me came out, and if you didn't know, Miranda voices, I believe, the eldest daughter in that film. I think I've alluded to this in the past, kind of making jokes about Miranda swimming in Minion money. So if you've ever wondered why I just say stuff like that, that's why. But it was also around the same time that Miranda started her music career, and that is essentially what this special was created to promote. Now, later in this list, we're going to go ahead and do kind of a brief retrospective of Miranda's music career, because we've alluded to it often, but we've never actually analyzed it and discussed what happened. But for now, we are just here to review this special. Absolutely nothing else. So here it is. Okay, so here's Miranda's 7 sins or whatever. Secret number 1. Miranda's not supposed to wear any clothing from the show outside of the building it's filmed in, but sometimes she'll try and sneak out some parts of an outfit because she thinks the outfits are cute. She then talks about all of the clothing and purses she buys, and how she likes touring the world and buying one accessory in every country. She has a purse collection. She owns rings.
This is an insane ring. I don't know, you could beat someone up with this ring.
Secret number 2. Miranda and Carly are sisters from another mother. Don't know about that one because, as you'll remember, all of the main characters from iCarly are test tube babies. Miranda's main piece of evidence is that Carly is always with her friends, just like Miranda is always with her friends, which I actually relate to. I like to think that Quinton Reviews and Quinton Hoover have a lot in common, because they're both always by themselves. Secret number 3. Miranda's dad wants her to go to USC because he went to USC, but she wants to go to NYU. I googled it, and in the end, she did end up going to USC like her dad wanted. She began with a major in film, but later switched to psychology. When I was a teenager, I wanted to go to the New York Film Academy, but living in New York was a really unrealistic idea. So instead, I applied to the Savannah College of Art and Design, got accepted, couldn't afford tuition, stayed in my hometown while everyone else I knew moved away, started working at Dairy Queen, got fired after the summer, started working at Dollar General, got fired after the Christmas season, started working at Little Caesars, where on day 2 they asked me to be that guy who goes out by the side of the road with the fucking Little Caesars hot and ready guitar sign, and I very enthusiastically pretended to play it like a real guitar, causing the supervisor to tell me that he was going to ask me to do only that every single day instead of training me in the kitchen. It then took me 4 months to convince them to please let me cook the fucking pizza, instead of standing out in the hot sun pretending to be Slash. They paid me $7 an hour, meaning after taxes I took home $6 and some change for every hour that I worked in the kitchen. Then, after rolling dough for about a year, one of the new hires apparently started throwing away the rags we used to clean pans instead of throwing them into the rag hamper. Corporate got pissed off about how much money they lost on throwing away rags, my shitty manager needed someone to blame, and everyone really liked the new guy, so they fired me and now I do this. Secret number 4. Miranda's mother stalked her on a date. Miranda went on a date to a sushi restaurant and her mother parked in the parking lot and made hand signals at her during the entire date, confusing her date as per why Miranda kept looking out at the parking lot. Miranda also reveals that in iCarly Season 1, when Carly is supposed to have a crush on Elvis, she actually had a crush on Elvis in real life too, making it quite a layered piece of character acting.
I Gotta Fill In Black Eyed Peas. I'm never gonna get over that song.
Secret number 5. Miranda met Gwen Stefani and was so starstruck that she didn't say anything for 15 seconds. Then she left.
Is awkwardness a word?
Around this part of the documentary, they show a bunch of footage of Miranda's dog, and it's very clearly a different dog from that cell phone ad she did around the same time. Somebody's lying here, and I want to know who! Secret number 7. Miranda's famous song, Kissing You, is about a real person, but Miranda chooses not to talk about this anymore. But we'll get back around to Kissing You and Miranda's music career later on down the list. Now that we're done with that, there is also a 7 Secrets special with Victoria Justice. I'm not watching that one. By the way, real quick, if you hadn't noticed, I just got a haircut and I shaved my beard down. It's kind of a new look, but I think it'll grow on me probably. Okay, so moving on now to Thing I Forgot, number 16. Now I really struggled to fill this part of the list. Originally I had something different here, but when I really looked at it right before I started recording, I decided it was just crap and I didn't want to record that. So I had to make something else up, and I thought no better a place to look for inspiration than my big bin of crap. So I put all my stuff into bins a while ago, and this is my iCarly bin. And one thing I need you to understand is when I open this up, it smells so bad. There's something in here. I think it's one of the hats. It smells like a closet. Like somebody took their iCarly shit, shoved it into a closet, and then sold it on eBay, and I ended up with it. And now every time I open this fucking bin, it's so disgusting. Oh god. So yeah, there's a good handful of things in here that I haven't really ever gone into detail about, probably because some of it's not too interesting. But the thing that we're trying to talk about today is this. This is iCarly, music from and inspired by the hit TV show, or as I like to call it, complete album at a low price. Now, I can't really remember if I've ever even brought this up before. I have a vague memory of holding this up to the camera at some point, but I know I didn't really get into it seriously because I know for certain that I have never listened to this for real. I've never taken the CD out, put it in a CD player, and just listened to what's on the disc. So, let's go ahead and do that right now. This is the only CD player that I own. Oh, Quinton, it's spherical. Shut up. Shut up. I'm sick of it. This is such a terrible design for a CD player. I don't care how good the meme is. Okay, I forgot how much I hate these. No. They call this a new era in audio entertainment. I call it very, very dull. God damn. This is one hell of a way to find out that my only CD player doesn't work. Apparently this specific brand of CD player doesn't last over the decades, so I just found out I own a CD player exclusively for the meme of it, because it doesn't even fucking play CDs. But I felt I had to show this in the segment, because otherwise why the hell do I even have it? Such a poorly designed thing. After finding out that my expensive CD player that I bought as a meme doesn't actually work, I next put it in my PS4 and installed updates for 20 minutes before I found out that PS4s cannot play CDs, but it turns out that my Blu-ray player can play CDs, so finally that's how I got to listen to this thing. And I very easily could have just pirated it. I'm sure it's on every torrenting website, but I have the physical disc. I wanted to play the physical disc, damn it. So I got it into my Blu-ray player, and I finally got to listen to this thing. So the main gimmick of this CD is that it's not actually an iCarly soundtrack, because there aren't a lot of songs in iCarly. So instead, it's more like an iCarly mixtape. So the album does feature one or two songs relating to iCarly, but it also has a bunch of Nickelodeon songs. It's got Leon Thomas III, and it has a bunch of just normal pop songs from the time. It's got Sean Kingston, Avril Lavigne, Lil Mama, the Naked Brothers Band, don't ask. But the real gimmick, the real thing that makes this something actually cool, actually worth dedicating a Things I Forgot segment to, is that in between these songs, there are little skits featuring the cast in character as if their characters from iCarly are recording introductions to all of these songs.
I like that one. Nice lead vocal.
Agreed. So, what's next?
Stay My Baby.
I'd love to stay your baby.
I'd love you to go stay at a motel.
Do you always have
Sam,
to...
press play.
Before this week, I didn't know that these little skits existed, otherwise I would have featured them in the iCarly videos. Ironically, I kind of did feature them in the iCarly videos because while I was listening to them, I realized that a brief snippet of the audio was reused on a bonus feature on one of the iCarly DVDs, and I stole audio from that bonus feature for the very beginning of the first video in this miniseries, that audio of Freddie counting down. That was recorded for this disc. And so I indirectly have featured audio from this CD, but I never knew it because I just stole it off a bonus feature, right?
In 5, 4.
That's my part. Carly.
Sam, eat your taco. Freddie, count backwards from 5, omitting the 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eat it.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Incidentally, the characters introducing and then openly discussing the theme from iCarly kind of supports this fan theory I had that I never dedicated too much time to because it's not super interesting. But basically, my fan theory is I am pretty sure that in-universe, Carly recorded the iCarly theme at some point because it does show up 2 or 3 times. There's a scene where they go on an awards show and the iCarly theme is playing. And of course, there's iParty with Victorious where they sing the iCarly theme. So I personally think that in universe, Carly recorded this song and put it on the website or something because it clearly exists in universe and characters in universe associate the iCarly webcast with this song. For all I know, when people watch the iCarly live broadcast, maybe there's a waiting screen, kind of counting down how long until the broadcast, and maybe that waiting screen has the iCarly theme. Maybe that's why all the fans of the iCarly webcast seem to recognize what we know as the sitcom theme song. But, it's not that super interesting of a theory, so who cares?
Hey, check out what I bought today.
You went to Build-A-Bra without me?
Can we talk about anything else?
Ooh, you got the glow-in-the-dark straps.
I know. Does Build-A-Bra rock or what?
So rock.
Okay, next song.
J.R. Sean Kingston. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You got me in denial.
There's a few interesting pieces of lore in this album. For instance, did you know that Sam repeated the 3rd grade and is thus logically a year older than everyone else? I do, because I listened to a specific skit about feet.
Hey, would you put your socks back on?
No.
Whoa, look. Your second toe's longer than your big toe.
I know. It's a sign of intelligence.
Yes, that must explain why you had to repeat 3rd grade. No, quit it, Sam, get off! Ow, ow, ow! Stop it! Ah!
Sam, put the fork down.
Okay.
Go to iCarly.com. Do it.
Wow, for some reason, I really feel like going to iCarly.com right now. I'm filming segments of this video out of order, by the way, so this is actually one of the final things I'm filming, even though it's relatively early on in the video, which I'm now regretting because there's a detail in one of these songs which I wish I had known about before, because it gives us a brand new 2008 iCrime.
Okay, ready? Truth or dare?
Truth.
Name something terrible you've done that nobody knows about.
Okay. One time I snuck into Freddie's apartment and locked his mother in a closet.
When?
An hour and a half ago.
Sam! Mom! Mom! Mom!
And I'd love to add that to the crime counter, except for the fact that I've already recorded every future segment where I mention the hashtag crimes of this season of Sam Cat, and I don't feel like going back and re-recording every single time I mention that number, so I guess we're just gonna have to take the L on this one. After this, someone brings up Valerie, who was Freddie's girlfriend in a random episode of Season 1, and the girls talk about how much they hated her, and Freddie says, well, why didn't you tell me at the time? And so Carly and Sam dedicate the next song to Valerie, and that song is Girlfriend by Avril Lavigne featuring Lil Mama. Then this happens.
Hey, sorry, we're out of root beer.
You sure there wasn't a bottle?
Whoa, what are you doing?
Oh, calm down.
Sam, are you insane?
Will you relax?
No, you can't do that.
What's the big deal?
Hey, anyone? Whoa! What is she doing?
I told her to stop.
Okay! What if I just do this?
Sam, no!
Are you crazy?
Ah, you babies. Just play the next song.
Now, didn't that segment sound joyfully disturbing? After this, we get a little bit of extended lore about the world's fattest priest, who was introduced in Season 1, Episode 10.
World's fattest priest jump roping without shirt on.
Ew.
Gross. Ugh.
Click play.
Oh, that's awful. Oh, no. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Oh my god.
Then the CD ends with all of the characters deciding to play the CD again from track 1, creating a time loop from which they can never escape. Now, they also put out a sequel to this in 2012. iCarly iSoundtrack 2, music from and inspired by the hit TV show. So yeah, it turns out the song Dynamite by Taio Cruz, that was inspired by the sitcom iCarly. However, unlike the original, this soundtrack does not feature any unique recordings by the original cast introducing any of the material. So it really loses that feeling of like a mixtape or even just, a disc jockey on the air. It's just kind of a bunch of random stuff put together, mostly pop songs, and then a couple songs by Miranda Cosgrove and Jeanette McCurdy from their solo careers. But as I said, I will get into that a little bit later. Okay, so thing I forgot, number 17, is actually something that was said in my Discord server. I want to say during the production of my Victorious videos, although it might have been a little bit after that, I can't really remember. But the point is that somebody said it in the Discord, and I didn't really pay attention to it or even remember it, but then I found it later on accident while searching for something, and I realized that it's one of the most brilliant theories that anyone has ever pitched to me, and I was shocked that I hadn't actually featured it in any of those videos. And to present the theory, here is the voice of the man that actually came up with it. My very good friend, Hippie Rat.
I just realized something about the Shruggers. So, Hollywood Arts only lets people in if they demonstrate some prior talent. What if the Shruggers are all people who demonstrated an inherent ability to convincingly perform as extras, and their studies at Hollywood Arts are actually some kind of strange extracurricular stint where they literally serve as space filler, as if the world of Hollywood Arts were purposefully a TV show. Like they're all method acting as extras or something because they entered the school with the purpose of being extras in the industry. And that's why they're available for Goomer's fake class, because to them, these are all fake classes anyway. They're just being graded on their ability to sit and shrug. Damn right, that's heavy.
If I were to reflect for a moment, I think the reason that I didn't take this theory seriously at the time is that while it makes total sense, it kind of removes the absurdity of the original running joke. Like, the fact that the Shruggers are, by and large, students at Hollywood Arts who seem to have had their free will and expression removed by some unspoken supernatural force, that is so hilarious to me. Like, this theory kind of sounds like something that the creators would come up with today to explain away the supposed plot hole of the Shruggers. Kind of like them saying, oh, well, the Shruggers aren't people literally having their autonomy removed to embolden the main characters. It's just a bunch of students training for the industry in a very realistic way. And I guess at the end of the day, I prefer the interpretation that God is cruel. But again, a big special thanks to Hippie Rat for coming up with that awesome fan theory. Hippie has been one of the most important people in terms of me actually getting this miniseries done. He is effectively my ghost reader. He suggests topics that I could talk about. He assists me with coming up with the joke or two. But most importantly, he proofreads my scripts to make sure that I don't sound like a deranged maniac. And he actually happens to have his own YouTube channel where he makes content adjacent to some of the work that I put out. So if you want to see more content like this video and you want to support a small creator, then go ahead, head over to his channel and subscribe. Okay, I'm getting out the gun again. If you don't go and subscribe to Hippie Rat right fucking now, I swear to God, I'll break your kneecap! Next, let's go ahead and move on to an important topic which is surely not ill-advised at all. This is Thing I Forgot, number 16. Quinton discusses biracial identity in American culture. Okay, so here's the background for this one. At the end of my second Victorious video, I did a segment wherein I reviewed all of Victoria Justice's various headcanons about where the characters end up after the missing series finale. One of her fantasy endings was that Trina would meet Prince Harry on a game show, and afterwards they would fall in love, and she would forever live a perfect princess life. People were very quick to point out that coincidentally, shortly after she wrote this, there was a game show that was sort of a twist on The Bachelor, where a bunch of women were given the chance to date a man claiming to be Prince Harry. However, it wasn't Prince Harry at all. They were all being gaslit, and instead it was just a ginger guy who looked kind of inbred. So of course, everyone wants to immediately turn around and say, oh, in Victoria's headcanon, Trina actually ended up dating that guy, and her life was ruined. I also, of course, connected these dots when I was writing this part of the video, but I didn't bring any of that up because it's not funny. Like, I understand that Trina dating and even marrying a celebrity lookalike is something that they would do on the actual Victorious TV show, but in my opinion, Trina just marrying into the British royal family is so much funnier. But anyways, during this part of the video, I just randomly said a sentence off the cuff, which is probably one of the things I've regretted most in this miniseries. Just a single word in this sentence, which I picked the wrong word. So we're going to get into that. At this point in the video, I attempted to point out very quickly that it is ironic that in the Victorious universe, supposedly, Trina married Prince Harry, because in the real world, that is very similar to Prince Harry marrying Meghan Markle. And I believe in the video the specific thing I said was, it's ironic that in the Victorious universe, Harry ends up marrying an American who isn't white. And here's where the fuck up is there. I should have said, it's ironic that Harry would end up marrying an American who is a person of color. Basically, in the moment while I was recording this random point at 3 a.m., I used person of color and not white as if they were synonyms, which is incorrect. Because while person of color usually signifies all of the ethnicities that don't include white people, you can be a person of color and white at the same time. Indeed, that's what Meghan Markle is. And so basically I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about this. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get mad about this or call me out on it, but I had a slip of the tongue. I said the wrong thing, and I wanted to apologize because it's something I feel bad about. Specifically because I know that in America, when you're biracial, there is some expectation that you're just gonna pick one, which is kind of ridiculous because, race is a social construct, and it's something that has a lot more weight in America than other places, but, I'm the former pizza guy. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about this shit in the first place. But like I said, I've never really seen people get offended by what I said in that sentence. But what I have seen is a lot of people reacting to it and kind of saying, hey, I didn't know that Danielle Monet is anything other than white. And this actually highlights a really weird aspect about Victorious, which I am absolutely certain I never broke down in those original 2 videos. So here's the situation. I have often made light of the fact very quickly that Ariana Grande is a white Italian woman who is often perceived as Latina by the general public. But what I have never brought up is that there is a Victorious cast member who is Latina, but is typically perceived as only white by the general public. And that person is Victoria Justice. Victoria's father is Caucasian, but her mother's side of the family is Puerto Rican. Thus, Victoria Justice is of Puerto Rican descent. Now, this is the kind of thing where once you're made aware of it, it's pretty obvious. You know, I'm betting next time you see an image of Victoria Justice, you're going to be able to tell that, you know, this was pretty clear the whole time. But what this does is, when you go back and look at these old Nickelodeon properties, it adds this kind of weird, surreal quality to the casting choices that they would make. For instance, for the TV movie The Boy Who Cried Werewolf, the network cast as Victoria's brother the whitest child I have ever seen in my entire life. This child is so white that he was in the Dwayne Johnson movie The Tooth Fairy. Okay, but getting back on track, here's the big controversy. Here's the really, really convoluted thing about the show Victorious. In the 3rd episode of the 1st season of the show, they explicitly state that, like her performer, Tori Vega is biracial.
So let's hear your horn.
Yeah, play that funky music, white girl.
You know I'm half Latina.
Then hit it, muchacha.
So we now know that Tori Vega is half white, half Latina, which logically should mean that one of her parents is of Latin American ancestry. The only problem is that the casting department didn't think that far ahead. Episode 3. They didn't think as far ahead as episode 3. Fans of the show tend to theorize that Tori's mother is white and that her father is Latino, which, when you look at these actors, that's the more believable theory, obviously. But guess what? I googled it. Jim Perry is not Latino. You'll never guess this, but he's actually Italian. So to bring you up to speed, the reason I said in that original video that Trina is a person of color is that we know that Tori is a person of color, and if they're siblings from the same parents, they should both be the same ethnicity, right? And across the entire Victorious series, I had always presumed that Daniela Monet must be Latina because they mention it so early, and I presume that they cast 2 Latina actresses to play sisters on purpose. And I never even Googled it by the time I finished those 2 videos because I was more preoccupied with figuring out the canon of Tori's family tree. So based on stuff that I found online, Daniela's father is from Chile, and he has a mix of Chilean and Croatian ancestry, and her mother is Italian. And I'll be honest, based on that information, I wasn't entirely sure, how she would typically identify herself, but I was eventually able to do some digging, and I found a podcast interview where someone referred to her as a Latina actress, so she's Latina. And other things, obviously. Fuck, this is hard. So I was partially correct in my assumption. Danielle Monet and Victoria Justice are both Latina. They both have Latin American ancestry. But I was incorrect to say that they aren't white because they are both biracial. I hope that explanation was correct and good enough, because I'm terrified of talking about this shit. Okay, so the next few installments on Things I Forgot will be focusing on all of the connections that these shows made to other TV shows and movies. Some of these shows will have absolutely no connection to Nickelodeon whatsoever, and some of these will be references that NSU shows made interconnectedly to each other. So let's go ahead and start off with Thing I Forgot number 15. Brain Surge. Brain Surge was a Nickelodeon game show that premiered on September the 28th, 2009 and lasted through the early 2010s. The series was hosted by Jeff Sutphin and featured children competing through several phases to win valuable prizes. The show was a localization of a Japanese reality show called Brain Survivor, the US version being co-adapted by Scott A. Stone, co-creator of Legends of the Hidden Temple, and Clay Newbill, executive producer of of The Mole. Brain Surge is one of those things where, going in, you think you don't remember it at all. But then, upon rewatching a single clip of a single episode, you remember that this program fundamentally reshaped your entire personality as a child. Whatever undiagnosed attention disorder I had as a kid got significantly worse after I started watching this show. Each episode of Brain Surge is split into 3 segments, each based heavily on offhanded memorization, as the series prides itself in being, quote, the only game show where you don't have to know anything to win. The first round begins at the podiums, where 6 contestants will be shown a series of short animations and videos featuring odd details. After one of the clips is shown, a question will be asked that had something to do with a hyper-specific feature of said video. Which skier made the most jumps? What number didn't appear on screen? What number appeared on the hot dog? And so on. Basically, you know those videos that show up on your TikTok that are like footage of a buxom woman doing something buxomy, and then at the end of the video some guy pops up and he goes like, hey, what color were the shoes she was wearing? And you go, green, obviously. And then you go back and she wasn't wearing shoes. Brain Surge was that as a TV series. At the end of the first round, whichever 2 contestants have the fewest points are eliminated and forced to go down the brain drain, basically just a slide filled with colored foam. The remaining contestants are then told a story with convoluted visuals and details, and are afterwards asked to recite facts about what they've just been shown. Those who give wrong answers are exiled into the head of a giant man. This portion then continues with other memory games until only 1 contestant is left. In the final round, the winner is challenged to repeat a series of light patterns on the floor, and the more rounds they finish, the better the prizes they receive. Now, at the time, I remember thinking that this show was fine for what it was, but I would pretty much only watch it if nothing else was on. You know, if Disney's playing an episode of Hannah Montana you've seen 1,000 times, and Cartoon Network is playing some shit like Squirrel Boy, sure, I'll watch an episode of your low-budget, weird game show. But I do remember thinking that it felt like such a non-Nickelodeon show that I didn't understand why it was there in the first place. Which is why I always say that kids today will never understand what it was like growing up with limited media options. As a kid, if I had had a magic remote that let me watch any TV show ever made, there are so many things I watched that I would never have even glanced at in the first place. Of course, today it's impossible to look at these shows without considering the politics of the time, as 2009 was when a lot of networks were testing out reality and game programming as a response to the 2007 to 2008 Writers Guild of America strike. Now, Nickelodeon has done a lot of game shows during its lifetime, so I'm not saying that's the only reason that Brain Surge existed. But I certainly remember a huge amount of kind of samey content coming out around this time, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Check out my video about CN Real if you want to hear more about this kind of thing. Anyways, Brain Surge is notable to this project due to a quirky gimmick that the show liked to do once a season, wherein they would actually invite the stars of other Nickelodeon properties to come onto the game show. This started with Season 1, Episode 31, which featured Jerry Traynor, Miranda Cosgrove, Victoria Justice, Ashley Argata from True Jackson VP, Nat Wolff from the Naked Brothers Band, Don't Ask, and Lil J. Episode 32 then featured Nathan Kress, Jeanette McCurdy, Alex Wolff from the Naked Brothers Band, Kiki Palmer and Matt Shively from True Jackson VP, and Lily Collins, who is the daughter of Phil Collins and was not on a Nickelodeon show at the time. The biggest difference between these episodes and normal ones are that in these, the stars would typically forego any rewards, since they're, famous already. So instead, in the final round, an audience member would be singled out and the final contestant would compete for them by proxy. An interesting note is that when these episodes were recorded, the Victorious pilot had just barely been filmed, and by the time these 2 episodes broadcast, the show still hadn't premiered in any way. Thusly, it wasn't until the 2nd season of Brain Surge that Victorious cast members would be included in the guest rotation.
Yeah, why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!
I think the biggest thing to say about these specials is not only that this was a really clever way to build brand synergy across the network, but also that this was technically the very first time that iCarly and Victorious crossed over, as these season 2 episodes predate I Party with Victorious from both a production and broadcast point of view. But by the end of season 3, Brain Surge had moved from Nickelodeon to the much more obscure Nicktoons network. This was a second station where Nickelodeon often sent much of their less than mainstream material. Although not officially a death knell, very few shows that got sent to Nicktoons lasted very long. Personally, I actually remember watching a good amount of the Nicktoons network around this time, but the weird thing is, I never remember watching any live action shows. Almost as if the network was called Nicktoons. The main thing I remember watching a lot of was Kappa Mikey, which was this weird 50-episode cartoon that was made for Noggin, but only ever aired on Nicktoons. The show was about this American cartoon character who's down on his luck, and he moves to Japan and becomes an actor in one of their action shows. And the whole gimmick is that everything in Japan is supposed to look like an anime, while everything in America is supposed to look like something Butch Hartman would make. As a kid, I found this show by accident one day, and I remember thinking to myself that it was one of the coolest little weird gems I'd ever found. I liked the comedy, I liked the action, I liked Kappa and Mitsuki as a ship, I liked the fact that the show kind of had a story arc, and I remember thinking, why are they burying this awesome show on such an obscure network? And then I rewatched it as an adult, and I went, oh, this is really offensive. If you liked Kappa Mikey as a kid, do not rewatch it. It is really bad. Anyways, so most of the early episodes of Brain Surge have been archived online, and you can go and watch them to your heart's content, but towards the end of the series, there's a lot of material that has never been properly uploaded, so if you want to see it, it just kind of doesn't exist. This show is not that popular, and it's never had any kind of home media release, so the only real hope in eventually seeing these episodes is if someone who recorded them at the time realizes they have them on a hard drive or a cassette somewhere, and they decide to post them on the internet. Otherwise, this is a little weird case of lost media. But at the end of the day, to the kids at home, to the young people out there who watched Nickelodeon during this era, Brain Surge was a TV show that somebody made and put on the air. And that delivered something to them. That gave them something to sit and watch for a couple minutes before they changed the channel. And that is something beautiful that a universal lack of preservation can never take away. Next up, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 14, Nikki Deuce. So I'm including this one in this list mostly because this movie became a bit of a meme last year, and I had a lot of people tagging me, a lot of people asking me to talk about it, so here we are. In the 2010s, Nickelodeon and Disney Channel built up quite a reputation for using production breaks on their various successful shows to make TV movies starring some of their biggest names at that point. One of these was 2013's Nikki Deuce, which was the film that Nickelodeon had Noah Monk film after he recorded the Gibby pilot, but before they officially decided to not make that series. According to articles I found online, this movie was filmed the exact same month as the Gibby pilot, so basically it seems to me that Noah Monk filmed that pilot, got on a plane, went to Montreal, and then shot this movie. Now, Nickelodeon would do a very similar thing after the Sam Cat pilot, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So, what is Nikki Deuce about? Well, Noah's character, Nicholas Borelli II, lives a normal life in a small town until he goes off to meet with some family members, at which point he learns that all of his family are actually mafia types. Hijinks ensue as Gibby decides to become a mobster himself.
I don't see any ice. Who doesn't have ice? Found some frozen tilapia. How old is this? Mr. Eggs, you dropped something. Oh man. Jeez, Mr. Eggs, are you okay?
The most overwhelmingly infamous part about this movie is that it's actually adapted from a book co-written by one of the actors from The Sopranos, and because it was made with that connection, the movie is essentially an unofficial Sopranos reunion special, featuring numerous actors who originally appeared together in that series.
Yo, fellas! Who's he? Title Revenue Service. Looks more like a Fed to me.
No slacks, no way. He's a professional golfer all the way.
Which is it, kid? IRS? I'm, FBI? I don't know. PGA. Forget about it?
I ultimately decided not to give this movie a full review at any point in this miniseries, mostly because, well, it looks kind of boring. It looks kind of dull. Once you've sat down and watched the original Fred the movie, you kind of realize that is the peak that Nickelodeon original movies can achieve. Any other movie is going to be kind of worse, kind of the same cinematography. You've seen a lot of these movies, kind of the same kind of jokes, and it's just not that interesting. So I said, this movie's going to be a letdown. It's not going to be as funny as the premise would make you think, and I think I made the right decision there. But the bigger issue to me is that this movie seems like it was almost made to be an intermission in a video about the Gibby spinoff, the spinoff that doesn't exist. I mean, it has production that is directly tied to the Gibby spinoff, and since that show doesn't exist, and since I can't make a 40-hour video about the Gibby spinoff, I don't feel like watching this movie that feels like a glitch in the Matrix. Next up, let's talk about Thing I Forgot, number 12. iCarly references in other TV shows. So a few years ago, I sporadically decided to rewatch the greatest animated series to ever grace my childhood. And that was Glenn Martin DDS.
Whoa! Works every time. See? This isn't so bad. We're almost... Son of a gun licker!
Now, for those of you who were not lucky enough to have this series grace your televisions back in the day, allow me to give you a quick plot description a la Wikipedia. Overview. After accidentally burning down his house in Freeland, Pennsylvania, loving father and dentist Glenn Martin DDS takes his family, his beautiful wife Jackie, their hormone-addicted 13-year-old son Connor, their powerful suit-wearing 11-year-old daughter Courtney, Courtney's overachieving assistant Wendy, and Canine, the family's dog, who has an oversized anus, which Glenn in the opening sequence calls a heart, on a cross-country road trip in order to strengthen their family bond together. Great. Glenn Martin DDS was kind of Nickelodeon's attempt to make Nick at Night feel more like Adult Swim, whereas usual programming that aired on Nick at Night was basically just, sitcoms for teenagers or adults that wouldn't be outwardly offensive to children. Glenn Martin DDS was, it was a little bit out there. I remember watching this once or twice as a kid, but unlike Mr. Meaty, I never found it traumatizing. I just found it kind of dull and tacky. But a few years back, I was working on a review of a bunch of Rankin Bass specials with a guy named Worthy Kids, and I suddenly got curious about some of these older stop-motion shows, and I decided to go back and revisit it to see if I would like it better as an adult. I did not. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is that I was very shocked when watching that episode to find out that one of these characters name drops iCarly.
Hey, Carney, want to help me take K9 for a walk?
Dad, can you hold on one sec? Because it conflicts with iCarly, that's why.
So anyways, this had kind of got me curious. What other shows have referenced iCarly? What about, Community?
Maybe Simmons is right. You really are all sizzle and no steak. You probably couldn't beat him if you tried.
What do you mean I can't beat him? You and I are going to study harder than we've ever studied before and beat City College tomorrow.
Really?
No. Who am I, iCarly?
We could talk about 30 Rock.
Simon, you're my agent. You're not supposed to panic. You're supposed to help me.
Like how Fredward helps iCarly.
No!
Or maybe even The Colbert Report.
No, look, I'm hip. I'm happening. I watch iCarly. I have a cordless phone. But I draw the line at drugs.
How about The Office?
2 years ago, I had her, and we had the best time. I tell you one of her favorite shows, some things I never heard of. iCarly. You know what's funny on that show? The friend with the video camera, he's got a nice way of talking.
How about the series finale to the hospital drama ER?
How are the inmates?
Cranky.
So what's with the iCarly crew out in the waiting room?
They came in with a kid with alcohol poisoning.
After quickly finding a bunch of these, I started to get curious if there were any Victorious references in general pop culture around this time, and after doing some hunting, I eventually found NCIS Season 8, Episode 17. In the episode, Gibbs, no relation, is interviewing somebody that found a body and gives their side of the story.
Well, we were at Paul's birthday party at the pizza place, and me and Lauren took a step outside to get some fresh air. And she was making fun of me because I watch Victorious on Nickelodeon. But Victoria just is hot, right? So I said that, and she got this crinkly face, and then I said, but not as hot as you. And then she smiled, and I planted one on her, and then there was tongue.
About the body, kid.
Oh, her body was slamming.
The dead body.
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
Man, I tell ya, they don't make schlock TV like they used to. If you're wondering if Sam Cat has had any similar references in pop culture, the only thing I could quickly find was a specific reference in the Netflix series Fuller House. In this episode, one of the main characters is reading a bunch of celebrity biographies, including Ariana Grande's.
Today, I'm relaxing with my rock star biographies. Got Tina Turner and Janis Joplin and Ariana Grande.
Then later in the episode, they say this.
Hey, you would not believe what they put Ariana Grande through on Sam and Cat.
Hope that never turns out to be ironic in a particularly horrifying way. On top of this, the Cartoon Network series Mad also did parodies of iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat, and the gimmick that they seemed to end up sticking with most consistently was that it was the characters of these shows plus some random superhero character, like Victorious plus Doom from Marvel.
RoBBiE, I lied to you. I'm not a villainous mastermind. I'm just a fool who dreamed too big.
Doom, I lied to you. I am Andy Samberg.
But while working on this miniseries over the past few years, I eventually realized that I don't want to talk about the various NSU parodies on all these different shows because they're all terrible and they make me feel bad. So instead, my friend Hippie Rat made his own video on the topic. Whoa! In his video, he specifically covers, I think, one of the worst things I've ever tried to sit through, which is the Robot Chicken iCarly sketch, which is about Carly doing a live stream in the shower, which is weird.
Oh, wow. I didn't know the iCarly eye nipples got that hard.
There's this thing I've noticed with Robot Chicken sketches lately where none of them have anything to do with the stuff they're parodying anymore. Old Robot Chicken was pretty much universally made by people who grew up with or around the things they were making fun of. So all the material really had this energy of like, oh, when I was a kid, I always wondered, why didn't this happen? Or, oh, as an adult, I think it would be funny to show this thing from my childhood doing this. So, you know, the typical skits would be like, what happens to Optimus Prime's trailer when he transforms? Or, hey, what if Captain Kirk gets STDs from all these freaky alien women he's been sleeping with? Or, you know, Skeletor... Well, Skeletor is just funny. Like, you don't need a bit with Skeletor. You can just kind of let him do whatever he wants. But, you know, it all carried that energy. But now, Robot Chicken is primarily making fun of things that millennials and Gen Z grew up with. But a lot of the writers are still clearly Gen X. So instead of these sketches feeling really relevant to the source material and feeling like they were fleshed out by someone who understands the context, they feel like improv sessions inspired by Wikipedia articles. Like, they did a skit based on the Wild Thornberrys, but it turned out to be actually a parody of Discovery Channel extreme reality shows. So the whole thing is about the characters from the Wild Thornberrys running around naked and committing sins against nature and trying to be outrageous and cool to make up for how boring their original documentaries were. But the Wild Thornberrys being hectic and non-conformative is not subversive. I know this because I watched the series as a child. The writers don't know this because they read the first 2 sentences of the Wikipedia page and then immediately started vamping ideas. And I know that they stopped after the first 2 sentences because this skit makes absolutely no reference to the fact that Eliza can talk to animals, which is what the Wild Thornberrys is about. And the Wikipedia article doesn't mention that until the 3rd sentence, which they didn't get to before they started pitching. And so basically, the entire iCarly sketch is based around the fact that Carly's dad is in the military, something which is not the most important factor of the show, but is listed very quickly on the Wikipedia page. So in this sketch, Carly live streams herself naked, taking a shower to the internet, and her dad sees this and decides to nuke Iran.
Carly, I think Dad just nuked Iran!
What?
Al-Qaeda strike teams will hunt us for the rest of our lives. We gotta go off the grid. Ow! Stop poking me with your nipples!
Classic iCarly sketch, you fucking hacks! Anyways, the most famous and awesome pop culture reference to iCarly can be found in the television series House MD.
Hop on one foot and sing the iCarly theme song. Like you don't know it.
No, you see, somehow the world will change for me and be so wonderful. Live life, breathe
Damn it,
air.
man, can't you see I'm doctoring?
Somehow we're gonna get there and be so wonderful.
The best part about the scene is that at one point, the kids start singing the extended version of the song.
If you want to talk to me, you can buy me a sandwich in an hour.
Make you change.
Or I can just hover here until you're done.
Heard enough. Just never could figure out the breathe air part. Next year, stick to whiskey.
And the reason this is funny is that that version of the song is never in the show. And the only reason you could possibly know it is if you went out of your way to buy the CD to listen to the full version. And that is an additional punchline to this scene that the writers of House probably didn't do on purpose. So anyways, those are just a few interesting cultural references to iCarly, Victorious, and Sam Cat, which have occurred in non-NSU shows. So next, let's talk about a cultural reference that took place between NSU shows. Thing I Forgot number 12 is all about the ongoing story of RoBBiE. Yerba is a fictional country which was introduced in the Season 2 event episode Victorious Locked Up. In the episode, food truck operator Festus tells Tori about his origin country and encourages her to visit as a performer during her school break. Tori ends up inviting everyone else in the group, and they all expect a luxurious experience. However, when they arrive, they quickly learn that the state is under the control of a cruel and powerful dictator, and that the nation has authoritarian laws which cause civilians to constantly be dragged away by the military, with a civil war being actively battled across the nation. The group are arrested after Tori accidentally blinds their great leader by kicking her shoe into his face. However, the infamy caused by this leads to Tori being feared among the other inmates, and they all manage to escape by performing a choreographed Michael Jackson cover. Pretty standard sitcom stuff. However, something I learned later is that there's an episode of a future show which accidentally serves as a kind of epilogue for this episode, and that is Henry Danger's Season 4, Episode 4, Danger Games. This was the very first crossover between Henry Danger and Game Shakers, and like with iParty with Victorious, the special has a few other legacy throwbacks included to celebrate the occasion, some of which we'll get into a little bit down the road. For now, here's a quick rundown of the important parts. At the start of the episode's main runner, Piper is chasing her dad around trying to convince him to give her $1,000 due to an interesting email that she was sent from the supposed Prince of Yerba.
If you will send me 1,000 America dollars to secure my fortune in 1 week, I will send you back 1 million America dollars.
I'm not giving you the money.
Mr. Hart says that if Piper wants the money, she'll have to earn it. Then the rest of the gang come in, and we find out that Jasper saw a child on the street and stole it. He stole a child and has decided to raise that child as his own. Okay, fast forwarding a bit, to raise the money, Piper rents out the house on an Airbnb parody, and their tenants turn out to be the cast of Game Shakers, who insist that everyone get out of the house as they are renting it, until they see Henry come down the stairs and the girls decide to sexually harass him. Next, we see Jasper bathing the child that he stole off the streets. Let's get back to fast forwarding. The Game Shaker kids figure out Henry's secret double life, so he knocks them out and takes them to the man cave, meaning Piper doesn't get her money. Later, as her mother flips through the news, they see a live broadcast of a story about the Prince of Yerba.
And it turns out that Prince Fa'ard from the country of Yerba sent emails to people all over America.
That's right, Trent. But the only person brave enough to send Prince Fa'ard the $1,000 he needed was a local girl from right here in Swellview.
Oh my God!
Her name? Janet Tetrasini.
After this, the police arrive with the parents of the child that Jasper stole off the streets and bathed, and then they make Jasper give him back to his parents. Who wrote this fucking B-plot? So yeah, this episode of Henry Danger, which is also a crossover with Game Shakers, serves as a sort of accidental, or perhaps purposeful, epilogue to that original Victorious episode. In that episode, we saw that Yerba had a chancellor who was essentially the nation's dictator. In this episode, we see that Yerba has a prince and is supposedly a very wealthy country. It's important to remember that during that original episode of Victorious, there was a literal civil war going on, and I think that explains some things here. Basically, what I believe is that before the chancellor took power, there was a monarchy in Yerba, but then he took over the country, he got rid of the monarchy, he kicked everyone out of power, and he made himself the dictator of the nation. And then the rebel group in Victorious is attempting to reinstate the power of the monarchy. And luckily, by the events of Henry Danger, it seems they are successful. You know, luckily. It probably doesn't make any difference at all. I mean, if you ask me, monarchies are just like dictatorships, but with incest. Like, there's not much of a difference between them at the end of the day. There's just like a bunch of genealogy involved. It's still kind of dictatorship. I'm an American. I believe in democratically elected fascism. Next up, let's talk about thing I forgot, number 11. Cross-network connections. So when it comes to the Nickelodeon shared universe, there's this ongoing debate as per what is canon, right? You know, what is really set in this shared universe? Some people think it's just the shows made by the same creators. I disagree. I think there's a bunch of shows in the universe that were made by completely different people and just aired on the same network. Some people think the universe begins with Drake and Josh and ends with Victorious, while people like me will tell you that the universe is still ongoing and only getting bigger. And if you're patient, in a fastly approaching segment, I will be telling you the exact list of shows which I believe to be canon to this universe. When it comes to these debates, there's two different kinds of evidence that, in my opinion, have totally different weight attached to them. The first is obvious. Full-blown crossovers and cameos that explicitly show a character coexisting in two different TV shows, like when Helen showed up in Game Shakers, or when Stacey Dilson showed up in Sam Cat. But the second kind, which is appreciated far less often, is the kind of aesthetic connections between these shows, these being brands, technology, culture. Galaxy Wars, being the in-universe version of Star Wars, first shows up in Drake and Josh, then is mentioned in Zoey 101, and then shows up again in iCarly. Zoey 101 introduces Buzz Magazine, which then shows up in iCarly. iCarly introduces a parody of Britney Spears, who is then name-dropped and is shown in cameos in Victorious and Henry Danger. Then you have the pair books, the pair pads, and the pair phones that continue to be associated with these shows to this very day. Now, you don't need those things to be inside the NSU. I still insist that Unfabulous and the Haunted Hathaways are NSU shows because they are shows in this shared universe. But having those things, having those brands, it does help build some kind of reputation. Something that is essential to even creating the theory that you are a part of the NSU. And this has got me thinking. If a show included some of these basic world-building elements, but didn't have an explicit crossover of any kind, would we still count it as taking place inside this universe? For instance, Game Shakers, a show which does have all the things we're talking about. If that show had never crossed over with Henry Danger, and it had never had that Helen cameo or any of the other tiny cameos, would we automatically think it was NSU, in spite of the fact that no crossover had taken place? Well, you might be shocked to hear that today we have an actual example of this. We have an example of a TV show which did no crossovers with other NSU shows, but did at one point feature these fictional in-universe brands. And that is the Disney Channel sitcom Girl Meets World. I'm not excited to talk about it either. Okay, here's the gist of it. There is an episode of the Disney Channel show Girl Meets World where one of the characters continues to go to this specific diner. And whenever he goes there, we can see very clearly a soda fountain. But all of the sodas in this soda fountain in this Disney Channel show are sodas from NSU sitcoms. These include Wahoo Punch, Power Soda, this root beer with a fish mascot that doesn't have a name, and even the famous Blix from Zoey 101. Now here's why that's so controversial. Do you guys remember That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana? You know, the 2006 crossover between That's So Raven, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and Hannah Montana? Of course you do, we all know it. Well, what you might not know is that after that event, Disney kept doing these big crossover extravaganzas, meaning that there are Disney Channel shows currently on the air, Disney Channel shows from the last 5 years that are a part of that original Zack and Cody, Hannah Montana, That's So Raven shared universe, including Girl Meets World. But Girl Meets World is also a sequel series to Boy Meets World, a show that was on a completely different network and was in its own shared universe. So basically, if we accept this as canon, that means we have to accept that the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, the Disney Channel live-action universe, and the Perfect Strangers universe are in fact the same universe. I can't remember what Perfect Strangers is. I don't know why I wrote that. Now here's the big problem to me. I am not convinced that this was a purposeful Easter egg. Because during my research on all these shows, I found that a lot of times when these shows get made, when these costumes get made, when these sets get built, after the show is done filming, they kind of just end up in the wild in random places. And it's very likely that sets and assets that were built for Disney Channel sitcoms have eventually gone through the junk heap and ended up in Nickelodeon sitcoms and vice versa. And so my immediate theory was that if I went through enough NSU shows, I would at some point find a soda fountain that was a perfect match for the prop seen in this sequence. Now, I did end up going through a lot of episodes, a lot of places where I remember seeing soda fountains. I searched like soda fountain on all the wikis, and just trying to find all the places where something like this might have appeared, and I did not find a perfect one-to-one match. The closest thing I could find were the soda fountains on the side of the Asphalt Cafe food truck. The stickers there look to be a perfect match to me, although they're not all there because it's not as big of a soda fountain. But I will say the stickers are close enough that either this was a distinct co-opt operation where somebody at Nickelodeon or formerly at Nickelodeon gave the people on the show the sticker designs, or this was a complete accident and it was a situation of reused material. So the only real way to know if this Easter egg was done on purpose or not would be to reach out to somebody who actually worked on the show. And after doing a little bit of Googling, I found out that the set decorator for this episode was a guy named Darren Reed Goodall. I naturally wanted to reach out to him, but sadly he passed away in January 2021. But based on his obituary and IMDb, it seems he did an extensive amount of work for Disney throughout his life. He did set decoration for the all-new Mickey Mouse Club, the Disney Channel soap opera Emerald Cove, Austin and Ally, Shake It Up, Jessie, Good Charlie, Girl Meets World, and Cousins for Life. Now, throughout his career, he did do extended work for Comedy Central and Fox, but I could not find any evidence that he had ever worked at Nickelodeon. And in my opinion, this makes this much less likely to be a cheeky little Easter egg for people that knew his career or such, and more likely that it was just blind reuse of assets that someone found somewhere in Hollywood. Because this person probably wasn't a Nickelodeon fan, they probably didn't watch Nickelodeon, it seems they didn't work at Nickelodeon, so if this guy is the person who was in charge of designing that part of the set, I would say this whole thing was a big accident. So, does all of this mean that iCarly and Girl Meets World are set in the same universe? Probably not. But iCarly and Frasier? Definitely the same shared universe. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Thing I Forgot number 10. Now this one is actually from an episode that we reviewed only a few moments ago, but it was a detail in a scene that had so much stuff going on that I absolutely missed it until I saw someone talking about it on TikTok. So let's go ahead and quickly go over this one without lingering on certain details, which we'll have to reanalyze later anyways. In the iCarly episode, I Still Psycho, Nora Dershowitz is released from prison and we meet her parents, played by Andrew Friedman and Margaret Easley. The group are invited back to the family home, where we find out that Nora's parents are also psycho.
You children are going to be here for quite a while.
Yes. You will. I know you will.
This is supposed to be a party that will go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Oh my God.
Racing through the rest of the episode, they eventually defeat Nora and her family, but Nora swears revenge. Okay, so now that we've very quickly revisited that, let's go ahead and watch a clip from Sam Cat episode 22, #Lumpacious.
How can I help you girls today?
Oh, we need to put a word in your dictionary.
Yeah. And do you have an appointment?
Yeah, I made one online.
Cat Valentine and Samantha Bouquet?
It's Puckett.
My screen says Bouquet.
I'm pretty sure it's Bouquet.
Shouldn't I know?
Yeah, you should.
That's right. In case you didn't pick up on it, Nora's mother and the receptionist at Oxnard seem to be the exact same person. This has caused some people on TikTok to theorize that Mrs. Dershlit broke out of prison, moved to Oxnard, California, and took a job as the Oxnard receptionist, and all to stalk Sam on this one specific day. I do not believe this fan theory. But if that's the case, how do I explain away the seemingly impossible coincidence of Sam Puckett meeting two completely different, completely unrelated women who seem to be physically the exact same person? Well, this actually brings us to Thing I Forgot number 9, which is easily going to be one of our longest tangents. But when planning this segment, I realized that I have a problem. Because this theory gets complex, and so complex, in fact, that it becomes a little bit too spiraling and convoluted for my tiny little pinboard. If I really wanted to explore this theory properly, I would need more physical space in order to exert myself. Luckily for me, a few months ago, I was invited to UBCon, the official convention of the University at Buffalo, which turned out to be the perfect place to express myself. This is going to be one of the weirdest, most experimental, and most interactive things that I have ever recorded, and the audio quality is a little bit under what I should have prepared for. But I hope you'll be patient. I hope you'll let yourself kind of be sucked into the mood and just kind of hear me out on this one, because I had a lot of fun and I think it's a great little segment if you're willing to sit through it. So here we go. This is it. Welcome everyone to the very first Quinton Reviews live intermission! Alright, I'm here once again in the beautiful city of Buffalo, which invented buffalo wings and 9/11 Tavern. So today we are here to do a fantastic lesson about the history of a select few Nickelodeon sitcoms. I also did this yesterday. I did the first Quinton Reviews live intermission yesterday, and we had some technical issues.
Walk this up. I need to walk this up. Oh, no, wait. The face is still. Maybe like put vertical, then put it on your head. No. Actually, lean it against the wall.
Let's go. Hold on. Alright, so. Okay, so. But today, everything's going to go great and nothing bad can happen. So, I'm doing a segment in this video right now called Things I Forgot, because would you believe that in over 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews, there's stuff that I just forgot about and I didn't mention. And today, I want to talk about one of the most contentious elements of this universe.
the existence of a theory, which is not even really a theory, it's just a part of the universe. And if you believe in this sitcom universe, you have to believe in this theory. And that is Doppelganger theory. So the basic... Here's the basic background of this. Captain Man is a cop. In the show Victorious, the actor that plays Captain Man appears as a cop. Now answer me this, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Swellview is relatively close to LA. And yet we are supposed to believe that in LA, this man exists. And they are relatively close to each other. And despite the fact that since at least he was in his 20s, Captain Man was a famous superhero, no one ever looks at this guy and says, why does this goddamn cop look exactly like one of the world's most famous superheroes? Yes! If you believe that all these shows exist in the same universe, you basically have to believe in a supernatural power that is erasing from the minds of people in specific instances the existence of the Doppelganger theory. Let's see if we have any interesting examples. Okay, first of all, I got Nora's mom. Okay, so Nora's mom was in she was in iCarly, and that's Nora's mom. And I mentioned this a minute ago in the video itself. But Nora's mom is also at Oxnard in Sam Cat. And then she's in a show called The Thundermans. I haven't watched it either, and so here's where we have to talk about the weird thing about the phrase NSU. NSU means Nickelodeon Sitcom Universe, and when I say this in videos, I effectively use it in two different ways. Number one is a legacy of shows shared typically by a series of content creators, directors, producers, etc. And number two is a series of shows which are confirmed to exist in the same universe through a myriad of weird, obscure crossovers. So, to clarify this, I would like to now, just for the clarity of everyone, list every single sitcom that exists inside the NSU. Zoe 101, Drake and Josh, Unfabulous, iCarly, Victorious, Sam and Cat, Henry Danger, Game Shakers, The Adventures of Kid Danger, Danger Force, The Thundermans, Haunted Hathaways, That Girl Layla, Young Dylan, Warp, Side Hustle, Ryan's Toy Reviews, Night Squad, Good Burger, I guess, Metaverse, I don't know. So that's why we have this character who is confirmed 3 people inside this universe, despite to us appearing as one single actress. Now I put her on the board, but I don't think she deserves it. Number 2, in the show Game Shakers, the relevant and popular show Game Shakers, Matt Bennett appears as himself, in spite of the fact that Game Shakers is set inside the same universe as Henry Danger, which has connecting characters to Sam and Cat, which is a sequel to both iCarly and Victorious. So, we have to believe, it's over here, we have to believe that Matt Bennett, that's not Matt Bennett.
That's RoBBiE Shapiro.
We have to believe that RoBBiE Shapiro, don't cry. We have to believe that RoBBiE Shapiro and Matt Bennett exist inside the same universe. Now this is one of the biggest headaches of all. And this is the evidence we have to basically assume evidence for what we call the metaverse inside the universe. Metaverse is our tangent where we essentially have to believe that not only are all these shows set in the same universe, they're also fictional TV shows inside the same universe. And Matt Bennett, being one of our characters, is one of the biggest pieces of evidence of it. It's also the only thing from Game Shakers I had to put on the board.
This is Game Shaker's erasure.
Literally. Next, let's talk about Elvis. So, in an early season of Zoe 101, they introduced this character. He's just a guy. I can't remember his name. I didn't write it down. Then later, the main character of Zoe 101 moves to the UK for some reason, for an entire season of the show. So they write that character out, and Zoe starts fucking Elvis. And that's when they reintroduce
they reintroduced Austin Butler as a new character who is a completely different character than the character he played in the same show that this character was introduced in. And then on iCarly, he played some like jackass with a guitar or something. Anyway, Elvis doesn't get to go on the board, but someone who does is our good friend Zebo. Okay, so this was a character. Yes. This was a character introduced on iCarly.
It was Harper.
His name's Harper.
Yeah.
Zebo's the Zionist. All right.
Yeah, well, he played Zebo for a bit after the original Zebo actor was like, I think, beat up by Sam.
Okay, so we got Zebo over here, and so of course this is another part of the whole thing, right? Where like a lot of the time, what happened was these actors would be introduced. No angle there was flattering. Sometimes these actors would be introduced in more minor shows, which would lead to them being introduced in the main shows. So a few of these we actually got real contentious about. So Hippie and I wrote this script at a Mighty Taco yesterday. Okay, we're gonna break characters. Like Mighty Taco's good. I'm mad I can't get it. But anyway. So Hippie and I were writing the script while Xander watched, and we got into some arguments. Hippie and I got into some arguments. And this was one of the big arguments, okay? In the show Victorious, Josh Peck shows up for just a second.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So is that this guy? Is that Josh Nichols? Are we going to assume that this is Josh Nichols just because we don't have evidence that it's not? Arguably, you could argue it's supposed to be Josh Peck, the actor. We're going to take a quick poll. Is this the character from Drake and Josh? Or is it a completely different character, including the actor, okay? So raise your hand if you think it's the character from Drake and Josh. Okay. Raise your hand if you think it's either a different character or it's the actor appearing as himself. Oh my goodness.
It's so split.
So, you guys believe, the plurality of you believe, that this is a different character, is that right?
What do we think? Different character or just literally Josh Peck?
Literally Josh Peck. Yeah, literally Josh Peck. That's my thought. So we're going to go ahead and move this guy over here. But that was the vibe. It's a case-by-case thing, and I think by the end of our argument, I was like, I think it is Josh Peck. Now here's the final one we forgot about. I ended up adding really late to the game. In the iCarly reboot, Josh Peck plays a brand new character. And I almost forgot to add this because I haven't watched the show yet, and neither has anyone I know. Now here's where we get into some of the obscure ones, okay? Who remembers this character on Zoe 101? Okay, I'm the only person that watched Zoe 101. That's good. No, it's very easy to forget this stuff. So in season 3, Chase starts dating this girl, and he's dating this girl, and while he's dating her, she eventually goes like, hey, I want you to stop talking to Zoe because I think you're secretly in love with her, and I think if you guys keep talking, you're gonna end up getting together at some point. And everyone in the show is like, you're evil, and she becomes an antagonist, which is crazy because she's right. So this actress was so good at playing characters who are technically right but still get made fun of that for Victorious, they cast her as Tori's sister Trina. So this is one of our earliest doppelgangers here. And then here we go. This was one we did not argue about at all, and I don't even think I'm going to take a poll. When the gang are in northern Washington for WebBiCon, they meet Nora. Nora invites a bunch of her school friends over, and one of the friends is played by Danielle Monet. And basically, it was very clearly like, it's Trina moment, right? But obviously, we know in universe that Trina doesn't go to a school in Washington.
Also, this was season 3 of iCarly. This was like before This is like before Victorious was a thing, so you weren't supposed to like point at the TV like, oh look, it's the girl from that one show that we all watch, because that show didn't exist.
Okay. So basically, I think we ended up being very confident that this was not Carly. It's just somebody that looks a lot like Carly.
Trina.
We all became very confident. Shut up. I'll come over there. I think we all became very confident this is someone that's not Trina and just looks a lot like Trina. Give me 1 second, folks. Chug, 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 chug. Okay, so you guys aren't going to be ready for this one. So, this was an extra character introduced in Drake and Josh. And his entire joke was they introduced him for one scene, and he was this annoying little kid that went around and had a crush on Megan for one scene. And once again, he was so good. Where are my goddamn markers? Once again, he was so good at doing this that when they made another show, they brought that actor back to play basically the exact same character. So over here in Drake and Josh, we have a proto Freddie introduced to the lore of that show, and this is the best photo I could find. Now this is the one where I was very much like, basically the side of the debate was that like Hippie was like, well, every time there's an uncredited cameo, we should count it as a different person. And I was like, no, you have to go case by case, right? Because this character cameos in Victorious. I think that's just Freddie.
Now we want to run another poll, or?
Guys, quick poll. Should we run a poll? Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so here's the next stage of this, okay? iCarly has a spin-off called Sam and Cat. Sam and Cat has characters that continue to appear in Henry Danger. Henry Danger has a sister show. Well, I think it has a sister show, and it's constant. You know, they have crossovers with that sister show constantly, which means that an episode that by all logic shouldn't be set in the NSU is definitely set in the NSU, and that is the episode that features Nathan Kress appearing as himself and meeting a group of hyper-obsessed iCarly fans. Lola. Who remembers this character? Me neither.
Lola Martinez.
John C.
Give me a second. Lola Martinez. Her name is Lola Martinez. And on Victoria Justice's 16th birthday, the creator of the show said, and this is a real quote, "I'm not going to get you a car for your 16th birthday, I'm going to get you a show." So on her 16th birthday, Victoria Justice filmed the pilot episode for Victorious. But before that, in the show iCarly, she appeared as professional fighter Shelby Marks. So this is the big controversial element everybody's up in a twist about, is the fact that this show right here, unambiguously, same universe as this show right here, but these two characters coexist. And this melts people's brains. And then the final one, in the metaverse sense, is we are pretty confident that Victoria Justice is also a real person in universe. We're like 99. Why'd you? Oh no. She didn't do anything. Y'all made a meme that she was a bitch. And then you convinced yourself of the meme. I'm just saying, that's what happened.
I think we all think.
So. Crazy Steve.
Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve.
Okay. So this is, over here in the Drake and Josh character, another one of the more famous things, okay? The fact that in the show, Drake and Josh. Jerry Trainer appears as the character Crazy Steve. But then, directly before Drake and Josh ends, they introduce the show iCarly, where longer-haired Crazy Steve appears as our boy Spencer. Here's one that I'm not sure about, okay? So, according to what I remember, this cameo on the floor somewhere of Freddie in Victorious, that happened in season 2, which I think is chronologically after the crossover. I believe this cameo, which is Jerry Trainer in Victorious, I believe this happened in season 1. So it makes a lot less narrative sense for us to believe that this is Spencer. So there's a Jerry Trainer in Victorious season 1, logically before the crossover happens, so it doesn't make sense to be Spencer, but it still might have been intended to be Spencer. I'm done, I'm tired of doing polls. What do you think, cameraman number 1?
Yes.
What do you think, cameraman number 2?
I don't know.
What do you think, guy filming without permission?
Hell in the cuff of snap.
I don't know what we're doing anymore. Okay, so next, as we've accepted that iCarly is a TV show in universe, we have to accept that Jerry Trainer exists in universe. And here's a fact you all know. In the latter seasons of Henry Danger, Jerry Trainer appeared as a bad guy. So the plot of this episode is that Jerry Trainer's character and his friend want to be a good guy, and they're so bad. What do you want?
I'm just telling you to get markers. Have we been?
So the plot of this episode is that these two guys are just insanely bad at being superheroes. They're both people that want to be superheroes, and they're so bad at it that they basically become villains. And then they also cameo in the very first episode of Danger Force, the hit program Danger Force. You know, so this is another doppelganger we have to accept in the Jerry Trainerverse. Now, you guys aren't ready for this one.
I haven't been ready the whole time.
So in the Henry Danger cartoon, we find out that in universe, Kool-Aid Man is real. And he's called, what is he called? He's called
Wahoo Punch Bro.
He's called the Wahoo Punch Bro. And he gets fired from his show, and he decides he's just gonna start beating people up. And so the plot is he just starts going around beating people up, and then he vomits the Kool-Aid onto people. And it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and Jerry Trainer plays the Kool-Aid Man. Now it shouldn't count because it's a voice-only thing, but I love this episode, it's so stupid. But yeah, the Kool-Aid Man is real, and he wants to kill you. Okay, so the way we've basically been sorting this segment, I started at the actors with the lowest amount of characters, and then I worked my way down to the actors that had the most amount of characters. And both of these actors, who you'll note have a connection, both of these actors have 5 characters in universe. Okay, so in the show, Zoe 101, they introduced this character, whose name I cannot remember. And then in Drake and Josh, we have this character played by Miranda Cosgrove. We have this character played by Miranda Cosgrove. And then this character, Zoe 101, was played by Jeanette McCurdy. And when they decided they want to make a spin-off, they said, let's combine our best assets. Because we got this random character, Zoe 101, then we got Miranda over here, then we got this guy, who's in one scene, and we're going to make the greatest sitcom of all time! And that was iCarly! But, let me ask you something, people. If you are making a sitcom that is going to be as famous as iCarly, what do? You get on your promotional, mojo, and you try and think of clever ways to advertise this show. And they thought of a real clever way to advertise this show. And that was making the universe more fucked up. This is why Miranda Cosgrove, around the same time, appeared on Zoe 101 and Unfabulous as 2 brand new characters that never showed up again.
Well, we have boxes for those.
Oh yeah, we do. Do we have an Unfabulous box?
Yeah.
Why'd you make the Unfabulous box so big?
I wasn't thinking.
So already, right off the bat, 4 characters! Miranda Cosgrove has 4 characters in universe, and that's just when the pilot of iCarly airs. And by the end of the series, of course, we have to accept that Miranda Cosgrove is a confirmed real person in universe. Then, on iCarly, they decide to mix things up and actually have a doppelganger that's explained, as we find out that Sam has a twin sister. And then they decide to switch things up again by making another doppelganger. It doesn't make any sense. And that is the character Crazy Pawnee from the show Victorious. Because remember, the Victorious iCarly crossover was one of the biggest events in the history of Nickelodeon sitcoms, and no one remembers it afterwards. And then finally, if we accept that iCarly is a real show in the universe, we have to accept that Jeanette McCurdy also exists in the universe.
She was in another show too.
What?
She was in another show.
Who was in another show? Who? What?
Jackson?
True Jackson?
That's not in our...
It's not in the universe.
But that still counts as another show.
Well, it's another show, but that's not what I was doing. we
Go through the list again.
Okay, so there's 2 other shows that debatably might be in universe, but I don't think it's good enough, and that has to do with the Heatwave event.
Saturday night at 8. Everyone's feeling the heat in 4 huge premieres.
What's the temperature outside now?
103 degrees.
On the way to work, I watched a truck melt. It's so hot!
The hottest night on Nick starts Saturday night at 8.
So, when Victorian started, there was an episode where there was a heat wave. So Nickelodeon decided to have a bunch of their shows also do episodes about there being a heat wave, and they all aired around the same time. This was a blatant ripoff of the thing Disney Channel had been doing, where they do like, oh, all the characters look at the same shooting star. But in this case, it wasn't done cohesively enough, so none of the heat waves are the same. But there are 2 shows that could be in the universe if you accept this as evidence, and one is True Jackson VP, and one is Big Time Rush. Now here's the reason I choose not to go down that rabbit hole. Big Time Rush is set in the same universe as SpongeBob SquarePants. I can't prove it. I'll tell you why. Because in an episode of Big Time Rush, Patchy the Pirate shows up. And in the SpongeBob show, not only is Patchy the Pirate a fan of SpongeBob, but it's constantly said that SpongeBob is also happening in universe. So SpongeBob SquarePants in the SpongeBob SquarePants universe is a TV show and is also happening under the sea at the same time. Patchy the Pirate has visited Bikini Bottom in the show. So Patchy the Pirate shows up in the NSU, that means SpongeBob's in the NSU, and I'm not going to that fucking bullshit. I need water again. Do I look like shit? Honestly, that's just how I get when I film these things. I've never finished filming something and it's been like, I look great! I look so good at the end of this.
It's even worse. If you count the video games as canon, then that means Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron and Invader Zim and Tack in the Power.
Somebody did this to me yesterday. At the Q&A, somebody was like, oh, by the way, do you count the video games on Nick.com? No, I don't count the video games on Nick.com.
No, this was a full console release on GameCube.
Nicktoons Unite! Okay, but Nicktoons Unite is not canon to the exclusive franchise. I'm not being a downer, I'm just telling you a fact.
NSU is also connected to the MCU. Here's how.
Okay.
So the Kool-Aid Man, he's canon in NSU, right?
Already lost me. You're already saying words that don't make sense. Like when it does make sense.
alongside Iron Man, and Iron Man is canon to the MCU, meaning the MCU is connected to the NSU.
What are you talking about?
Did you see that the Wahoo Punch Bro appears alongside Iron Man?
Kool-Aid Man.
This is Wahoo Punch Bro. Wait, okay, Kool-Aid Man crossover with Iron. We don't have time for this.
Dude, there is a way to do what you're saying. It's just you're not doing a thing that makes sense. Because there's an episode of the goddamn Disney Channel universe where they show a soda machine and it's all the sodas from the NSU. You could argue that's maybe evidence that the NSU and the Disney Channel universe are the same universe. And if you believe that, then there is an episode of one of the weird, like, Avengers cartoons where they battle alongside, what's her name? Jessie. So Jessie has met Spider-Man. So that's the way to go about it. But you're telling me that because there's a parody of the Kool-Aid Man on the floor somewhere here, I have to accept that Iron Man is real? I had a point, but you're all making it very hard for me to remember what it was. Okay, so I think the final thing I wanted to talk about is just the fact that like this is a facet of the universe that these shows don't even want to comment on ironically. Here's the thing, Drake and Josh characters constantly show up in iCarly and Sam Cat. So the two nerdy guys from Drake and Josh show up in iCarly and they were like, oh boy, the iCarly webcast, that's a hot topic we all know about. But at no point does anyone go, hey, why does this iCarly girl look suspiciously like the sister of one of our best friends? And then in an episode of Sam and Cat we're going to watch later, one of these characters is going to show up and they're going to be wearing like a Bane mask. Exclusively, well, first of all, because I clearly didn't get the actor, and second of all, because I think the writers honestly didn't want to talk about this. The point is that the near unanimous refusal of this universe to actually confront this element continues to be further evidence of superposition theory. The theory that there's always something out of the corner of your eye, and you just refuse to. Holy shit, that guy's ugly. Okay, so you can.
They keep talking about one of them. We're not talking.
No.
Okay, so I want to bookend this segment first of all by giving a very special thanks to the University at Buffalo for letting me do that deranged segment, as well as to my friends Hippie Rat and Xander for helping me bring it all together. Secondly, I would like to say that I've actually been trying recently to get out there and do more stuff like this. Last year I was also a guest at UBCon, and I'm really hoping they invite me back this year, and basically what I'm trying to get at is that if you are someone who is involved with inviting people to be guests at conventions, I would like it if you invited me to be a guest at your convention. Because for 100% of the conventions that I've appeared at as a personality, I went to that convention because I was invited, because I was sent an email, because somebody on the staff said, hey, we're reaching out to people to come and, be a guest at this convention. Would you like to come? And I've tried to do it the other way round, but it doesn't work. Because if you email someone and they don't know who you are, unless you're a Power Ranger, they're not gonna just decide to invite you to their convention. Because again, unless you're a Power Ranger, it's really hard to convince someone that you're worth inviting to something like this. But I have a lot of ideas for like interactive segments I could do with an audience, and hopefully next time I'll have a little bit of a better mic setup. But yeah, like I'd love to go out across America and do a bunch more of these conventions. And maybe even Canada, who knows. But anyways, Thing I Forgot number 9, which you just watched, was all about establishing Doppelganger theory, when one actor appears as numerous characters in the same shared universe without any implicit explanation for why so many of these characters look the same. But sometimes, a situation which might appear to be Doppelganger theory might turn out to just be somebody that's well-traveled. Thing I Forgot number 8 is an example of this, and it takes us all the way back to Victorious Season 2. In the episode in question, the gang are trying to find a bunch of letters in ice cream because the first person to spell out Kesha with these letters will get a private concert from the pop star herself. But just as the group are getting close, they find out that some guy from Northridge has found all the letters. However, Tori soon learns that she still has a chance.
Say it again.
Okay.
So, turns out the dude from Northridge who said he won the Lichter's ice cream contest, he faked it. Yeah. Guy's a loser. Anyways, contest, back on, get it. Kesha, out.
Now, the first time I watched that scene, that stoic figure in the background had absolutely no significance to me. But soon enough, I would come to identify him by several names. Paul, that guy that lives with Jade for some reason, and most importantly, Woody. Woody is of course a character that appeared numerous times on iCarly before Sam Cat retconned that all of his appearances were the same character. And I believe that because of this, it is actually reasonable to assume that all appearances by this actor are indeed the same guy, making numerous appearances across numerous different shows. But does that theory hold water? To answer that question, we must return once again to the pinboard set. Last time we were here, I was selling out, cause I'm in the pocket of big glasses. But this time, we're here to talk about the guy. That's right, you know him, you love him, Woody. So before we get into analyzing this character, you might find yourself wondering, who is this actor? Who is this guy? And why does he make so many cameos in so many different shows in the first place? Well, this is Jason Gibbs. From 2011 through 2015, he served the important staff position on several of these shows of assistant to the executive producer. Whoever that might be. He held this position officially on Victorious seasons 2 through 4, iCarly seasons 5 and 6, the Gibby pilot, the entirety of Sam Cat, and the first season of Henry Danger. So the reason that Jason Gibbs was so readily available to play all of these bit parts was that he was basically on set constantly, and the writers made a running joke of kind of coyly inserting him into a bunch of these shows. Because of this, to someone less acquainted with these cameos, they might seem like nothing more than a long string of doppelgangers, characters who live in different cities, have different names, and in some cases, different backstories. But as we've established, the tantalizing clues in Sam Cat lead me to believe that this was not the ultimate intention, and that every single time Jason Gibbs shows up in the NSU, that is always Woody. This is a very large puzzle with several key pieces which do not go together at all. But it is my job as the fan theorist to come up with different possible explanations for how this could all still make sense. So with all of those fundamentals out of the way, this is my Woody timeline. So the earliest appearance of Woody in the NSU that I have been able to find seems to be that Victorious episode that we spoke about just a moment ago. Now this being Jason's first appearance in the NSU makes sense, as Victorious Season 2 is the earliest credit he has in this universe. Now, his role in that scene is not 100% clear, but I believe the implication is supposed to be that he is the man from Northridge who faked winning the competition, put on a display of shame directly behind Kesha. But does Woody being from LA contradict the lore of future episodes? Well, not necessarily. While it is obviously true that during his appearances on iCarly, he's in Seattle, they never say that he's from Seattle, and indeed, later on, we will see him in California, although I'll get into the complexities of that a little bit later. So for now, let's go ahead and skip forward a little bit to Woody's first appearance on television, wherein he has dialogue. In the iCarly episode, I Date Sam and Freddie, which originally aired on September the 10th, 2011. In the episode, Sam and Freddie have just started dating, but are constantly fighting. They force Carly along on a date as their mediator, as she's the only person that can calm their nerves. But they force her to sit by herself, at which point, she is approached.
I'm Paul. I'm a DJ.
See ya, Paul.
So at this point, we've barely talked about any of the material on this pinboard, and we already have a major contradiction on our hands, which we have to try and explain if we're going to move forwards. To briefly skip forward yet again, in iCarly Season 6, Jason will appear as an employee at the Pear Store on the brink of complete mental collapse, and in that episode, he will directly say that his name is Woody. This name is then carried over to Sam Cat, where the character directly references the events of both episodes.
I used to live in Seattle, where I was a DJ. And then I worked at the Pear Store for—
That's where you from!
The clear implication here is that Paul and Woody are actually the same character going by different names, because here we see Woody referencing Paul's origin story. However, the fact that Paul and Woody obviously have different names has made this retcon extremely contentious in the Nickelodeon sitcom community. To quote the Sam Cat wiki, he states in the episode that he was a DJ at Seattle. This is a reference to the actor's appearance in the iCarly episode, I Date Sam and Freddie. However, this isn't him, but a character named Paul, who was also portrayed by Jason. Their names are different, and Paul is more confident than Woody. This is an error about him. Meanwhile, over at the iCarly wiki, not only are Paul and Woody's pages separate, but you will not even find mention of the explicit retcon that they are the same person. In fact, if you then go to the comments section, you will often see this speculated exclusively as a what-if fan theory. Now, I hate to position myself as any kind of famous Nickelodeon sitcom expert, but Paul and Woody being the same character is canon. It's not a fan theory, it's not something you can call a mistake, it's canon. But I can hear so many of you guys going, oh, but Quinton, this is still a huge contradiction, man. If Paul and Woody are the same character, why does Woody go around telling people a fake name? Because he's a sexual predator.
You ever been sailing?
Go away.
That is the plot to this scene. This character, who is calling himself Paul, is very obviously an adult and is trying to pick up a character who is canonically under 18. He is a predator. The question isn't why would he use a fake name? The question is why would he use his real name?
I'm also a photographer.
This close to calling the cops.
So besides from that detail, one of the more important things that we learned from this scene is that Paul is a DJ, or at the very least, he's trying to be one. Let me tell you what's running through my head right now. Maybe Paul, or who we know as Woody, used to live in California, where he was also trying to make it as a DJ. So he lived in Northridge, he was around there, but he wasn't successful. And he thought to himself, how can I blow up my scene? How can I go viral in a way that will help me build my career? And then he realized, I can fake winning a competition where I can trick Kesha into doing a performance at one of my shows. And so he goes through the ropes, he fakes winning the competition, but he gets caught. And he gets put on display and he gets shamed to the point that he decides he wants to move away. And where does he move away to? Seattle, because Seattle famously has a booming DJ scene. But what he doesn't anticipate is that Seattle also has a long lineage of legacy DJ performers, meaning you can't just waltz your way in there and expect to get the good gigs. And thus the most logical thing for him to do would be to try and get a second job. And that brings us to Season 6, Episode 5, Pear Store. In this story, Freddie has got a job at the Pear Store, and it's there that Gibby meets Woody for the first time. And here we learn that in just over half a year, this guy's life has changed pretty substantially.
I just need a cool case for my phone.
His embarrassing 2-year-old phone.
That 2G is still a whiz-bang phone. Just trust old Woody, and I'll set you up with a fine new case.
Just toss that antique in the trash.
No! Please! I make $2 on every case, and I haven't sold anything today. My girlfriend says that if I don't start making some dough, she's gonna dump me and date my brother, Bob. So please buy a new case. Bob always wins.
So yeah, obviously there's some pretty obvious lore dumping here. Woody has a brother named Bob, he has a girlfriend who hates him, and obviously this is where we learn his name for the first time. Woody seems to think that Gibby is his savior, but soon learns that he's actually been sent straight from hell. Gibby spends several hours being indecisive about the phone cases, wasting Woody's time further. And slowly, Woody starts to break under the pressure.
I don't know, it's cool, but does it really say Gibby?
I don't know what that means!
You alright, dude?
Not really! Buy the case!
But eventually, Gibby does decide on a phone case.
Wait, I didn't bring any money.
Every time I revisit this episode, I'm just blown away by the fact that this is one of my least favorite episodes of iCarly. I mean, if we were measuring like the badness of episodes exclusively in inability to capture potential, this episode takes the cake. I just hate everything about this one. Now, before we move on from iCarly, there actually is one cameo in this show, which I didn't include on the pinboard because I think it's actually pretty indisputably not Woody. This being his very brief appearances in the second iCarly bloopers episode. I Bloop 2, Electric Bloopaloo. This special is set in what I call the metaverse, aka a fictionalized version of our world, and is hosted by Christopher Kane, the actor who plays Rex in Victorious. In the episode, Rex is trying to sell his salsa as an illegal sponsor, and whenever he brings it up, his assistant runs it on set.
What is this?
Now, when I saw this the first time, my immediate thought was, holy shit, we've got an interdimensional Woody right here. Interdimensional Woody is also the name of my Rick and Morty burlesque show. But when you actually study it under the full context, I think it's very easy to suddenly realize that it makes far more sense for this to be the metaverse copy of Jason Gibbs, not Woody. It's Jason Gibbs, parentheses, in-universe. Now, this is as good a time as any to mention that Woody and Paul have spawned a good amount of fan theories and speculation about their potential identities. For instance, back in the day, Paul being related to Gibby was an astonishingly common fan theory.
Paul looks like a fat virgin. Or it could be Gibby's older brother, Paul Gibson. You may never know.
He looks like one of Gibby's relatives. He's Gibby from the future. Interesting theory, but why does he go by Paul now?
To the editors and readers of fandom.com, Paul and Gibby being the same person is a more plausible fan theory than Paul and Woody being the same person. But even more contentious is just basic public opinion. For instance, in the comments section of Paul's wiki page, I found this discussion.
Paul was so funny in this episode!
Man, I feel so sorry for him. The poor guy seemed like he was just looking for a friend.
Sure, yeah, that's what Paul was doing. Looking for a friend. So the next thing we have to talk about on this pinboard is the numerous cameos that Jason Gibbs made on theslap.com. Now, this is the part of the pinboard where... well, none of this makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. None of what I'm about to say makes any sense because this doesn't fit at all, and I'm gonna have to jump through some incredible hoops just to try and make this stuff make sense. But you know, like, whatever, let's just get into it. So Jason's first cameo on theslap.com was in Jade Hates Even More Stuff, which was posted roughly around July the 11th, 2011. Now this cameo is after Jason appeared in Victorious, but before he appeared in iCarly as Paul by a good few months. However, I think it is really quickly worth pointing out that when it comes to theslap.com, I take the release dates very literally. I think when a video comes out, that basically means the events of that video should have taken place like roughly around that time, because it's a very personal, like, interactive element going and watching a video that was posted online, you know, in like an ARG sense. Meanwhile, with iCarly, I think the timeline is a lot more fluid, and personally, I have this long-standing fan theory that for those final 2 seasons, every single episode you see is probably set about 6 months before broadcast. Because usually when a new season of one of these shows starts, there's an implied or even a spoken time skip, like, oh, between seasons a little bit of time has passed. But with iCarly season 5, they literally say that the end of the previous season was a couple days ago.
I'm really getting worried about Sam. I mean, it's been 3 days since
you two kissed?
So in my head, there's always like kind of a weird lag where I feel like iCarly's always like 6 months before it's claiming to be, but Victorious is kind of when it's aired, you know what I mean? But none of this matters. So in Jason's first cameo on theslap.com, all we are told about his character is that he exists and that Jade hates him. That's all the information that we are given.
I hate this guy. Seriously? I hate this guy.
I have feelings.
I hate them.
And yeah, that's it. That's the entire thing. Now, to me, the real hurdle to get over when talking about this character is not only that he's consistently shown to know Jade, it's that whenever we see him around Jade, he's in her bedroom, which is weird. And basically, like, it's not just about explaining who this character is, it's about trying to figure out what context he would exist in where he would be in Jade's bedroom all the time. In my Victorious videos, I very much presented the fan theory I immediately came up with as per why this would make sense, but, you know, in defense of this character, I think there's probably a couple more interpretations you could come up with. For instance, let's just say off the top of my head, what if when you go to Hollywood Arts, posting to theslap.com, you know, vlog content is mandatory. Like, if you're a student there, you have to post to theslap.com unless you're a shrugger or something. If that's the case, perhaps students can ask to borrow a staff member or someone else that the school hires to come and help them film videos. If that were the case, this guy could be in her room because he was asked to come and help her film this vlog. In this interpretation of the text, Jason is playing himself. He's the assistant to the executive producer who is regularly antagonized. But of course, interpretation number 2 is that Jason has nothing to do with the production of the Slap.com, and instead he's just a guy that lives with Jade for some reason. As I hinted at before, the first time I watched through these videos, my immediate presumption, which was never disrupted in any way, was that Jade had met this guy somewhere out in the wild. She had decided that she hates him, and she then furthermore decided that she wanted to take him back to her home and keep him in her dungeon as her own personal slave, to do whatever she asked for. Something which is kind of lightly hinted in future episodes of The Slap.
Hey, I want to see you dance. I hate you.
The final time we see this character with Jade is in a segment posted in September 2012, which is after his final appearance in iCarly. In this segment, he is visibly more disheveled, and Jade's control over him has grown steadily.
Good evening, or morning, or whenever you're watching this. I honestly don't care. Are you listening yet? Good. So, this is another one of those videos where I talk about what I love. Yes, I love a great many things, including the fact that I don't have to make my own sign for this segment. Do you know why?
Why what?
Why I don't have to make my own sign for this segment?
No.
Because I can do this. Make me a sign! I don't love this sign, but I'll use it anyway.
At the end of the segment, Jade decides that she wants to see just how close this guy is to having a total and complete mental breakdown, and so she decides to stare at him and say nothing.
What? What? Did I do something wrong? Please, say something. I don't like this game. Stop. Stop! Please stop! Megan, stop!
I love that.
The final time we see this character is in a video posted around November the 21st, 2012, where he is seen at Hollywood Arts and interacts with Sinjin and Burf for a brief moment. So obviously, the biggest issue with trying to fit the Slap.com into the established televised Woody timeline is that consistently, while Woody was appearing on iCarly, he was illustrated being in Seattle with a complete life and a girlfriend and several jobs. And meanwhile, this guy was in LA that entire time from early 2011 through the end of 2012, potentially even living with Jade. And it's just hard to reconcile why and how he would be constantly appearing between these two cities, because that is one hell of a commute. Now, if we're going to decide to take the release dates and general timeline of the Slap.com very non-literally to the real world, I think it would make sense to try and fit the Slap.com in between these two appearances on iCarly. I mean, as it was pointed out on the Sam Cat Wiki, it is very obvious that Woody is a lot less put together than Paul, and I think imagining Jade being the thing that broke him really adds a lot to his character here. But I fear it's a little bit too much of a logical leap. It's a little bit too much to ask that some episodes of the Slap.com be set earlier than they were released, but some episodes of the Slap.com be set after they were released. So here are two alternate fan theories, which are both, I will admit, pretty lame. Fan theory number 1. The Slap.com isn't canon, and I shouldn't have to explain this in the first place. Fan theory number 2. The character in the Slap.com isn't Woody. It's Bob.
My girlfriend says that if I don't start making some dough, she's gonna dump me. and date my brother Bob.
It's a stretch, I know, and we are absolutely breaking that no doppelgangers rule, but establishing that Woody's brother Bob also looks exactly like Jason Gibbs clears up so many of the implicit plot holes in this actor being in both the iCarly and Victorious franchises. For instance, under this interpretation, the character in the Kesha episode would also be Bob, meaning we don't have to explain why Woody moved to Seattle, and that also potentially explains some of his history with Jade. Maybe Jade went after this guy because he tried to screw them over in the Kesha episode. If you would have put me on the spot and asked me to come up with one theory that totally makes sense that I have to stick with forever, I think I would say the character in the Kesha episode is Woody, and after being humiliated, he decides to move to Seattle, as we previously established. But after being rejected by Carly in I Date Sam and Freddie, he finds a time machine, and that time machine sends him not only into the past, but into the past in LA, at which point he starts living with Jade, and he lives with Jade from July 2011 through November 2012. Afterwards, he finds another time machine, which again sends him slightly into the past, but this time it sends him to Seattle, where he gets a job at the Pear Store, and is constantly under stress and on the point of mental collapse. Afterwards, he moves back to LA to try and find another time machine, but ends up working at a cemetery because he can't find one. No contradictions whatsoever. But anyways, the next notable appearance of Woody would be in the Sam Cat episode, #MyPoober, which originally aired on November the 23rd, 2013, a day where nothing else of significance took place. This is, of course, the episode where Sam, Cat, Dice, Goomer, and Ellie follow Goomer's rocket into a graveyard that it has crashed into. There, they meet the cemetery security, Woody.
I used to live in Seattle, where I was a DJ. And then I worked at the Pear Store for—
That's where you're from!
Woody reveals that when the rocket crashed, he thought it was a ghost and shot it with his gun. Many, many times.
You shot my rocket! Ah, you're so large!
After Sam and Cat recover their money, they decide to bail and leave Ellie behind.
You guys can't just leave me here in a cemetery shack!
Looks like it's just you and me, kid. Well, you, me, and my ukulele.
I'm not a groomer. I'm just a loser who didn't understand I shouldn't respond to fans. And I'm not a predator, even though a lot of you think so. Toxic gossip tray.
It is a topical reference that will not be topical by the time this video comes out. Now, Jason Gibbs, and presumably also Woody, makes one more Sam and Cat cameo in a future episode. But we'll go ahead and cover that when it happens. As we've previously established, Henry Danger Season 1 would be the final season of any NSU show where Jason Gibbs would serve as the assistant to the executive producer. In 2016, he would serve the same position on the TV series Ash vs. the Evil Dead, a television show that everyone wanted, but nobody watched because who the fuck has stars? In 2022, Jason again served that same position on the series Best Foot Forwards, a sitcom about the childhood of Josh Sunkist, who is that comedian that only has one leg and does those Halloween costumes every year, and also he's really fucking buff for some reason. So you might think that because Jason hasn't worked on the crew of a Nickelodeon sitcom in over 8 years, this must be the end to the story of his appearances on the network. But you'd be wrong. Because in 2020, 5 years after leaving Nickelodeon, he made yet another NSU cameo, one that became quite the legacy character. In Henry Danger, Season 5, Episode 33, Ray is in a rut because he's tired of fighting the same bad guys over and over again as Captain Man. Piper, Henry's sister, who at this point in the series knows his secret identity, suggests he use Rumbler, which is like a dating app except it matches heroes with villains. Eventually, he matches with the Lawn Ranger, a supervillain with a muscular complexion on his profile. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Henry sets up his profile and swipes right on the first guy he sees. Some dude named Kyle. Everyone tells him he's settling, but he doesn't care. So the two head off to meet their grinder dates at an underground evil fight club. But when they tell some nearby baddies that they matched with the Lawn Ranger, the two giggle and point to the man eating chili in the corner.
He's right over there.
Eating chili.
Okay, just pretend you don't see him. Just pretend you don't see him.
Look, nothing like his pictures.
I agree, you got catfish. He looks stupid. He's right behind us. He's definitely right behind us.
I hate this. Hi!
The Lawn Ranger claims that the photos on his profile are real, but that he just hasn't updated them in a while. He attempts to prove that he can still fight, but ends up ripping his pants open. Meanwhile, Kyle shows up and is the hottest villain at the bar. Also, is that Brock from the Venture Brothers? Just casually in the background? That's him, right? I'm not crazy. Captain Man ends up avoiding the Lawn Ranger and calls Schwoz crying as Kid Danger has left him all alone. He asks Piper to come and pick him up. Jasper figures all Captain Man really needs is a new match, so he starts blindly right-swiping on everything on Captain Man's pair pad. The girls point out that he's not been adjusting the fight time, meaning every person that Jasper is right-swiping is going to fight Captain Man at the exact same time. So Captain Man gets jumped, but everyone is too preoccupied being a mob to notice that he's gotten away. As the bar quiets down, Captain Man realizes that his old rogues gallery is still worth fighting against, but runs off to punch the Lawn Ranger just to be kind.
Thank you!
Okay, so with a new cameo character comes a new string of fan misconceptions that I have to clear up before we move on. First of all, the Henry Danger Wiki article on the Lawn Ranger only shows his Rumbler profile where he's young and muscular, and furthermore goes out of its way to say that this is what the Lawn Ranger used to look like. I think in the episode itself they are much more vague about this, and it is very easy to interpret that the Lawn Ranger probably just found a photo of some other guy and then photoshopped it to kinda look like him. But here's the real thing that stands out to me. By this point in the series, Jason Gibbs was no longer working on Henry Danger, which means that unlike all of these earlier cameos, you can no longer argue that he was cast just for convenience. And I personally believe that the only reason that they picked Jason for this part was as kind of a subtle throwback to earlier shows on the network. In other words, I fully believe that the Lawn Ranger's secret identity is none other than Woody. And what's interesting is that the Lawn Ranger character has actually appeared quite a few times since that episode. In order to advertise the upcoming Henry Danger series finale, Nickelodeon commissioned a one-off mini episode which aired after the credits of a different episode. In this clip, we see a bad guy obtaining blueprints for something called the Omega Weapon, until he is interrupted by a familiar face.
You looking for a fight? Cause I couldn't help but notice.
Go away.
Yes, sir.
If you're wondering why that clip was cropped, this mini episode has never been uploaded to streaming sites, meaning the only copy that I could find was from Instagram. Later, in episode 4 of the spin-off show Danger Force, Lawn Ranger would reappear at the same club as before.
Good news for the old Lawn Ranger. My mom says I don't have to move out of the basement.
Eventually, the villains find one of the members of Danger Force there undercover, and they want to punish them for sneaking in to Villains Only Night, not realizing that the rest of the Danger Force is also undercover there.
Let's throw grass in her face. No, Lawn Ranger, we're not. Let's throw grass on her shoulders. No, grass on her head.
Okay, it can't be grass every time, buddy.
It comes from the earth, man.
It's good!
Eventually, Captain Man reveals himself and starts beating everyone up at the bar, and the Lawn Ranger runs off, screaming for his mother. Finally, the character returned in Danger Force Season 2, Episode 15, which aired in April 2022. In the story, he is part of the supervillain Rogues Gallery attending the Villies, the Swellview Villain Awards show. They announce an award for Captain Man, tricking him into coming on stage, where they quickly kidnap him. Ultimately, he has to be saved by surprise guest star Henry Hart, who kicks everyone's ass. So that's Woody, a legacy performer dating back over a decade, a lore character spanning across numerous shows, an Easter egg hidden in plain sight, and a canonical child predator. Hey, it's Quinton. So I've been doing this intermission for a while now, and I'm starting to worry that this intermission actually isn't meta enough. And so for Thing I Forgot number 7, I thought I would talk about something a little bit more personal. It's hard for me to think that there was a point in my life where I briefly believed that it was ill-advised to make an ongoing series of videos from 3 to 12 hours long. So the most interesting part about doing all of these videos has been reading all of the messages from other people who watched my videos and their life experiences as they did that. If it's something as common as people listening to my ramblings during their commute to work, or artists and animators putting my stuff on while they sketch away, just hearing those stories really motivates me in a way that's hard to explain. And it means even more for me to hear that there are people out there that have put on my content to kind of get through the bad times, to kind of get through rough periods of their lives, because I've been through that myself and I know what it's like. Off camera, I think I have a very bad imposter syndrome where I have to put in a considerable amount of effort sometimes to not view myself as a hack. So getting messages from people who kind of tell me what my content means to them and how I am actually doing something cool, that again really can motivate me in a way that's just hard to sum up in a video. So anyways, a few months ago, I got a personal message on Patreon, and it was so sweet and so surreal that I decided I wanted to read it aloud on camera. So here it is. This is a person named Sawyer, and Sawyer says, "Hi, Quinton. I just proposed to my girlfriend, now fiance, while the second Sam Cat video was paused on our TV. It was during the segment where you discuss the continuity of Gibby's head. Thank you." And then I responded, "Wow, that is so beautiful. Please tell your friends a different story." Like I've said, reading messages like that can often be the most beautiful part of my morning, and I think it's so incredible to continuously learn how you guys have continued to live your lives with me on in the background. Anyways, it's now finally time that we tackle Thing I Forgot number 6, Miranda Cosgrove's music career. So one could certainly argue that the true beginning to Miranda Cosgrove's music career was the ever iconic iCarly theme song. Written by Backhouse Mike and performed by Drake Bell and his band, the song is an upbeat jingle not only about Carly's path to fame, but also generally about self-acceptance and maintaining faith in the future. And probably other stuff. It's one of those sitcom themes that's supposed to be relatable to everyone, and thus arguably it's kind of about everything. The point is that Miranda had a lot of fun recording the song, so when the iCarly soundtrack came out in late 2007, 3 other Cosgrove tunes were included: Headphones On, About You Now, and Stay My Baby, the latter 2 being covers. The following year, Cosgrove released a cover of Christmas Rapping to tie in with the Drake and Josh Christmas Reunion special. Then, in 2009, for the film Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Cosgrove released It's Raining Sunshine, which I am just now learning is not a cover of the song from Rudolph's Shiny New Year.
It's raining sunshine. It's raining sunshine.
Yeah, that is a coincidence, apparently. Believe that if you want to. I don't. It was this same year that Cosgrove released her first EP, About You Now, featuring a handful of new tracks and some remixes of old ones. By this point in her blossoming career, Cosgrove had already worked with writers who had created music for such projects as Drake and Josh, Hannah Montana, and High School Musical. So it isn't a big shock that Cosgrove was listed as one of MTV's Female Pop Rookies of 2009, which is a thing I had totally heard of before I saw it on her Wikipedia page. It was finally in 2010 that Cosgrove released Sparks Fly, her debut studio album. Now, despite what you might think, this album was actually kind of successful. In the first week alone, it sold 36,000 copies, peaking at number 8 on the Billboard charts, not to mention the success of the main single, Kissing You. Now, before I recorded this segment, I actually sat down and I listened to this entire album while I tried to get some work done, and I have to say that I have mixed feelings. There are absolutely songs on this album that have aged extremely well, but I mean that in a derogatory sense. You know how a lot of music today is kind of unpolished and unfinished, with a lot of emphasis being put on the hook rather than the actual contents of the song, mainly because the mission of these artists is just to go viral on TikTok to some extent, that they have enough recognizability to go on tour and make actual money. That's what this album sounds like. Probably the worst offender is the track Oh Oh, which samples this sound. And then they just kind of play that song like 100,000 more times throughout the rest of the song. And there's never like a sense of like musicality. It never sounds good. It's just this sound that keeps playing. I did kind of enjoy the final track, which is called Daydream, and I was shocked later when I went on Wikipedia and I found out that that song was actually co-written by Avril Lavigne. I like Avril Lavigne. That's just like a fact about me. I sometimes I'll put on an Avril Lavigne song. Just the one. It's Girlfriend. I listen to Girlfriend a lot. At the end of the day, you know, I put this album on, I listened to most of it without skipping through stuff. There were 2 songs in the middle that I didn't like, and I ended up skipping through them halfway through, but other than that, you know, I put the album on so I could work, and I didn't feel like getting up and changing the music or skipping through anything. I just kind of let it be there, and I think that's notable. But I also think it's notable that I haven't revisited anything from this album since I listened to it. All of these songs are on Spotify. I could go right now and listen to any of these songs 1,000 times over, and I haven't felt like doing that. Because at the end of the day, the album isn't offensive, but it's not new, you know? You know, Miranda can sing, but she doesn't have a brand as a performer, and I think that really hurts her at the end of the day and creates kind of a meh studio album. So there's only really one thing on this album I haven't talked about yet that I probably should, and that is the song Kissing You. As Negative Land would say, it's the word kissin' and the numeral U. Kissing You was the only single from this album, and in my opinion, it is very clearly the song that they put the most thought, time, and money into creating. The song was co-written by Miranda and, according to her, was about an actual boy in real life whom she had kissed. But the song had two other writers, one being Grammy winner Claude Kelly, and the other being professional piece of shit Dr. Luke. Kissing You is good, but it's sitcom theme good. Do you know what I mean? I think that's important. It's not good as a standalone pop song, but if Miranda made another sitcom, Kissing You would be a pretty good theme song for it. It has that sort of like weird disconnected quality that could be about anyone listening to it, and yeah, I never find myself wanting to listen to it like every other song on this album. And reflecting this, the song was only kind of a success. It peaked at number 54 on the Billboard Hot 100 and was featured in Now That's What I Call Music, number 35. And I can't think of an honor greater than being featured in Now That's What I Call Music, number 35. To advertise the release of Sparks Fly, Miranda went on a promotional tour around the country, performing at the Kids' Choice Awards, on the Today Show, and at the famous Toys R Us store in New York City. One of the songs on the album that I instinctively skipped, Shakespeare, was famously performed in the iCarly Season 4 episode about that wedding where the groom pisses himself. The tune manages to remind the bride-to-be that she is in love with her fiancé, in spite of their mixed feelings and public urination. In 2011, Miranda released her second EP, High Maintenance, featuring such songs as High Maintenance,
So what if I break a few glasses, kick a few asses, you know I'm worth it. Here we go.
Yeah, so between Sparks Fly and High Maintenance, something happened, and all of a sudden, Miranda's public persona goes from being completely impossible to distinguish in any way to being Avril Lavigne. She's Avril Lavigne now. She's a little tiny, cute Avril Lavigne. That's her gimmick. And you know, I'm not complaining because I do really like one Avril Lavigne song. It is thus fitting that the song that I consider to be Miranda's magnum opus was another tune co-written by Avril herself. And that song is Dancing Crazy. Now, I can't play a lot of this song because obviously I am trying to avoid copyright claims to some extent, but I think it's very obvious when you listen to this song that they were probably thinking that it would hopefully be like the song of the summer, 2011. But sadly, it didn't do that well because it peaked at number 100 on the Billboard Hot 100. And at the end of the day, when you listen to it, I think it works better as like a weird hidden gem than something you're going to be hearing a lot of at the time. Still, everything was going pretty okay at this point. Miranda's career was fine, and she was even invited to perform on the Ellen DeGeneres show, which was cool back then. So what happened? Why did Miranda's career end as quickly as it started? Well, in January 2011, Miranda began the Dancing Crazy Tour, which would take her across the country performing music live for her fans. To Sony Music, this tour was extremely important in terms of judging if Cosgrove was worth keeping as an investment. You see, around the same time, the music industry was essentially going through the exact same thing that the film industry was going through. They were witnessing the death of physical media and the inevitable pivot to digital. And alongside this came the inevitable realization that digital media has a much less consistent profit model. So because of this, much popular music of the day actually operated at a loss, but this was perceived as acceptable if the artist simply went on tour. We actually have a surprising amount of data about how much profit the Dancing Crazy Tour generated on a literal day-to-day basis. And when it came to the smaller venues that didn't hold as many people or maybe didn't sell out because they were in weird places, Miranda typically generated about $30,000 a day. But when it came to those bigger venues that were getting sold out, she would sometimes pull far over $100,000 a day. The idea of going out in the world at some point and just generating $100,000, even if you don't get to keep all of it, it boggles the mind. And I can only imagine that this was not the most successful music tour of all time, and that most tours actually make a lot more money than that. So, if this tour wasn't an abject failure, why did Miranda's career end so quickly? And why did she never become an undisputed queen of pop, like Olivia Rodrigo or Victoria Justice? Well, it all comes down to what happened on August the 12th, 2011. On this specific day, the Dancing Crazy tour bus was driving from Kettering, Ohio to Park City, Kansas. While passing through the small town of Vandalia, Illinois, the driver suddenly came upon an overturned semi in the road. Instead of swerving out of the way and risking more injuries, the drivers decided to stop the bus exactly where it stood, forcing most of the impact towards the front of the bus. As the impact happened, the main driver sustained serious injuries, needing to be rushed off to the hospital and requiring over 50 stitches. Miranda, meanwhile, ended up with a severely broken ankle and a lot of trauma to work through, meaning she had to take some time off from the tour. Initially, it was reported that the remaining performances would simply be rescheduled, but 1 week later, it was announced that Miranda's doctor had insisted that the rest of the tour be cancelled, and that she had no choice but to follow doctor's orders. And at this point, Sony Music ended their relationship with Miranda, saying that without the Dancing Crazy tour, it was impossible for them to justify the cost of releasing her music. I've actually been told that there's a very similar story tangentially behind why Victorious was cancelled when it was. The music on the show was very expensive to produce, the CDs did not sell at all, and Nickelodeon requested that if the cast wanted to continue, everyone had to go on tour. But Victoria Justice kinda didn't want to tour as a TV show, and so the show just ended when it did. Although I still insist that it ended when it should have. I think stories like these remind us of how crummy and exploitative these industries can be, because pretty much Miranda Cosgrove broke her ankle because she did the Dancing Crazy tour, and the moment that she needed any downtime to recover, Sony Music just cut their ties with her. You know, it just reminds me of how with a lot of labor, there's an aspect of physical turmoil that comes with it, and these corporations basically rely on their employees to push themselves to the absolute limit for the sense of profit for another person. And the moment that they break and they can't go any further, that's the exact instant that it is apparently time for these people to be abandoned. So now that we've discussed the failures of capitalism and how the industry will abandon you after throwing you into the meat grinder, I think it might be time for us to talk about something a little more light, a little bit more fun, something that I think you guys will enjoy. So I know that in a very literal sense that this intermission is just a long string of uninterrupted rants which seemingly have nothing to do with each other, but I like to think when you kind of break it all down, there is, you know, kind of a central recurring theme, and to me that is legacy and the death of legacy. Not only for these shows at the time as they became Sam and Cat, but also kind of for my life and the fact that this is what I've been doing for the last 3 years, and now it's all kind of coming to a crescendo at once. So with that in mind, I think it's fitting that the next 3 topics in this intermission all have to do with one of the most infamous things I have ever talked about in these videos. That being that one really gay episode of Victorious where Tori and Jade start dating. To recap this one very quickly, in the episode, Tori and Jade have to play a married couple in a stage play. However, they hate each other, and thus give terrible performances. Mr. Sikowitz decides that the only solution is for him to force them to go out on a romantic evening date. Throughout their conversation from there, the pair grow closer and more intimate, before they're interrupted by 2 guys trying to hit on them. They sing the song Take a Hint, causing the men to grow baffled stifled and quiet. At the end, we see that the women have done an excellent job in the play, but they see the two men have come to celebrate the performance, and so they run away. So yeah, it's pretty obvious to everyone that this episode kind of melted my brain a little bit. Like, yes, I did play up my investment for comedic effect, but in a big way, it actually did, like, change the way I thought about everything in kind of a way that's hard to explain. Before the story arc where Beck and Jade broke up, I hated this show. I thought it was just irredeemable and terrible. But when they started this story arc, I got unironically invested. And now, when people talk shit about this show to my face, despite the fact that I only had negative things to say for the most part, I kind of get defensive about it. Not only because I've developed like this weird intimate relationship with it, but also just because season 3, I think, is worth defending. And I know a big infamous thing since those videos has been that I very much became a supporter of the Jory ship, and I'm sure a lot of you found it weird that I was that way, and you're kind of curious why I got so invested. And that's something I've wondered about a lot myself, and I think this is the realization I've come to. If you imagine, if you pretend that the Jory ship was completely unironic and was actually intended to be an important plot point in the show, under that theoretical situation, it would have been groundbreaking even today. When it comes to things that actually keep me invested in television and kept me invested in television when I was a kid, my absolute favorite is easily the friends to lovers or the enemies to lovers trope. That kind of thing where in the pilot episode you have these two characters that have a pre-existing relationship which is explicitly not romantic, but then by the end of the show, they are a romantic couple. It was one of the main things when I was a kid that actually made me want to watch a lot of TV shows and to stay invested so I could see when that story unfolded. And in the past decade, we've seen this constant trend of animated shows doing a queer version of the enemies to lovers arc and then getting canceled directly afterwards. So, The Legend of Korra, The Owl House, She-Ra and the Princess of Power, all great shows. Haven't watched any of them. But what this project specifically made me realize is that this is so much less common with live action media. And I think the reason is that in live action media, it's far more common to kind of, build on the shock value of showing two guys sleeping together or showing two girls sleeping together. And because of that, these characters are depicted as knowing what they want and knowing how to get it. Which means that you rarely ever get to build some sense of anticipation. And on an individual basis, obviously there's nothing wrong with any of those stories, but I just think it's kind of disappointing that queer relationships in live action media are not nearly as diversified in depictions as heterosexual relationships. And I guess after Jory became a thing in my mind, it started to stand out to me that a live action show featuring two men or two women who start off as enemies but eventually become romantic partners, that is a weirdly uncommon thing to do on television. So despite the fact that I have spoken about this episode a lot over the last few years, would you believe that there are still 3 whole topics relating to this episode that I have never discussed on camera? Well, you're gonna have to believe me, because that's what we're doing. We're doing that. So here's thing I forgot, number 5. Did you know that Take a Hint is actually a cover and that it was not written for Victorious? Yes, the song was actually written by Kevin Kadish, famous for writing such pop tunes as All About That Bass, My Lips Are Movin', and Dear Future Husband. Meghan Trainor songs. He co-wrote some Meghan Trainor songs. Do y'all ever think about how Dear Future Husband is retroactively about the kid from Spy Kids. Anyways, the original version of this song was recorded by a different Megan Kabir, and after they made the demo, the writers on Victorious bought the rights to the song. And what this means is that the version of the song in Victorious is basically like the Kids Bop version of the original, because a lot of the lyrics were not appropriate for children, so they had to be toned down in order to air on a network like Nickelodeon. For instance, in the demo, Megan sings, "I don't wanna be a bitch, I just try to be polite," while in Victorious, Jade says, "I don't wanna be a Chris, I'm just trying to be polite." And there's a lot of little changes like that throughout the song, things that kind of make sense. Like, I think in the original, Megan says, if I had a dime for every name that you just dropped, I'd be buying everyone a shot. But then in the Victorious version, they say, if I had a dime for every name that you just dropped, I'd be here and you'd be on a yacht. So that's different. And I forgot to mention, that's the thing I forgot to say that. I feel kind of weird about this because I honestly think that musically, the version in Victorious is the superior song. I just like it more. But lyrically, I do admit that the demo is a little bit better. So when I'm singing along to the version from Victorious, sometimes I'll sing those original lyrics because it is so much more fun to sing, I don't wanna be a bitch, you know what I mean? But you know, it would be pretty cool if like Liz Gillies and Victoria Justice, I don't know, recorded like something for charity, like a new version of the song that used those original lyrics. But you know, if you can't get both of them, don't do the song, because it's a two-person song, in my opinion. This is a little side tangent, but the more that I got into Victorious, the more frustrated I became with the weird obsession some of the fandom has with pretending that Victoria Justice just didn't do stuff. So I'll always see these comments of people being like, oh, I wish there was a full Liz Gillies version of Take a Hint. There is. They made that. But Victoria Justice is in it too, and she's also good. I don't know, just something about this fucking like pit women against women thing that like just manufactured drama that I don't fucking believe in. It just ticks me off. It ticks me off. Okay, next up, thing I forgot, number 4. You know those two guys at the bar? I think they're gay. This was a headcanon I actually came up with the first time I watched the episode, but it was kind of less of a headcanon and more of like a prediction. Like I was like, oh, the episode has to be going like down this direction. But, you know, that didn't happen, so I never brought it up. But at the end of the day, I still think this is the plot to the episode, whether that was the intention or not. Every time I rewatch this episode, because I do that sometimes. Every time I rewatch this episode, I think that this is the plot to the story. So, a piece of information that I certainly didn't know at the time, but has since been passed down onto me, is that a significant amount of kids, and specifically a significant amount of girls who grew up watching Victorious, realized they were gay while they were watching this episode. And I should note that just generally, this is a somewhat common phenomenon with, you know, any episode of Victorious that has Jade in it. You know, that sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. I get emails from people, I get comments from people, and a lot of people growing up realized they were into women because of the main characters in this show. And I get a lot of messages about this stuff. Some of them are really interesting and insightful and make me look at things from a different perspective, and others are not that. You know, because sometimes I'll get a message from someone that was like, hey, you know, I grew up watching Victorious. You know, I was a girl watching Victorious. And watching this episode with Jade made me realize that I was attracted to women. And I think that's really beautiful and really cool to hear. And then other people will send me messages like, I grew up watching Victorious, and watching Jade on television made me realize that I like people wearing fishnet stockings. And I'm like, I didn't need to know that one. So something I didn't mention is that when it comes to the two guys that hit on Jade and Tori at the bar, one of them was played by an actor named Stephen Crowley. Now, for some time, this actor was trying to kind of make a living making reaction podcast-style content on YouTube, and at one point, he actually made a video reacting to this scene from this episode of Victorious. And I remember the first time I watched a clip from this podcast, I just felt it so perfectly encapsulated, like the cultural phenomenon that is Victorious, because on the one hand, you just have this guy who had some experience with this show when he was younger and is so excited to share it, and then he's got his friend who has never heard of this show before, who throughout the entire podcast is just like, this is kind of fucking weird.
That was the number one thing I've ever done and the most fun I've ever had doing something.
No, you definitely look like you had a good time. I'll give you that, but I'll say this. You don't see that being a problem whatsoever, that they met these girls at a kid DJ bar and then they just showed up where they were performing a play without having that information, I'm assuming. That's called stalking.
I didn't even think of it.
Kids, if this happens, tell your parents or tell the police.
There's a lot of interesting insights in this video. A lot of them, honestly, more blunt than I've seen from other sources of the same kind. For instance, Crowley recounts that he was directed while filming the episode to constantly stare at Tori's drink as if he was watching for something, which made the actor believe that his character might have put something in her drink or something like that. Another detail relayed is that when Steven first auditioned for the episode, he was actually trying out for this character.
Okay, 2-minute break. Then more karaoke here at Nozu. Yeah.
And according to Steven, when he auditioned for this part in the script, the dialogue had the accent already. It had, you know, all the little stammers and the weird grammatical choices that were heavily stereotypical. And despite that, he was still asked to read for the character even though he was a white man. And they talk about how, like, weird and offensive it was, and Mickey Rooney-esque and that kind of thing.
Come on.
Can you imagine that?
No, that's a hate crime. It's almost a hate crime for him to be doing it. Yeah. For you to do it? Hell no.
I feel the racism in this show is something that I could have highlighted more. I know I did talk about it, because it is extremely dated and offensive, and furthermore, it is something that was so common on every Nickelodeon show at the time. And I know that in the first Victorious video specifically, I talked about the owner of Nozu, and there was a segment that I ended up cutting where I predicted, I think that I thought this accent was written into the script, but I was really scared of, like, the actor coming out and calling me out for just guessing that blindly and, you know, that kind of thing. But I think at the end of the day, when you rewatch clips from this show, it's just very obviously offensive and bad. I don't even want to call it dated, because it was bad back then too. Anyways, eventually in this podcast, they do discuss the phenomenon that I have myself experienced in the comment section, wherein a lot of people had their sexual awakenings while watching this specific scene in this specific episode of Victorious.
What you're about to hear is a part of the song that is attributed to a lot of a sexual awakening in adolescence. So a lot of people realize, and it's a running thing on the internet, that they were gay or that they were a lesbian.
Oh, these two characters?
No. They themselves watching this, they were like, oh my God, that's when I realized that I was gay.
What I'm about to see caused people to
realize, oh no, I'm gay. It's a true story.
You're saying, hold on, because this is an interesting thing, because I don't know what you're about to show me, but you're telling me that people actually watched this and then said, okay, I've now realized that I'm a homosexual.
Yes.
And so this is where my fan theory comes into play. Because a lot of people interpret the end to that episode being that these two guys have shown up to Tori and Jade's play because they didn't take the hint and they're still trying to hook up with them and they're stalking them, right? That's how a lot of people interpret that sequence. But that is never the impression I got whenever I watched this episode, because I have always 100% believed that at the end of this story, those two guys are gay. Okay, so this is my character profile. You've got these two guys, right? And they've been best bros for the longest time. And they have this thing where they always go out and they always try and pick up women, and maybe often they do. But every time they always find some fault. Like, dude, that one just wasn't for me. I think you and me, bro, we gotta get back out there. We gotta hit those bars again, man. And so they go and see Tori and Jade, and they decide that they're gonna go over and just hit on these two girls, you know, as bros together the whole night. And then Tori and Jade stand up, get on stage, and from the perspective of the two guys, sing a passionate pride anthem. And then the two guys leave Nozu and mutually agree that it's time for them to come out of the closet and admit their feelings for each other. And so I personally think that they don't go to the play to like try and pick up these girls again or try and hit on these women. I think they go to the play to try and thank Tori and Jade for helping them embrace their strange homoerotic feelings for each other. And I know that sounds crazy, but literally rewatch this clip again with that in your mind.
What do we do? Run, Nancy. Yes, Walter.
That was my interpretation the first time I watched this episode, and that will always be what I think the plot to that scene is. Even if that was never the intention, I think that's what happens in the episode. Next, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 3. Tori's necklace. So this one is interesting because it really depends on how you look at it, but basically this is either a really weird, badly timed production error, or it is an Easter egg that was designed to be almost impossible to notice. So in Victorious Seasons 2 and 3 specifically, Tori is occasionally seen wearing a necklace which looks like this. I'm not great at describing jewelry, but it is very distinct looking. It's this little dark circle with what kind of looks like flower petals around it, like golden flower petals, and once you know what you're looking for, it's very easy to notice this necklace. Now, she doesn't wear this in every single episode of the show, but it is certainly one of her common looks that she often cycles back around to. Here she is wearing it in Ice Cream for Kesha. Here it is when she's humiliating that one guy for dating her just to get an A. And finally, she wears it constantly throughout Jade and Tori's playdate. In fact, I think this is the only episode I could find where Tori is wearing this necklace throughout the entire thing. Even in the B-plot, where she's supposed to be playing a man, and thus it doesn't make sense for her to be wearing women's jewelry, there it is. She's very clearly wearing the necklace. Now, around here is when this stops being just a random quirky fact about the Victorious Wardrobe Department and starts to be an honest-to-God conspiracy theory. Because despite this necklace being a fairly common aspect of how Tori is depicted as a character in the second and third seasons of the show, after this episode, she never wears that necklace again. Because after this, Jade wears the necklace. Here she is wearing it in the Ham Boner episode, in Tori Goes Platinum, in the Blonde Squad, and I believe here in 1000 Berry Balls. So there you go. In Victorious Season 2 and the start to Season 3, Tori owns this necklace and wears it often, but after the episode where the two of them go on a date, it's now Jade's necklace and she wears it constantly throughout the rest of the series. What the fuck does that mean? I swear to God, I have this fucking thing where I don't want to meet the people that made this show. I don't want to do it. I think it would stress me out. I think I wouldn't know what is my responsibility to do or to say or what to ask them. But if I could ask the people that made this show one innocuous question with no judgment about this being the one thing that I would pick, I want to know what the fuck is up with this necklace. Was this an accidental production choice that they eventually just kind of had to stick with? Or was this someone playing the long game? Was this intended to be an Easter egg so meticulous and stupid that the only possible reason it's in the show is to piss off people on the early internet? Or not even the early internet. Was this Easter egg only put in the show to ruin my life? I guess the point is, at the end of the day, that the Victorious videos were supposed to be a tangent. They were supposed to be a sidestep. This whole thing was supposed to be about iCarly. I only watched Victorious so I could understand the plot to Sam Cat. And now there is a Victorious-shaped hole in my brain, and I can't fucking fill it back in no matter how much I try. So with yet another mental breakdown out of the way, we are now queued up to talk about the final 2 topics in this intermission. But before we talk about Thing I Forgot number 2, I thought it would be fun to quickly go through some honorable mentions. Now I know that most creators will typically put the honorary mentions before the number 1 spot, but actually my number 2 spot is my most intricate and detailed, so I think it makes a little bit more sense to go ahead and do this right here. These are all going to be things that, as far as I can remember, I've never brought up before, but they're also going to be things that I ultimately don't have a lot to say about. Starting us off with Things I Forgot honorary mentions number 4. Andre's grandmother has a podcast. So the woman who played Andre's grandmother in Victorious has a podcast, and it's actually specifically about the show. I get the vibe that it's supposed to be kind of like the Victorious version of like Office Ladies, but that's always stood out as really weird to me, because as somebody who's, you know, binged the whole show, that character is not in as many episodes as you would think. So I've always just found it kind of a little bit odd that she would be the one to make a podcast when she's not in a lot of episodes. But yeah, I hope that's going really well and she's making bank. She deserves it. Next is Things I Forgot honorable mention number 3. More iCarly toys. So in the iCarly videos, one of the main things that I did a lot of was highlighting physical iCarly merchandise and toys, and I showed off a lot of crap, but there was still a good amount of stuff that I just never looked at. One example is that while I did show off a bunch of iCarly McDonald's toys, I think that I only showed off one specific promotion. So basically, in America, there were several years where iCarly toys were sold at McDonald's, but I'm pretty sure I only showed off the toys from one specific year. And there were other McDonald's toys for iCarly that I had that I just forgot about. For instance, this. This is an iCarly toy. It is supposed to be a flip phone cell phone. And it's iCarly branded, of course. But when you flip it open, not only is it a flip phone, it's also a mirror. And then you drag this down, and suddenly it's also a lip gloss thing. You can make your lips all glossed up. I took a huge chunk of this gloss out with my fingernail. I'm gonna get hives, Jesus Christ.
You see, this is how it works. It's like, it looks like a keypad. And there's no numbers, there's just emojis. And then like I said, you pull it down and look, it's lip gloss, and ooh, baby girl, I look good.
But I was also told by an international fan that there was a specific range of McDonald's toys for iCarly that were only released in Brazil. So I hit up Mercado and I did some hunting and I found the toys, and they're all terrible. You know, it's all just like bags and little Ziploc things. And, you know, it's just that old rule that girl toys at McDonald's, they're just terrible. I don't even think McDonald's does that anymore. I don't think McDonald's does that. Am I wrong? It just kind of seems like whenever you see a McDonald's, you know, Happy Meal today, you know, if you get curious, you pop it up on Grubhub. They got the toys and they got baby toys. There's no boy, girl, and girl toy. So I guess girl toys just don't exist anymore, which makes sense because they were typically bad. But yeah, we're obviously making an exception here for Baby Spencer, which is an absolute goat of a toy. Okay, Things I Forgot, honorable mention number 2. The waiter is Tandy. Okay, so this one's going to be a little bit meta, but as I think I've mentioned a couple times, I'm filming a bunch of stuff in this video completely out of order. So there's a ton of episodes, in fact, the rest of the episodes of Sam Cat, that I have already recorded and edited as I record this, that you guys won't see until after this intermission. And in a future episode of Sam Cat, there is going to be a human waiter who looks like this. And that waiter is going to be played by Brandon Weaver. So I didn't mention this in the episode itself, but I later found out that this is extremely notable because Brandon Weaver is actually the actor who is usually physically inside of Tandy, the red robot, playing out his little physical robotic mannerisms. Although who voices the character is a total mystery. I could very easily go back and edit this trivia into the review itself, but I'm not going to. Finally, we have Things I Forgot, honorable mention number 1. So this one just says Henry Danger Mpreg. And I kind of don't remember what that means. I've kind of forgotten why I wrote that down. So if you guys want to help me out a little bit, you want to help me do a little research real quick, I need you to do something for me. I need you to pause the video, go to Google, and search Henry Danger Mpreg. Then come back here and report your findings. Okay, with that, it is now time for me to tell the most complex story that I have today. Thing I Forgot number 2 is Matt Bennett. So this is a little bit of a complicated tale to unravel, so please stick with me for a moment. So Matt Bennett, for those of you who have trouble holding on to names, is the actor who portrayed Robbie Shapiro in the original Victorious TV series. Out of all the cast members from the show, Matt is specifically the one who today I would argue interacts with the Victorious fanbase the most. Now, I feel I can't really talk about Matt Bennett without first going over the whole lost media thing, okay? So ages ago, Matt Bennett used to stream regularly on Twitch, and at one point he had people in chat that were really gullible, and he convinced a bunch of people online that Victorious actually has over 20 episodes of lost media, episodes which were filmed, completed, edited, and then put into storage, never to be promoted or released. And I ended up with someone, I think in my Discord, who was absolutely insistent that I had to cover this, that I had to get the word out to the lost media community about these lost episodes of this Nickelodeon show. And I looked at this person, I said, look, this guy is fucking with you. Like, he's fucking with you and it's working. And he was very insistent, I had to cover this, and I told him, look, I will mention this in one of the videos, but I will only mention it to point out that he's clearly joking. And I wrote the whole script, or I wrote a brief of it, and I started working on it, and then Hippie pulled me to the side, and he said, you can't go on your Victorious video and call Matt Bennett a liar, which was upsetting to me because I really wanted to do that. And so I said, look, if you're going to be insistent upon this, I'll pivot. So in the final script, instead of saying what I felt, I spun this huge yarn about this hot take where Matt Bennett wasn't messing with people. Matt Bennett is just confused because he must have the worst memory in the world. And then I put out that video, and every single goddamn comment is somebody saying, actually, I think Matt Bennett is fucking with people. And I'm like, that's what I said. But I was informed that it would be bad optics to call Matt Bennett a liar. So instead, I called him stupid, which is better. So yeah, I have since had 100% confirmation that Matt Bennett was just bored and he was messing with people in chat, which is what I always knew. And And I just had to bring this up because it bothers me so much that I didn't stick with my gut and just say he was messing with people. But anyways, that has nothing to do with the rest of this story. So a few months after my first Victorious video came out, Matt Bennett announced that he was going to begin doing something called iParty with Matt Bennett. This turned out to be a touring rave with Matt as the DJ. Each show features a revolving selection of music from the 2000s and 2010s, with a specific emphasis on music from Nickelodeon and Disney shows. And since being into tertiary, iCarly, and Victorious media was always kind of my thing, I ended up seeing a lot of clips of this thing. I ended up getting sent a bunch of material, and I always thought that it looked kind of awesome. The craziest thing, without question, was that for a select few shows, Matt Bennett would actually bring out a surprise guest star. And in Atlanta, that surprise guest star was Liz Gillies, who of course played Jade on Victorious, and she came out on stage and rocked out with Matt. But easily, the show that blew my mind the most was Chicago, where Daniela Monet came out on stage with a microphone and performed the in-universe one-woman show, Chicago.
Wow, I can't believe I'm here in the city of Chicago. I think what happened to a woman like me here in Chicago.
And at some point, this not only looked fun, this looked like a religious experience. There's a kind of mindless euphoria in that audience that you can really only capture when you're watching the one-woman show Chicago live in Chicago. But starting in 2023, iParty was actually rebranded to Party 101, with Matt expanding the tour to even more locations. A new added part of the experience was the Daily Coconut. Each night, Matt would give out a special coconut as a gift for the person in the audience who partied the hardest. Now, around this time, I found out something that was actually particularly interesting. When I released the second Victorious video, it turns out that Matt Bennett actually commented on it, specifically commending me for correctly guessing his admiration for They Might Be Giants. However, that comment was completely lost in a sea of other comments supporting the video, and it wasn't until he posted about this comment on his Instagram that I was even able to find it. This was both something really cool and something really overwhelming and stressful at the same time. And the reason is that I did not design those videos for the people who were in the shows. And there were jokes in those videos that I would still defend. But there were jokes in those videos that I would not have put in the videos if I knew that somebody from the show was going to watch the video. But later I found out Matt didn't watch the entirety of the two videos, which, thank God. Like I said, I don't want the people from these shows to watch my videos about the shows. It's kind of weird. But anyways, early this year, 2023, I got a personal message on Instagram from none other than Matt Bennett himself. And he told me that, he was doing this tour again, and he wanted to meet me. He wanted me to pick any city on his tour, and he would set aside time in that city to go ahead and meet me. And that was really cool and really strange. But the thing is, I've actually never been to a rave before, which some of you are going to think that's weird, that that's completely unbelievable. But, there's a lot of stuff in my life that I haven't done that most people my age probably have done. And I think that that's probably because of this really weird part of my life that I feel like has really consumed my 20s, which is that I am much better at networking for work than I am at networking in my private life. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like I'm always meeting new people. I'm always meeting like cool, new people. And it's always people being like, yo, hey, we're going to be mutuals now on Twitter. And if you ever want to work together, if you ever want to collab, if you ever want to do a voice cameo, if you ever want to work on a project together, just hit me up. And I'm always getting that. And then in my private life, everyone I hang out with, I met in high school. So it's just this really strange dichotomy there, that's just always been there. 'Cause think about it for a second. I didn't go to college. I haven't worked a real job since I was a teenager. I don't play sports. I don't watch anime. And I don't play role-playing games. And if you think about it, those are the 5 main ways that you're supposed to meet new people as an adult. And it turns out if you eliminate those 5 things, it is so much harder to meet new people. And I know you'd probably think that I could just show up to events like these, like completely stag and just hang out. But I don't know, there's this thing. This is going to be a completely alien concept for some of you, but I'm a big guy. Depending on the shoes I'm wearing, I'm either 6'4" or 6'5", something like that. I'm a big guy. I'm often reserved emotionally. I don't show my emotions to strangers. I often look like I'm kind of intense. And, I'll walk around, parties and clubs and that kind of thing. I'll walk around alone, and I kind of will glance at people's faces, and I get to see the face that people make when they see me for the first time. And a lot of times, it's fear. I look in someone's eyes, and I see the reaction that they have the first time they see me, and it's complete intimidation at who the fuck is this big guy walking around? Like, people are honestly, scared of me, just first glance they take of me. And that makes me uncomfortable. It makes me feel like shit. So I'll show up to these social events, I walk around, I look in someone's face, they look scared, and I'm like, I'm fucking going home. Fuck this. I got all dressed up in my SpongeBob shoes. And so at the end of the day, I decided if I was going to do this, I wanted it to be in a setting that I was kind of comfortable with. So I told Matt that I would meet him in Cincinnati, Ohio. Now that might just sound completely out of pocket to some of you, so I should probably justify this. Cincinnati is kind of close. It's close enough that I can take a bus, and more importantly, I kind of like Cincinnati a little bit, and I tend to go probably once a year, maybe once every 2 years, because I don't know, there's something to it that I like. Okay, let me justify this real quick. I don't think that Ohio is the greatest place in the world or anything. But I think that it's America. When I think of America, I think of Ohio. And here's why. Ohio used to be the centerpiece to American industry. And now it's not that anymore. Yet Ohio persists, and with more dignity than other places with that same description. And my favorite part about Ohio is that it's kinda small, kinda quiet, but you will find in that state the stupidest shit you have ever seen in your entire life. And a lot of it will be abandoned, but some of it will have then been turned into some kind of project for the community. Ohio is not really an atmosphere to destroy stuff, to destroy something and, turn it into condos. But they also don't want to just leave everything abandoned. So a lot of stuff, it'll become museums, it'll become a public park, it'll become this, it'll become that. And that's what you should do with abandoned stuff, I think. I think that's what you should do. So if you're planning a trip and you have even the slightest chance of driving through Ohio, absolutely take it every single time, because there is always just something crazy to see. I feel like I bring this up a lot, but just the sight of driving down what was otherwise a completely normal road and seeing looming over the upcoming horizon a giant wicker basket it gives you a feeling that you just can't explain if you haven't seen it. Sometimes I think about making a documentary about this kind of thing, you know, in Ohio, and I want to call it Ohio Monuments to Boredom. But after doing this mini-series so long, I've started to question if I'm really a guy who experiments anymore, because maybe I'm not. Maybe I just really like the idea of buying my mom a house. Maybe I just wanna just do stuff that I know is gonna do well forever. But anyways, I like Cincinnati specifically because I guess two main reasons. Number one, I love a city where it feels like you can never run out of like stupid museums that you've never gone to. And number two is I like a city where you can show up just to do one thing. You know what I mean? I like a city where you can show up for 2 days. On day one, do the one thing you came to do. On day two, just walk around. It doesn't matter if you're walking around a market or a museum or a certain cool community. Cincinnati is a great place to do that. And when you go to somewhere in Ohio, when you get back, no one's going to be like, oh, you didn't do this one specific thing. Sounds like you didn't get the real Ohio. On that note, if you go to Cincinnati, you have to do my favorite thing, which is actually my favorite museum in the whole world, which is the American Sign Museum. This is a museum run by people who professionally build and restore neon signs, and the entire museum is filled with restored signs from across the country. And when I go, I tend to just go in there and stand around and take in the atmosphere, basically until the neon signs give me a migraine. But anyways, visiting Cincinnati turned out to actually be a very good idea because it actually meant that I didn't have to go to this thing alone, because I also got to hang out with my very good friend, Connor. So Connor is someone I met through the fan film Shrek 2 Retold, which is actually an upcoming sequel to the movie Shrek Retold from 2018. So ages ago, I did a scene for that movie, and then they asked me to do another scene, and then at some point, I guess I became a producer on the movie, and I was just working on it all the time. And it was a really interesting experience because I consider myself a filmmaker, but I'm logistically more of a hack, so I never get to do filmmaking stuff. So this was a really interesting exercise to do that, and I got to kind of be an in-between between a lot of other creators and kind of being like, okay, how do I get some creators from, you know, this circle into the movie? And we got a bunch of voice cameos in, and I got to work with Jerma, and it's been a really crazy experience. But anyways, Connor and Grant are the two main directors of the film, and since I've met Connor, I've really bonded with them because they're from this greater Cincinnati area, and we share a lot of appreciation for the culture of that area. And since I was going to this show in Cincinnati, they decided to come back down and kind of hang out with me and show me around the area to kind of all the nooks and crannies that I actually haven't seen before. One of the really cool things I did this time that I've never done before is I got to go to jungle gyms, which I know it sounds weird that I go to Cincinnati all the time, but I've never been to jungle gyms before. But to be fair, it is an actual like store to buy food. For those of you who don't know, jungle gyms is like this big marketplace. And the gimmick is that it's also filled with a ton of like knickknacks from several decades of these people collecting stuff. And there's like animatronics, and some of the animatronics run, and there's like statues, and there's just a bunch of eccentric stuff. But it's still a market, you know, where you can go and buy food. So it's this great part of living in that community that you can go to jungle gyms, kind of walk around, get supplies for your chili, but you also get to look at all this really weird, cool stuff. And it was a really cool thing to walk around. I also got to go to Union Terminal, which famously was the inspiration for the Hall of Justice from the Super Friends cartoon. I've driven by this thing a lot in the past, but it seems like it's always been closed for renovation. So this was one of the first times I've ever gone to Cincinnati, and this thing has actually been open, and I got to go inside, and it is so beautiful on the inside. And like I said, this is kind of what I love about the Midwest a lot of the times. I feel like a lot of other places in America, if they had something this beautiful, it would just just get abandoned. It would be filled with burned out furniture, garbage, and just awful, awful smells. But Cincinnati took care of this place after the train stopped running, and they made it, a kind of public thing that the community can enjoy, which I think is just really awesome and beautiful. And that's enough of me babbling about why I like Cincinnati. Okay, so this is the part of the preamble. This is the specific detail that I think makes this story really, really funny. But this part of the story is also really, really gross. And you might think that I'm lying, and you might listen to me tell the story, and you might say to yourself, I actually don't want to hear this. And I think that's totally fine, because it's a really gross story. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a time code on the screen. And basically, as I tell this story, if at any point you decide you're done listening to this story, I think that is totally fair. I totally understand, because it is disgusting. But I want to tell it because it's really funny. So if you're listening to the story and you can't handle it, please, no judgment at all. Just skip forward to the time code linked right here. And just to emphasize how serious I am, if you're watching this on a TV instead of a touchscreen device, find your remote right now. I'm being serious. You have a bit before it gets gross, but I'm just warning you. So all the stories I just told of all the cool stuff I did in Cincinnati, those were all things I actually did on the final day I was in town, because the first day in town was just about meeting Matt Bennett, and I actually spent the whole night before that just riding the bus into town, and I finally got to this hotel, and I crashed. And then I woke up at like 2 or 3 p.m., and I hit up Connor, and I said, I gotta eat something. I gotta eat something, because I was starving. And I also said, look, I'm in Cincinnati. I'm on a little brief vacation. You're from the area. Is there anything in town I should eat that is, especially notable because I can't get it anywhere else? Is there anything else that I should go for? And Connor thinks about it, and they eventually say, well, look, there's this great grilled cheese place that started in Cincinnati, but they have a really cool location in Newport, which is, the next city over. So I said, cool, let's head down to Newport, let's get some grilled cheese. But as we drive down there, I start thinking to myself, I don't really want a grilled cheese sandwich. It's kind of a weird thing to order from a restaurant. So we get there, and I see they also have melts. They basically have sandwiches that are cooked like a grilled cheese. And they specifically have a buffalo chicken melt. And I love buffalo. I love buffalo sauce. I will put it on anything. Honestly, it's the reason I went to the city Buffalo in the first place. So I order the buffalo chicken melt. Eventually, they bring out my food. Like I said, I got a buffalo melt. I also got a bowl of mac and cheese, because mac and cheese is sometimes good, depending on the restaurant. And so I eat the mac and cheese. It's all right. And then I get to the sandwich, and I start eating this buffalo chicken sandwich. And about 2 or 3 bites in, I think to myself, why did they put sauerkraut on this? Why would you put sauerkraut on a buffalo chicken melt? Kind of a weird flavor combination. But, I don't want to make a scene, so I eventually say to myself, hey, it tastes good. And I finish eating the sandwich. And so we end up walking kind of on the pier next to the aquarium, heading back to Connor's car. And I eventually start to realize as we walk that I do not feel good. And as a matter of fact, not only do I not feel good, I'm actually in pain. I'm having the most awful stomach cramps, and I'm seriously in pain. So at some point we pass this dad bod Gen X burger place that is just blasting a classic rock playlist, and I cannot handle it anymore. And I, excuse myself, and I run into the men's bathroom. Now let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever projectile vomited to the song Welcome to the Jungle? I will never listen to that song again for the rest of my life. And I wish I had written down the other songs that played, because I was in there for like 50 minutes. And it was a long playlist of nothing but high energy rock ballads that I was just continuously projectile vomiting to. And it got to this point that I had thrown up so much that I was 100% confident that I had thrown up everything I had ate in the last like 2 days or whatever. And I said to myself, at least the good news is that that's over. I'm done with that. And now I can try and like get settled. And that was the day that I learned that you can keep vomiting after you've run out of things to vomit, and that it's much worse that way. Because I was vomiting up stomach acid for like 10 or 20 minutes in there. And I stumble out of that restaurant and I tell Connor, you know, we had plans that day. I tell Connor, I have to go back to the hotel room. And Connor is so sweet. They run off to a store to buy me everything they can think of, you know, medicine, Sprite, a toothbrush, because I always forget to pack one of those. I go through the lobby, I get in the elevator, I go up to my floor, it's on the 4th floor, I get out of the elevator, I wobble down the hallway, I get to my room, I pull out my key card, I put it against the door, I unlock it, I walk through, I go into the bathroom, and immediately I am throwing up again. And this goes on as a cycle of brief periods of normalcy followed by projectile vomiting stomach acids for about 2 more hours. And then, and please do not be weird about this, then I get really bloated. And I was in so much discomfort. I was in so much pain. Any pain you can imagine that causing, I was having. And I just closed the blinds. I took off everything but my underwear. And I switched between sitting in a chair and laying down, depending on which one briefly caused me less pain. And eventually I text Matt and I say to him, look, I'm really sorry to disappoint. I think I'm dying and I'm not gonna make it. And at the end of the day, this is the big moral of the story. Buffalo sauce is really good because that was a pretty good sandwich. And at this stage, I am 100% sure it had rotten chicken in it. And you know what's the funniest part? I didn't ask for my money back. I wanted to support a local business. I paid $17.44 to be poisoned. And a lot of you are probably thinking right now, like, wow, Quinton, sounds like you needed to go to the hospital. Nah, I was fine. Just had to wait it out. I was good. I was fine. This is honestly what I was thinking at the time. I probably should go to the hospital. I probably should go to an emergency care unit or something. But in my head, I was like, the logistics of it were so weird, where I was like, I feel like throwing up in a hotel bathroom is okay, but I don't want to throw up in a hotel lobby, so I guess I'll just die in here instead. Welcome back, everyone, who skipped forward in the video. So what ended up happening next is that in my hotel room, I just fell asleep. And I woke up at about 10 p.m. Now, I thought the rave ended at 11 p.m., so I basically thought that I missed it. It turns out the rave started at 11 p.m. I didn't understand, like, the language of, like, rave culture, but the rave started at 11 p.m., so I was convinced I missed the whole thing. So I text Connor, and I kind of say, you know, what's the vibe? You know, is it worth showing up for 10 minutes to this thing? And Connor immediately calls me, and they tell me this incredible story. Basically, Connor got their own ticket. Even though I didn't get a ticket, Connor got their own ticket. So they went ahead and went to the show without me because I told them to. And while they were waiting in line, this insane thing happened where Matt Bennett showed up in line. It turned out he showed up in like a hoodie as a joke to see if anyone would recognize him. And Connor got to meet Matt Bennett, and Connor told him the whole story. And Matt Bennett brought Connor backstage. And Connor, you know, basically called me to tell me that I had to show up if I could, you know? And I told them, you know, I was honest. I said, I'm feeling a lot better. and a doctor would tell me not to go. But I didn't see one of those. So I got out of that hotel and I got myself an Uber down to Bogart's. I show up to Bogart's and I meet the woman at the front window, and she absolutely does not believe my story. She doesn't believe the part of my story where Matt Bennett said I got to go in for free, because I guess he didn't write that one down for them. So I had to text Connor and text Matt and kind of tell them, I can't get in. Someone has to come and get me. But eventually I do get backstage and I get to talk to Matt for like 20 seconds before it's his cue to go on stage. Now here's the important part about this whole preamble. If you look at any of the photos and videos taken of me this night and you think I just look terrible and I look like I'm on death's door, that's how I always look. So between arriving at the front entrance and the brief 15-20 seconds I got to spend in the green room with Matt, I learned something really important that I didn't know before this point that I think really changed things for me. And that was that Matt Bennett decided to do this tour because of my videos. That before my Victorious videos blew up, he didn't know that the show was still so popular and that people still had such a personal relationship with it, and that my content being the way that it was actually made him want to get out there and kind of do something really ambitious and experimental. And that really changed my perception of what the night was going to be, because going in, I didn't even know if I was going to meet the guy. And, I didn't know if I was just a journalist, kind of being asked to promote this on social media or this or that. And very suddenly it became obvious that this was going to be a really special night for both of us. Anyways, let's go ahead and start a brand new segment, which I like to call Quinton Reviews, the Matt Bennett Rave, aka Quinton Reviews Party 101, aka I'm pretty sure that this Zoe 101 themed rave was more financially successful than the actual Zoe 101 reunion special. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I should clarify is that technically there was a good portion of this show that I actually didn't see, because for the first 10 or 20 minutes I kind of just hung back in the green room and just tried to make sure that I was good, that I was ready to go out and be in a crowd. During that time, I also met Erin Constantine, who was the opening DJ at the time, and she was extremely nice. So I also missed the entire pre-show with that DJ. But eventually I decided that I felt pretty good, so Connor and I went out to the crowd, we found a nice spot against the wall next to a trash can, and we kind of took in the atmosphere. This isn't what I wore to the rave, by the way. This is more, what I wish I had worn. But what I could immediately tell is that the energy in that room was electric. There is something so cool about being in a concert setting as you're surrounded by people rocking out, but mostly to TV show theme songs from 10 to 15 years ago. But even beyond that point, there was something oddly therapeutic about being in that atmosphere. And I guess the main reason is that, personally, I was one of those teenagers that pretended to not like whatever was popular when I was a teenager. And the more I study it, I actually just don't like a lot of stuff from my childhood. Like music is better in 2023 than it was in 2013. I'm sorry. But there's also obviously huge exceptions. Like there was a point this night where a One Direction music video came on, and honest to God, in the moment, I thought to myself, God, I always liked this band. And that is something I never would have admitted to myself a decade ago. Because back then I insisted that One Direction were trash and I didn't like them, but I'd always listen to like people who would do like clippy reviews of their music. And I'd always listen to like The Key of Awesome, One Direction. And it was always secretly because I just liked the sound of the music and I wanted to listen to it, but I wanted to do it in a way where I wouldn't have to admit myself that I just thought the music was good. And I feel like I had a lot of moments like that throughout the night, you know, where I was like, wait a minute, did I always like High School Musical too? Because I definitely like it right now, you know what I mean? But overwhelmingly, the really positive thing I got out of this night was that this was the first time where I ever got to physically experience kind of the phenomenon and the energy that I've always felt from my audience with this series, you know what I mean? You know, I always have felt that, you know, electric energy of enthusiasm coming from the comment section of people that are really enthusiastic about this part of their childhood. And this was the first time, I think, where I was a part of the audience. I was a part of that feeling and I got to experience it firsthand. And it's funny to think about now, when Matt Bennett first invited me to this show as his guest, there was this little voice in the back of my head that was kind of like, hey, Matt has done shows where he's invited special guests, and they've gone out on stage to get like the audience reaction. You know, he had Liz Gillies, and he had Danielle Monet. Is Matt inviting me under the expectation that I'm gonna be his actual on-stage special guest? And I prayed to God that was not the case this whole time leading up to this. Because can you imagine going to one of these shows and at the start Matt is like, hey, we got a big old special guest tonight. And the whole time you're thinking to myself, oh my God, is it Ari? Is it Ari? Is it Ari? Is it Ari? And then I come out and it's me. It's me, the YouTube guy. It would have been a riot. Cincinnati would have had to call in the National Guard. But even then, you know, when I first showed up to this thing, knowing that I didn't want to be like the big person that's hyped up, I thought about, you know, would it be funny to just walk on stage for like 20 seconds to see who was paying attention? It was just kind of a joke to me that I thought about, but I'm super glad that I didn't do anything like that. First of all, because I have awful stage fright. It really gives me anxiety. I had this when I was a theater kid, and I definitely have it now. But second of all, because it was so special to get to be involved in something where I was just part of it, you know? It was something beautiful happen, and I was there and I was contributing, but I wasn't like the main character. And that's always a really cool thing that, you know, as a YouTuber, you don't often get to experience. As conceited as it sounds. And it's always just so cool to have like an experience where you really are just fading into the crowd and becoming a part of the scenery. A lot of the fun of these shows is to kind of see Matt improvise every night, to kind of see, you know, what the audience does and does not respond to. But as much as it's fun when you respond to something and the audience also responds to it, I think it's even more fun when the audience does not respond to something, but you do, because it gives you this feeling that something is in the show just to make you happy.
No way! Oh!
As I hinted at before, the track list for these shows is heavily fluid from city to city, but I'm still trying not to spoil every single song that got played at the show that I went to, but I can't help but spoil the very first Victorious song that ended up getting airplay.
Does it sound like they want to hear songs from Victorious?
Yes! Yes! Fun to work, it's fun to play, it's fun to make things out of play, it's fun to fill your car with gas, it's fun to break, it's made of glass.
And also, naturally, I simply have to share the absolute rapture that happened when they played the greatest song from Victorious. I will also say that Matt ended the Victorious playlist by playing the music video for Ariana Grande's Thank You Next, which obviously the audience really responded to. And this made me realize something pretty big, which I feel like I didn't highlight enough in the original videos, which is that the music video for Thank You Next really gives a sense of closure to Victorious that it's probably not going to get anywhere else. I know I said the same thing about the Ted Danson episode we reviewed earlier, but Thank You Next has that special extra, energy to it. And specifically, I just think it's a genius thing to end on if you're doing a Victorious binge of any kind, because it really gives you that sense of closure of this is a celebration of what I've just gone through, and I feel like it's all over now. At this point in the show, Matt came out and gave a very beautiful speech, kind of telling his life story. And initially, I didn't want to show a lot from this, mainly because I want you guys to go and see this show, and I know he does some version of this speech at the end of every single performance. But first of all, it's already on YouTube and other places. And second of all, I eventually realized, it's a difficult situation for me, because there are parts of this speech that I have to play, that I absolutely need you all to see. And it would feel weird to recap his story, because his thesis statement is you should be able to tell your own story. And with that being his thesis statement, it would be weird for me to tell you his story to get to the point of the story where the thesis is to tell your own story. So instead of me telling you how Matt told his story, here is Matt telling you his story.
I wanted to talk to you guys. I know it's getting late, but I want to tell you guys a little story about myself, if that's all right. We have one more song, and then I started acting when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I grew up in New York, and what you kind of do when you're just getting started in acting and entertainment is you take a lot of jobs that aren't the best. A lot of jobs that aren't cool, maybe you come to regret them. And I did a commercial very early on in my career that I really quickly came to regret. I did a public service announcement promoting abstinence.
Dad, I know you don't want to talk to me about sex. You think I'm too young. You're afraid if we talk about sex, I'll no longer be here. Talk to me about sex. Tell me you're now right. Sure, it'll change our relationship. Tell me you want to have sex. And don't worry. I'll always be here.
Everybody in my high school, and they all called me Muffin Head for the rest of the school year, and I was devastated. I was convinced that I was going to be Muffin Head for the rest of my life. And then a little show called Victorious came in. And by some stroke of luck, the producers at Nickelodeon liked me, and they flew me to Los Angeles, and they bring me to a conference and it's a YouTube video of this guy. I was like, oh no, I'm about to be the puppet guy now for the rest of my life. But the thing is, I love being the puppet guy! Working on Victorious, I made some of the best friends a guy could ever ask for. I learned so many important lessons. And it led me here tonight to Cincinnati, where I can be on the stage in front of you as Matt Bennett. And that's amazing. Never let anybody decide for you who you are. You decide who you are. Because they can guess, but they don't know what's up here, and they don't know what's in here. You do. So follow your heart. It's important for you to live your truth. Which brings me to the coconut tonight. This is a special coconut tonight. Because I've been practicing that speech for a little bit, and we're doing that for a couple of shows now. But I'm giving this coconut tonight to somebody who inspired me to do this. We have somebody in the audience tonight. His name is Quinton Hoover. Now, Quinton makes YouTube videos. And during the pandemic, he made a 5-hour video essay encapsulating the first 2 seasons of Victorious. Talking about its ups and its downs, talking about its pros and its cons, what works and what doesn't work, and it went viral. So much so that me and the entire cast of Victorious saw it. So we followed it up with a 7-hour review of the 3rd and 4th season and all of the accoutrements, the video games, the soundtracks, all that. And I live in Los Angeles, where everybody's an actor and everybody's on TV. It's not that unique, it's not that special. And I lost sight of the fact that this show is something cool. This was something special. And you guys here tonight are just further proof that I did something right. I don't mean to get, too melodramatic or anything, but I don't think anybody liked RoBBiE. I really didn't. I'm not looking for cheers or applause. I'm not looking for cheers or applause. He's a very deeply flawed character and very weird, but I think that's what makes him unique and interesting. And since I started doing this show, I look out at the crowd and I see my people. And I don't mean my fans. I mean you are all people I would have been friends with in high school. And I love getting to hang out after shows and talk to all of you guys. And a lot of this is in part to my friend Quinton. So I'll be giving this to you backstage, buddy.
Okay.
So thank you guys so much for coming to the show.
I record a little bit of this? This is major. No one will ever
Okay.
believe me.
You want me to film?
No one will believe me.
I trust
Is your phone better? Okay.
It's gonna stabilize the video. I'll say that much. So.
Are you good?
Oh, let me get out of the shot.
All right. This is so nice. Do coconuts keep? Like, can I just? Do I need to preserve?
They probably put it in the refrigerator.
That sounds good.
In the freezer. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, thank you for your video content.
Thank you so much.
During the pandemic in particular,
Yeah.
where I think not just myself, we were all at our lowest.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't just me. I know a lot of the people who watched it really enjoyed your videos.
That always means a lot. And it was really fun to be here because I'd never watched Victorious before I did that video.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I did when I was a kid, but I watched it so little that I thought this was a Zoe 101 episode.
And they all blur at a certain point.
But anyways, when I was done working on the project, I was like, oh my god, that's finally done. It was so many months of work. And I was like, I can't wait to work on something else. And I couldn't stop thinking about the show.
Oh, good. Yeah, it was part of your life for so long at that point.
Yeah.
But it just kind of showed that, because I always thought that there's more to this stuff. I mean, I play the Rugrats rap when I walk off the stage. I still was holding on to things that I liked from when I was younger.
Yeah.
Wasn't your favorite show, but even still, there's just this new wave of appreciation. Just it's not quite nostalgia, because I looked at the dictionary definition of nostalgia, and it's a bittersweet longing for things past. But what you did
was you brought something back from the dead. And I don't know if you know this, but you wrote yourself into Victorious by doing that. Not the show, Victorious the entity.
Wow.
Because you made yourself an expert. Like, you just were like, I'm the expert now. Nobody else is going to do a 13-hour video. I'm the guy.
I didn't do fucking shit.
To which I said, well, then I'm going to be the DJ guy. I was thinking about DJing, and I was doing it on Twitch.
Yeah.
And I was doing funny theme streams where I would do like all kids bop music. I would do, emo night. I did all the acoustic versions. I called it emo afternoon.
Yeah.
But at the end, I'd be like, what songs do you guys want to hear? And of course, they were like, Victorious songs. I'm like, sure, of course. But then I was like, hey, there's something here. And I DJ'd for the first time before the pandemic. And I tried like safe songs like Britney Spears and sing Backstreet Boys, but the second I put on Best Friend's Brother, like the roof went off the place, and I'm like, oh, cool, there's something here. And so it's just, the conversation, I don't know, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people doing these video essays, and I follow a couple of them.
Yeah.
But, you were the one who did the Victorious essay, and it obviously, it had a ripple effect. So many people, so much so that my comment where I was like, hey, good call on they might be giants, which you were very right about, got buried immediately by like 5,000 more comments. But, it was just interesting to watch, this thing that I was a part of suddenly grow in a different direction. And it just showed that, because once again, I talk about this when I'm on stage, I don't come from any, like, nepotism. My parents are in the industry. I just got very, very lucky. So, and statistically, it was an impossible feat for me to get anywhere close to a Nickelodeon show.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to find something else. So the fact that I can, that can reach those heights. So the fact that this avenue opened up where I can share something fun, like music, and this crazy throwback experience where I also feel fulfilled.
Yeah.
It's just really cool. And, there was something to the wave that you caught with that video of people, I've talked to people or I've seen the comments where they're like, I don't even really care about Victorious, but I watched all 13 hours. And it's just like, all right, it's strange. It's comforting. In the same way that, have you ever seen The Truman Show? And I'm sorry I'm talking so much. This is just, I've been thinking about this a lot. Yeah. So they show, in The Truman Show, it's about, this guy who doesn't realize he's, on TV. And they show all the people watching the show, and it's like people sleeping, people in a bathtub, like people, old people hugging pillows with his face on it. And I knew that was what our show was for a lot of people, but your videos were that for people too.
Yeah.
They would have your video on for 13 hours as they were doing, living their life. So you became a part of it. So it's a weird thing. And I'm interested.
I'm friends with a lot of animators, and they all Quinton, they know Quinton like immediately because they all turn him on when they're working on stuff. They're like, "Oh, you're animating?" Like they'll be like, "Oh, I gotta work. I gotta, because animation is such a tedious thing. People put on stuff for background." And those video essays, I mean, they're so long. It's perfect because of how long a process animation is. People will just watch Quinton's videos.
I want to say, I think, when you were talking about the nostalgic for this thing, we were talking about this earlier, because I think you two had a conversation and you mentioned.
I hope it's okay. I'm still filming, by the way.
That's chill. Yeah.
Do you want to sit or something?
Yeah.
If your arm is getting tired.
Just a little bit. He told me that you talked about how like you do experiments to like try something a little newer than like the Victorious era, and sometimes it doesn't land. Like.
So
you play JoJo Siwa. That's what I told him.
I really like JoJo Siwa.
Yeah.
I think that she has so much stage presence and talent, and her music's actually good. But I tried it a bunch of times, and at the best it was met with indifference, and at the worst it was met with hostility. Like people were like, the example I use is like, when you're a kid, you're like, I'm 9 years old. I don't like Barney anymore. Barney's stupid. I'm an adult. Exactly. That's what they were like. They're like, no, not JoJo Siwa. That's for little kids. I'm 19 or 20.
I like the tagline that Cash uses for his raves where he's like, it's dumb, just have fun. Yeah, it's like, that's exactly what it is. Like, if you just let it go and said this is all children's media, whether or not it's my children's media shouldn't matter. It's just whatever, it's fun. Just have fun,
And the internet is the internet's been very, very positive.
Yeah.
They can be so harsh.
But that's actually the thing I wanted to mention is that what I found is we were talking about like what's the line, where's the marker, and I think the defining thing about these specific shows that people have really started to latch on to is
is the reason I actually started this miniseries. I started with iCarly.
Yeah.
And the reason is because I was fascinated by the incredible irony of iCarly. Because to me, it's the story of like, in 2006, if you were a kid, what was the number one thing that captivated you? It was Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Disney Channel. Mm-hmm. In 2016, if you're a kid, what's the number one thing that captivates you? Probably like Markiplier, Netflix.
Yeah.
And like that shift.
The internet.
And like
Vloggers.
the reason iCarly fascinated me is because it's a show about that, and it's a show that was seriously impacted because it happened during the show. Mm-hmm. So by the end of the show, no one was really watching. And what I mentioned him was that like people always tell me about these new Nickelodeon shows, and they're like, this show's gonna get canceled because it's only pulling in this many views. And it's like the metric has changed so much. And I think just the fact that the internet did have a negative impact. I like it. There's a lot of positivity, but it had like an immediate negative impact on your mental health when you were a teenager. When it came out, So just like I think that's why so many people latch on to like the things that existed right before.
Well, and I talk about this a lot because I have to intellectualize what I'm doing to a lot of adults who don't quite understand.
Yeah.
And I kind of coined this term. We're the last of what I call the monoculture.
Yeah.
Where everybody was watching the same thing.
Yeah.
Everybody, and I now know this for certain, everyone at least has a passing knowledge of what Victorious is. Especially because of Ariana.
Yeah,
that's the show that
RA
Ariana was on.
Yeah.
But even adults.
My dad knew. I was like, hey, I'm going to see RoBBiE from Victorious. And my dad goes, oh, okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's for real, like, most people have a working understanding, even if they've never seen the show, they know what it is because it was on every single television set. And why this works so well is because, movie stars you see blown up on a big screen. Tom Cruise seems larger than life. We were in your living room.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said with the Truman Show, we soundtrack people's highlights and their lowlights. I know we used to do events at children's hospitals, and people would be like, I watched this with my, sister. She was going through chemo or whatever. It's we were there for people in a time like it's a bright, shows. Bright. The laugh track is loud.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, that's comforting. My comfort show, like I always go back to The Simpsons. I always go to The Office. And Rugrats. But there's something with all of this. Full House as well. Like, you want something nice and light and fun, almost to the point where, and we get parents sometimes. Usually the coconut goes to if I see a mom or dad in the crowd. I'm like, you came, you get it.
Yeah.
And I talk to them afterwards, and they're like, I watched the show with my kids. It's crazy that we're here. We listen to the soundtrack in the car. So it's where that last wave of where everybody was watching the same thing.
Yeah, because like I can tell my dad, hey, I'm going to a show being hosted by RoBBiE from Victorious. My dad's like, oh, I know what that is. Tell my dad, hey, I'm gonna go play Minecraft with RoBBiE Genius. He's like, who? What the fuck are you talking about?
RoBBiE Genius, like the little black squash balls guy. Yeah.
He does stuff with me all the time.
Oh, really?
I've played Minecraft with him for years.
I've certainly felt that because I just finished. I'm recording this out of order, but I just finished recording a segment where I reviewed like an episode of Nickelodeon of the show Danger Force.
Yeah.
And every time I'm telling someone, I'm like, oh yeah, I just reviewed an episode of Danger Force.
He just told me, and I had no idea what the fuck he was
people
talking
are
about.
like, what the hell is Danger Force?
Dude, Danger Force ran for so long, right?
Like, it's still on.
It is, because, Henry Danger ran for like 120 episodes.
Yes.
Crazy like
think,
that.
Yeah, I think it was.
And the Danger Force. Yeah, I wish that I had a better grasp on where Nickelodeon's at right now, because all they seem to be doing is rebooting things like, live action Dora the Explorer. This is, did you meet Erin?
Yeah, we met her.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah,
really
followed her on Instagram.
They just keep rebooting things that previously existed. And Danger Force is...
Craig McCracken, who did Foster's Home and Powerpuff Girls and stuff, he has been pitching... He posted on Twitter that he just got out of talking with Cartoon Network about bringing back Foster's, and someone replied and was like, why aren't you pitching a new idea? And he's like, I pitched 16 new ideas to them. They didn't want to listen to it. They want Foster's back,
Yes, that's the biggest problem. I'm friends with Jonan Vasquez, who did Invader Zim. They went and pitched a new show. This was a couple of years ago, and they said no, so they ended up doing the Invader Zim movie.
Which is a great movie, but...
Yeah, it's actually Enter the Florpus.
Florpus, yeah.
Thank you. It's hilarious. Still mad I wasn't a voice. I would have done it for free.
I'll stop recording.
I put a shirt on because I felt the opposite of sexy. After we stopped recording, Matt, Connor, Aaron, and I literally talked until 3 a.m. And I guess the big thing I want to emphasize here is I think that Matt is probably one of the realest people I have ever met in my entire life. And I especially appreciated how much he humored conversation with me, because I know that I'm not good at it. But anyways, a big thing I want to highlight here is that this video actually, in one minor way, has had very good timing, because as I record this, Matt Bennett has just started the next wing of his tour, the next phase. He's doing another round of Party 101 across America. And if you go to www.party101.club, you will find the full tour schedule. My goal is to get this video out September 1st, so presuming that I've accomplished that goal, if you live in Kansas City, and you finish this video by 8 p.m., you can literally stand up right now, go out your door, and go and see Matt Bennett live at, get this, the Truman Theater. And in just the next 2 weeks alone, Matt is gonna be in Philadelphia, in New York City, in St. Louis, and in Urbana, Illinois. And you know, this isn't a paid sponsor. I never agreed to anything. There was never any kind of discussion that I had to plug this show if I showed up to the thing. But I'm just really proud of what Matt has accomplished here, and I think it's absolutely worth showing up if you're interested. At the end of the day, this is my final review of this show. If I had to choose again between seeing another performance of Party 101 with Matt Bennett and projectile vomiting in a hotel bathroom for 3 hours, I would probably choose to go to the rave again. But it should still be said, that sandwich was pretty fucking lit. And that was Thing I Forgot number 2, meaning it is now finally time for the ultimate Quinton Reviews iCarly miniseries, Thing I Forgot number 1. So there you go, the final Things I Forgot of this series. Now I obviously want to thank a lot of people. I want to thank the fine staff at UBCon. I want to thank Hippie, obviously. I want to thank Connor and Matt. But most of all, I want to thank all of you because, you know, I know that was a lot to sit through. But if I didn't stop and get those 28 specific things off my back, it really would have bothered me. Now, I never know how to say things like this, but basically, video's over now. Now, I'm sure many of you are going to be outwardly furious that I took a literal year off from posting content, and all I was able to come up with is a measly 6 hours of material, at which point I have to reveal that as of this exact moment, as I record this, on August the 30th, 2023, I do not just have 6 hours done on this video. I have more than 13 hours finished. In fact, all I have left to do at this moment is writing and recording my review of Jeanette McCurdy's book. But we have a bit of a technical problem. Most of you probably know that it is YouTube's official policy that there is a 12-hour limit on all content uploaded to the website. However, some of you might have noticed that if you dig hard enough, you can actually find current content posted within even the last year or the last month, which is longer than 12 hours. It's not hard at all to find 13-hour timers, 24-hour gaming compilations, and even an 83-hour video of a Zelda CDI character reciting the entire Bible. In my private life, I've become really obsessed with this topic, and I've run many unlisted tests in my free time, and during my research, I have come to 3 basic conclusions. Conclusion number 1, it is sometimes possible to upload content over 12 hours. Conclusion number 2, it is not consistent, and sometimes the same video file will fail one day and succeed at uploading another day. And number 3, and this is the weird one, number 3, if you upload a video that is longer than 12 hours and it gets a copyright claim while it's processing, the processing will automatically fail and it will list the length of the video as the reason why. So I can literally make a 26-hour video that's just the word test, just nothing else, just the word test for 26 hours, and that upload will succeed consistently anytime I try it. But if in the middle of that test upload, I put a clip from Fuller House, it will probably fail because for some reason, getting a copyright claim while the video is processing automatically causes the 12-hour upload limit to be enforced. So the reason that this video cannot be 12 hours is that there is a lot of content in this video that gets automatically claimed the moment I upload it to YouTube. And I'll come back around to that in just a minute, by the way. I attempted to raise this issue with both my YouTube partner and the YouTube support chat, which was always especially risky because I was essentially asking them to fix a bug in a loophole that the website might not actually know about. But the thing is that YouTube support is pretty much useless whenever you're encountering an actual bug and an actual thing that's stopping you from creating content for the website. So, pretty much I go into chat, right? I go into chat and I go, yeah, I can usually upload longer videos past 12 hours, but when I upload this 13-hour video that gets a copyright claim, it fails because of the copyright claim. And then the other person goes, well, actually, it failed because the upload limit on YouTube is 12 hours, and no one on the website can upload content over 12 hours. And then I go, I can upload content over 12 hours if I don't get a copyright claim, and so can all of these other people. And then the YouTube chat person goes, nuh-uh. And that's the conversation I get out of that. A person going, nuh-uh. And I'm very frustrated about this topic because I have content I'm working on that is over 12 hours, where if it's one video that's really, really long, I think it's a great thing that will succeed. It'll be a great novelty. It'll be a really fun thing that will perform well. But if I have to split that video 5 times, then I think it might destroy the channel and kill my brand. So it's actually harming my ability to have a successful career that YouTube is just being jerks about this. And just one day, I want to meet somebody who works at YouTube who will actually be there for me and who will listen to me and who will say, hey, I understand what you're going through here. I understand how this is making it harder for you to have a career on YouTube. We're here for you. We're here to make the site better for you. And I'm going to work to be on your side during this. That's all I want. But at the end of the day, YouTube just thinks I'm some dumb hick. They said that to me at a dinner. And at the end of the day, if you stop and think about it, why does the 12-hour upload limit exist on YouTube? The reason it exists is because 5 years ago, everybody started making these all-star B-movie edits that were the movie B-movie slowed down as slow as you could make it. And all these shit posts would be 3 days a pop. And so YouTube created the 12-hour upload limit, to stop spam. And I'm completely fine with that. If you want to put that measure in place to stop low effort content and to stop content that is spam, I think that's fine. But I don't make low effort content and I don't make spam. Let me upload my content. Sorry to rant. Sometimes I think if I rant about something publicly, a person who can help me might hear me talking. But the basic gist I'm trying to throw down here is that at this point in time, I have more than 12 hours done on this video. But my upload limit for this video is 12 hours, so I have to split this somewhere. Now, basically, I could split the video here, or I could split the video after the Sam Cat finale, after episode 34, and before I review Jennette McCurdy's book. But the thing is, to me, I don't want to do that to her. I don't want to have to design a thumbnail and title which is sensationalizing me talking about her book, because I feel like it's disrespectful. And besides from that, I feel like me having a conversation with Matt is a much nicer way to end a video. Now, I do want to stop real quick and just apologize, given that I'm splitting it here, for the really weird balance of material in this video. When I started working on things I forgot, if I had known it would be literally 5 hours long and that it would force me to split this video in two, I might not have started working on it. But by the time I realized how bad things were, I was kind of at the point of no return. And I know that it's going to be an absolute joke online that, technically speaking, it took me 6 hours to review 5 episodes of Sam and Cat. And furthermore, based on the comments I've seen on Patreon over the past year, the material I've come up with for Sam and Cat's part 2 and 3, this material is either the best stuff I've ever done, or it's the worst. And I've really burned through the novelty of this concept. And I still don't know which one it is. So I hope this video was fun for you to watch. So obviously the next question you want to know is, Quinton, when is Sam and Cat Part 3 coming out? And as far as I can tell right now, my goal is October. And I know that seems far away, but you know, this video gets kind of serious in execution, and I just want to be 100% sure that I'm doing everything right with this one. But if you want to be an optimist about things, don't look at this video as being far shorter because YouTube wouldn't let me upload it all at once. Look at this video as a 6-hour preview of material you otherwise would have had to wait a whole month or 2 months to see. This is 6 hours of content that's just releasing early for fun. And now I'm sure you're all also thinking, well, what the hell am I supposed to do while I wait for Sam and Cat Part 3? Well, you could go down to the description and check out my Patreon. Still not asking. Go subscribe to my Patreon right now, or I'm gonna come to your house and shove this Megatron toy up your ass! So a funny story about this video is that this video actually has, at the moment we're speaking, a whole bunch of copyright claims on it. And the basic reason is that as I edited the first video, I realized that Sam and Cat is so intensely covered in the YouTube content ID system that it is basically impossible to review this show without automatically getting hit with content claims for pretty much every episode I review. And I got tired of blurring the screen and doing all the little tricks, so I said whatever. I'm just gonna let all these episodes get copyright claimed and I'll fight it later. And because of that, whenever I thought of a funny joke that involved me showing you copyrighted content, I just did it.
You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You got me in denial.
So by my math, starting today, it will probably be about 36 days before I personally monetize this video, and I'm personally able to go in and put mid-rolls throughout this. So pretty much I'm not going to be making as much money off of this video as I usually do, because this video is not currently monetized by me, and there are no mid-rolls on this right now. Anyway, so the number one way that you can support me during this month is actually going down to that description and pledging $1 or $2 to my Patreon. On my Patreon wall for just $1, you get early access to all the content I'm working on, which means that as we speak right now, there is an extra 6 hours of Quinton Reviews Sam and Cat content on my Patreon wall, and all you have to do is pledge $1. And this edit is going to include the final 9 episodes of Sam and Cat fully reviewed. It will include some fun cameos by some faces that might be familiar to you. And it will include a bunch of intermission and pinboard material, which I think is the best material that I have ever come up with. So if 6 hours of Quinton Reviews content was not enough for you today, I can double it and give it to the next person who is also you. So a few other things at the end here. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. And also, I am so sorry that I was literally gone for a full year. But more than being sorry, I am grateful that I was gone all that time. And everything is fine. You know what I mean? You know, I've been gone 366 days and the channel has not fully collapsed in on itself. You know, I'm still surviving. And I feel like 2 or 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to just take a full year off of YouTube. And that's because you guys kept watching the stuff while I was on break. And that meant so much for me that, you know, my power stayed on while I was trying to figure stuff out. I'm going to strive not to do this again. But with that in mind, it means so much to me that I can make content that I'm proud of without having to just like force out like quick, snappy videos about current trends. I am so glad that I have escaped kind of the hustle mindset of commentary YouTube, where you always have to have the trendy topic about everything. Secondly, there are actually 2 videos coming out this week that I am in. This is obviously one of them, but the other one can be found on the YouTube channel Billiam. Billiam is an awesome creator who I also will be plugging in my next video in a segment that I already recorded. But Billiam is working on filming footage for a documentary about unique McDonald's in Florida. And since I am also working on kind of a weird documentary about unique McDonald's, he invited me down to go around and film a bunch of these locations with him on kind of like this cool little road trip. And I never met him before. I don't even think we'd like properly DM'd for an extended period of time, but I got to spend a lot of time knowing this guy. And I've always wanted to do something like this with another creator, but I've always hit that roadblock that no one else wants to do this kind of thing with me. So yeah, we got to do this really cool collab where I appeared in one of his videos for a really, really big project there. And if you go to his channel, you can see kind of his video showing his perspective on our journey. So yeah, check out that video, check out the really fun time we had, and also subscribe to Billiam, subscribe to Hippie Rat, subscribe to Quinton Reviews, my second channel. And, also subscribe to Quinton Reviews, or else. To wrap things up here, I actually thought I would tell you guys a story that I was recently reminded of because of a segment that I recorded for this video. And I think it's a fun story, and I think it details a really important message. So here it is. When I started this channel, I lived in my hometown still. And there was always this common recurring thing in the town where people would have arguments over what the best pizza in town was. Now, what you need to understand is, in this town, we only had the national chains. We didn't have any local brick oven places. I think we do now, but we didn't at the time. So the conversation pretty much had to be, you know, the main 4 national pizza places that you could get in my hometown. And so a lot of people pretty much universally said either Pizza Hut or Papa John's. That was the common answer from everybody. But I had a hot take. And this was my hot take. I said, for the amount of money that you pay, Little Caesars is pretty good. And not only that, if the moon is right and you go at the right time of day and the ingredients are perfect and it's fresh out of the oven, I think Little Caesars pizza is the best pizza. It's just a bit of a gamble, but when you get that right slice of good Little C's, it is the best pizza in town. So eventually, after I cycled through a few other jobs, I ended up working at that Little Caesars. And after a few months, they let me cook in the kitchen. So, they had me cooking, and they were talking to me. And somebody asked me if I liked Little Caesars food. And I said, yeah, I love Little Caesars. And they said, well, you won't for long. That's what they said to me. They said, you're going to hate this pizza. And I said, what do you mean? They said, after you've been here a while and you've seen the dough and you've seen the ingredients and you've been around everything and you felt the heat and you see how we make the cheese and all of this other stuff, you're going to start to think this pizza is gross. And you're going to understand why it's $5 and you're not going to want to eat it anymore. And I said, oh my God, really? So anyways, I ended up working there, I think about a year, maybe like a year and a half if you count the spin and the sign stuff. And eventually they ended up firing me, and I just started doing YouTube full time because even when I was bad at YouTube, I was making more money than Little Caesars was paying me. And the truth is that by the end of working there, I wasn't happy. I had become really cynical about the process of working there. I didn't like management. I didn't like the hours they gave me. There were so many things I didn't like about working at Little Caesars. But here's the funny thing. It never happened. I never stopped liking the pizza. The day they fired me, I loved that pizza. Today, I still think Little Caesars is good. That cheesy bread, the cheesy bread with the cheese sauce, the jalapeno sauce, you can't get that sauce anywhere else. It's still good food. I still like the pizza. And some days, that's how I feel about YouTube. I get cynical about the process. Sometimes I'm pissed off about it. Sometimes I say to myself, why am I doing this? But at the end of the day, I still like the content that I make. I'm still proud of what I put out. But the exception is this video. This video sucks. All right, goodbye, everybody.
That's why it'll